Boys, for the 1 millionth day in a row, your VOD of choice for the day. The same VOD of choice that you guys have seen for the last week and some change now. If you don't have it memorized, then you fucking better, baby. How are we doing on this fine day, my lads? Leon with another first. Brother even dropped the fucking gambas in chat before we actually started. My god, Leon was on it today. Ultra DG. Leon, the 290-day streak as well. Oh my god. Oh my god. What is up, my boys? My favorite VOD. Yes, you will learn to love this VOD. You will learn to enjoy this. Now, listen, I wouldn't run this VOD if we could just get Steven to approve me for a day of no NDA PTR testing. However, I don't think that's gonna happen. So unless they give me a second day of PTR to show, then we got one more day of this VOD. We're good. It's a good VOD. Z shows off some dope skins. Yeah, I mean, at least we get to look at some cool stuff. We get the anvils, we get the PTR client, we get, granted, it's the old stuttery PTR client. However, we get the Harbinger system preview. We get a fucking lot. Brother, it's phenomenal. Zano, what up, dude? 2 days? Dude, I'm so pumped. And today is the final day of PTR testing as well. The PTR goes down at 7 p.m. EST tonight. So we have less than 5 hours of testing remaining before we actually have to just, call it. So what I want to do is try to get a group together that's not, obviously try to get my group together as much as possible. We'll need a cleric fill, I know that much. But we want to get a big pumper group together to go run through for a couple hours. See how quickly we can push to 10. Because once we hit 10, it's just everything opens up at that point in time, dog. Literally everything opens up. So that is the goal. Z, good morning. Also, Seg, what up, dude? Keep hearing talk about Destinies. What exactly does that do? Haven't been on PTR for a while. The Destiny system is a new system that they've added in that gives some basically objective play around while you are going through your early game prog. So I show it a little bit later in the VOD here, but when you log in on a character, you can press L and you can look at your new Destiny system. That's got different categories from first steps to combat, adventuring, gathering, processing, gathering, processing, crafting. So you can complete objectives within those different Destiny paths, or all of them. And as you complete them, you get XP payout, you get glint payout, and then you will also have completion thresholds for 2, 4, 6, and 8 of those same types up at the top. And with those completion thresholds, you'll be able to get a larger reward. So basically, by the time I hit level 5, because of these new Destinies, I already had 2 good weapons. I had 5 pieces of armor from the first time user experience in the Destinies. I had a necklace and I had some consumes. So I was feeling pretty safe about things. Again, it also helps with a little bit of experience gain. It helps with a little bit of early econ through the glint payouts. It's fucking solid. That paired with them trying to give more reward scaling through the first time user experience is really solid. PTR up. PTR is up, yes, until 7 p.m. EST, and then PTR goes down tonight. This is our last day of testing, and then tomorrow is a dead day while they get everything transitioned and get everything ready. I am scared. It's setting in, man. It's setting in. Also, Fupo, how are you, Fran? Performance go vroom? Well, yes, but you play on a fucking supercomputer, Fupo. Your computer setup is my net worth IRL. Goddamn. If your performance doesn't go vroom, we're fucking cooked. However, I am excited. I want to go into this next server set leaving no stone unturned today. I want us to prog through to 10 and see how smooth it's going to be on the way up. I want to see what our gearing is going to look like. And I really just want that surety. It's like, after the interview, I had a lot of time to think back on what I would have done differently. What would I have done differently? Nodded less and had a second word ready to go other than absolutely. Now, what would I do differently after these servers start? Hopefully, absolutely fucking nothing. I'm very confident in our route. I'm much less nervous about my route than I am my interview, or than I was my interview. So, I'm feeling good about it. I think, all things considered, we're gonna go in, we're gonna hit the ground running, regardless of what the first time user experience gets for changes in between now and then. And I'm real confident that we got some good spots. It's just a matter of, does everybody else in the world also come to contest those spots? And I think with the Riverlands being in a worse spot than the Anvils being in a worse spot than the Riverlands, I feel like we might not have that much contest. It's a little bit of a gamble because, again, you get conned at any point. And if we do, there's less to go around in the Anvils for sure. So that's a big point of contention with it. What way do we lean? Where do we think it's going to go? Because I'm pretty confident. Strad, good morning, my friend. I hope you're having a beautiful one. Still goes Vroom. I mean, I'm on the character creation screen right now, and I want you to know, Fupo, Steven would be proud of me. I've been running cinematic settings to prepare. I know. No cinematic global Illum, though. I don't trust Planendorf still. But medium global Illum, cinematic everything else. I'm gonna make it look good enough, goddammit. Also, Meta asks what I'm gonna do on the dead day. Brother, on the dead day, I'm going to load up this VOD. I'm going to put this VOD on the screen. And I'm going to fucking yap. I was given a talent, and I'm gonna utilize that goddamn talent. You forget, I used to have 2 dead days a week. I used to have Tuesday, Wednesday downtime, where I would just sit here with no goddamn game playable whatsoever. It was a different time, brother. 1 dead day is nothing. Also, tomorrow will probably be a shorter stream. I know, crazy. I'll probably only do 6 hours instead of 10 hours. I'm so sorry. To prep for the 24-hour stream. Because I do want to be able to hit the 24-hour stream and not physically fucking die. So that would be awesome. Yo, Kanoni, what up, dude? Can we pre-purchase on the 11th? I do not believe that pre-purchase is going to be available for new packs. I think once it opens up, it'll be a bloodbath. Now, I would recommend, since it's going to be through Steam, preloading your funds onto Steam for your pack, and maybe that saves a step of checkout. So, was really worried we wouldn't get this VOD. Fear not, buddy. Fear not. You know what's crazy? I scrolled through my VODs, and I was like, I have some Siege VODs that I could bring up. I have some Scrim VODs that I could bring up. And then I was like, what about old Reliable? Why don't you throw something other than the curveball? Curveball's working. I just keep going to it, brother. 12-6. Shit's been working so far. I'm gonna keep letting it ride. How much will it be? 42.50 USD and then taxes on top of that. I don't know the total checkout price of it because I don't like math. However, I'm sure somebody could probably figure out the total checkout price of it. I already have mine, so obviously I'm not going to be too worried about picking up the new one. But it's $42.50, and then whatever taxes, fees, anything else like that comes out on top of it. Chat, somebody find a game for $42.50 on Steam and then buy it real quick and let me know how much it is. Tis a good day. Think the shots starting to kick in. Not too much pain. Ayo. Massive. Massive. You just got to get a few hours in. We only have a few hours left, Leon. And you got to get a few hours while we got it. Because once it's gone, much like that dude's mom yesterday, we're all going to miss it. And we're going to wish it was back. Moment of silence. Does it have a monthly sub? Not until the full launch of the game. At no point. Also, Nicole Kidman, what up? Huge fan. At no point throughout development will it have a sub. It is just the buy to play the entire time Ashes is in development. My guess is going to be mid to late 2028 for a full launch of the game because there's still so much Ashes left to come. They could always just surprise the fuck out of me and drop it sooner. They could always surprise me and drop it later. But my guess is in the second half of 2028 before we even start discussing the possibility of like the monthly sub coming into play. And then with your pack, you also get your first month of sub time when the game does fully launch included with that pack. So that's just $15 back basically. So you don't have to pay the sub until the second month of Ashes fully existing, not this early access. And then once Ashes fully comes out, second month, bro, Spotify's been weird as shit with my algorithm lately. I swear to God. Bruno, what up, dude? Have they said anything about creating SA servers? Eventually, However, for regionality right now, I believe it's just going to be NA EU servers, but there are a lot of SA communities that do play on the NA servers, and something tells me there will be a lot more. I think all of Brazil is planning to show up for this upcoming event. It's going to be, it's going to be something to fucking witness, brother. What's the consensus on leveling now? Anvil's any good yet? Still worse than the Riverlands. However, if you know how to work the anvils, you can get good out of it. Like, I'll be going the anvils because my guild has specifically been scouring the anvils, trying to create and find routes. And we really want to try to make it work. Opportunity cost as well. Like, you know, if there are fewer people in the anvils, then it pays off. However, if a lot of people are in the anvils, then the anvils gets fucked very quickly. Not all POIs are equal. Not all mob spawns in the anvils are equal. There are some very difficult mob types that you want to avoid in the anvils. There are some very easy mob types that you want to encounter in the anvils. So if you're not already fully researched on the anvils area, if you don't already have every bit of information that you need, then I would highly recommend a Riverland start, because the Riverland start, it's just, bro, it's more consistent, it's better. There's more of a follow-up through questing as a result. So, yo, Mackler, what up, my dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Bunny, what up as well? Do you think they'll actually be ready for beta in 2026? I think it'll probably be 2027. My personal thoughts, if they continue to take their time and, you know, I think add the full scope of the game, I'm someone who would prefer them to take their time and wait until things are ready to go instead of forcing it out like Amazon did with New World for so many different instances of the game. So from my standpoint, I'd almost prefer it if it wasn't, unless they just kick up development like crazy. It all just depends. Once the core is in and once they've fleshed out, you know, our economy is getting fucked in 3 months, every single server. Let's stop that from happening so the server's more playable. We're dealing with dupes, bugs, exploits out the wazoo. Let's get those fleshed out so everything's more consistent. Then they get a time to kill that people actually like, so they don't have to focus as hard on a playable balance right now. They'll be able to branch off into more of the accessory system implementation, so more loot table stuff. I mean, it's different teams working on everything, but like once the econ's in place, you can look at expansions of loot tables, you can look at developments of crafting further, you can look at player-to-player interactions on a deeper level. You can just start adding on top of that. Once the core's built, you have accessory systems that can start coming in. So the Harbingers are very core because it's the start of the story arc, right? However, the Harbingers can't function without the settlement system being in place and functioning properly in the first place. So that's more of an accessory. It's like the branch that builds off of the trunk. And as the trunk gets in a spot where it can support more branches, we're going to see more branches come out, right? It's just a matter of how quickly. So I'm not necessarily sold on like 2026. I hope that they don't hold too true to that if it's not ready to go. That's my biggest thing. If they're able to pull it off for beta in 2026 and we get a feature complete Ashes over the course of the next 300 and however many days it's going to be before the end of 2026, then hell yeah, go for it. But I want it to be in a good spot. I'd rather wait for Ashes to be Ashes than have them force it out a little bit earlier and have Ashes be a segment of what Ashes was fully supposed to be. That's my take. To say why it's coming to Steam in $50 less than it was. I mean, the price reduction is just because as a product continues to exist, and especially like a pre-launch product and it gets closer to launch, you're going to have price reductions. The $100 USD was back on May 1st for your entry in the first place. The $110 before that got you back in for the start of phase 2 instead of phase 3. And then before then, you had many different tiers of packs along the way, all of different prices. So I would honestly expect another price drop at a certain point in time. I don't necessarily know when I would expect it. However, I would definitely be prepared for another price drop, I mean, at some point in the future. Maybe for more beta access if they do decide to sell beta packs down the road, if they decide to do different entry points for like fresh start servers, whatever it may be. I would expect the price to continue to adjust as Ashes continues to get closer to launch, because there's going to be less time in that. But in terms of the $100 pack, again, you got in starting on May 1st. At that point, if you got your pack at the start, when it was first, available, you would have got phase 2.5, which was the original phase 3 entry. and phase 3, and then this would now be your third server playing. So not the worst value at that point. However, again, as it continues to age, then it'll probably adjust more. How many players do you project for early access? My original projection was 25K, which is much lower than a lot of people's projections are. I'm very bad with numbers in the first place, and there are a lot more content creators that are very large that have been looking at Ashes than previously thought, including fucking Asmongold. So like, if Asmongold comes over, he's gonna bring 25, 30K viewers with him anyways. And then out of that, you're gonna have a certain percentage of the Spurgs that join. I'd say Asmongold himself is good for about 5K sales. So I don't know, man. It's getting kind of hairy out there. It's getting kind of hairy. Esfan's bringing Crusade, and he's gonna bring a lot of eyes from WoW over with him too. So it's not just gonna be Esfan and his guild. It's gonna be Esfan's entire presence that comes over. So you're gonna have a lot of eyes from a lot of different areas of the MMO world. You're gonna have Canon coming over with some friends. You're gonna have the MMO journeymans, as I call them, that are popping around to other MMOs and actually like putting boots on ground effort to figure out what's going on with these MMOs. You're gonna have essentially every MMO creator that is trying to find an MMO that they could call home coming over here. It's gonna be disgusting. We might hit that 50K. Genuinely, as it gets closer, I'm getting more and more concerned that the 50K is getting realistic. I thought Steven was batshit crazy when he said that. It was basically just going, yeah, no, I got a 9-inch dick. Like, I thought he was huffing the coat. However, turns out the man that literally runs the company has insider info. Who would have fucking thought? They have a lot better projections than me just going, yes, I think. Who would have fucking thought? So maybe it actually is closer to that. I'm scared if it is, though. That's going to be chaos. Chaos. What I love about Ashes is people in the game do their own thing, and when PvP does happen, it happens only for when it needs to be done. Yeah, or you're carrying a crate on your back and you get swanton bombed off the top ropes. However, either experience can be yours. Phoenix, thank you for the 70-day. I think we're hitting the 50K easy. God, yeah, it's gonna be scary. It's gonna be scary. The closer we get, the more I'm like, oh fuck. Oh, this isn't good. Like, not that it's not good. It's very good, but it's also like there's a tsunami just pending. I see the wall of water out in the ocean, and I'm just standing on the shore with me and a couple hundred friends just going, oh my God. And it just keeps growing. We think that it's going to hit the actual, like, the seawalls and stop. And every time it gets to a seawall, it's like, oh, fuck. Oh, shit. Bro, it keeps balling up more. I'm so scared now. This shit about to hurt. It's the best resource for a new player. Probably this chat. I'm gonna be completely honest. Ashes YouTubers do great content. The problem with like YouTube content and posted content is it can change literally on the daily. There's some content that is more evergreen where it's like, you know, what an archetype plays like. That's going to be a little bit more consistent unless they substantially rework archetypes. However, first time user experience advice, go here, do this. This is min-max. This is optimal. That's going to be a very ever-changing instance. Koopa, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Even today, there are first time user experiences that have been changed the past 3 days consecutively on the PTR that have substantially messed with some people's routes. And they're also trying to find bottlenecks in the questing experience in between today and the end of servers in 4.5 hours. So that way they can try to fix that. It's kind of wild how fast everything's changing. So if you have any questions, I definitely got you. I am on the private test realm right now. My entire guild is on the private test realm, and many other guilds are on the private test realm. and we are all just boots on ground testing like fucking mad. Rose, you just started looking at AOC content creators since the Steam reveal. Been following the game for a little longer. Do you mind explaining resource extraction leveling? Is that even a necessary thing? Resource extraction leveling. Do you mean like just getting resources and then bringing them back to town and shit? I mean, it's just kind of an opportunity cost. So when you're out leveling, you have to be cautious that you don't, die to either PvE mechanics, PvP that can spin up or anything like that. Or are you talking like gathering leveling? Because from resource extraction, if you're trying to like grab resources and stuff, bring it back to town, you'll want to be aware of how many resources you have, because on a normal death, you'll drop a percentage of resources. Typically on a normal death, it's going to be 25% of your resources go onto the ground on your body and 25% go into the abyss. Fupo is the void. Fupo eats all of your materials. So they just disappear. You feed Fupo. You feed a cat. From there, in terms of, resource-based leveling as well, you do have the ability to fully level as a gatherer. You do get experience from gathering, processing, and crafting. However, the latter half, well, I guess the two latter options of that, processing and crafting, can be more money sinks early than they are money generators. And because of that, I very much advocate for new players to just go more on the side of gathering and playing the supplier role. I think that's the largest aspect of it that I could recommend, but deaths are genuinely not as punishing as a lot of people will make you think they are in Ashes. A lot of the time you're going to drop not much in terms of materials. You will drop at most 50% of your mats and get 2% of your level as experience stat, which you then need to farm off. You don't de-level, you don't drop pieces of your equipped gear. The only time that you would ever drop a piece of your equipment is if you kill a player that's not flagged up for PvP, and that would make you corrupt or a murderer, basically. You would be unable to unequip pieces, trade with players, go into towns. You'd basically be an outlaw. So, if you murder somebody, you've got to either die or you've got to farm off a shitload of mobs right now to get uncorrupted. And when you die while corrupted, you're dropping some gear. So you don't want to corrupt. It's going to be very, 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 very punishing if you do. Widow, good afternoon, my friend. Hope you're having a beautiful day. Is the game going to be truthful? I mean, depends on what you're looking at. I got 3,000 hours on stream, and it's not because I think it's dog shit. I think with Ashes, it just depends on what you're looking for, man. Different games can appeal to different types of people. It is very much an open world, grindy ass MMO that currently does not have a lot of the on-rail systems that it's going to have. It doesn't have PvP arenas that you can just queue into and go PvP. Things get changed on a daily. Yo, ni hao, Beepel. How are you, my boy? Things get changed on almost a daily basis. There are updates to the game very frequently. And at the end of the day, problems get taken care of, and they're working on developing more and adding more. So a lot of people will come in, and depending on the MMOs you come from and the type of MMO that you're looking for, if you want something that's entirely streamlined and linearized, and I follow a main story quest to max level, and then I queue up for arenas or I queue up for battlegrounds, then that's not going to be Ashes. And very likely won't be Ashes for you at any point, because that's not the premise of Ashes. However, Ashes is very socially driven, very, very, very open world emphasized, very player to player everything. And with Ashes, if you're looking for a socially based MMO that is all about player to player interaction, then it can be fun. If Ashes are good, why do you only play tank? Because I must make Ashes better by making all of the bards and the rogues and the summoners quit the game. I must do my part to continue to make Ashes great. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. Will the game be, let's say, 75% PvP and 25% PvE? Oh, God, no. If you're a dedicated PvP player, you're probably going to PvP with less than 10% of your time. I'm gonna just be completely upfront. There is a fuckload of content that is not PvP. Fire, thank you for the follow. There's a fuckload of content that's not PvP that you have to engage in to actually be able to PvP with solid gear, whether that is econing from just getting yourself some gold and then buying, reselling, flipping stuff in the player markets, whether that is gathering to get yourself a baseline and actually establish, I can craft this thing, I can econ for this thing. You've got to get your gear somehow. And you're not just going to get your gear from a reward for PvPing and stuff. So there is a lot of PvP in Ashes. It is a PvP, like, very PvP intertwined gameplay loop. And if you seek out PvP a lot, then you can find a lot of PvP. But for most players, you can very readily avoid most PvP in the game, especially if you're being aware of where you're going. And if somebody's like around you and there are a lot of people that are contesting your area, then just walk away. If you don't want to fight, then don't go near an area that there could be a fight. You know, if you hear a lot of hollering, don't go over there type shit. So you PvE to PvP better to help the PvEers. Yeah, you PvE to PvP to PvE. Exactly. You want to PvE to get the best gear so you can be in the best spot, so you can complete the best PvE content while also being able to PvP everybody over that PvE content. And if you're not willing to PvP over that PvE content, then you've got to go to a less competed for area of PvE content so you don't have to PvP. So, any news on servers, player cap or layers? No layering in Ashes ever. You're not going to see people put into pseudo instances. It is an open world 1-layer MMO. So, server capacity is going to be 5,000 CCU for this Steam launch. It's half of what their full projection is for the launch of the game. And we have less than half of the world right now. So, they've already had more players in this on a single server without dynamic gridding active. They've had 8,100 plus out of one starting area. So now we have 2 starting areas. Now we have dynamic gridding. Now we have a lower server capacity. So servers should be relatively smooth, hopefully, but there will very likely be many servers. I would expect, I don't want to say that many servers. I would expect maybe with the player base that's coming in, fuck, at least 5 NA. If we're truly going to see as many people coming in as people think, pull up your server info panel in PTR. Wait. And his name is John. What do you mean, like on the character creator or in game? Wet Stone, my boy. You're wet, I'm stoned. We're here together. Voice, welcome. If you haven't been here before, I appreciate y'all coming through. My name's Dusty. I stream every single day starting around 2 p.m. EST. I am here quite literally all the time. I've streamed almost 900 days in a row. I stream 8+ hours of Ashes daily, and I'm getting ready for a 24-hour stream to start these here beautiful servers. We've got our last few hours of PTR testing, and I am frantically scrambling. Actually, I'm not scrambling very much at all. I really am confident in my route this time around. I'm not actually scrambling much. I'm so fucking confident. I might be slightly overconfident in my route if I'm being completely honest, but I think we've got something good going on, man. I really think we do. Yo, Fento, what up, Doc? Fento would be the craziest name for a clown. It's Fento the clown, and then you just go over there and you're just like, then your nose squeaks a couple times. Yeah, that'd be fucking fire. Fento the clown would be huge. Flex on us, what level? What level am I right now? I'm 26 right now. What you mean? What you mean? I'm pumping right now. But no, I am oh, from start? Oh god, from the first time user experience? Oh fuck. Oh god. Oh, that's not good. However, I'm very confident in the grinds that we have. What can get fucked up and bottlenecked in quests can be circumnavigated from good mob grinds. Let me tell you what. I have devised us a route that hopefully will be unfuckwittable. That is the goal. That's the big goal. It's enough of an early questing route to get us off rip. And I still need to check on a couple more things to make sure that things are cooked or not cooked, depending on how we thought they would be. However, the goal is to just, within the first 30 minutes-ish, hit a nice cozy 6, and then just mob grind 6 to 25. I'm gonna be upfront with y'all. That's the immediate goal for the group. That's our ideal scenario. We do not want to spend any more time than we have to in the questing experience. I want to avoid that shit like mad. Dusty level 25 server first? Nah, I don't think people are going to hit it day one. Although I will say, comparatively to other starts, we're able to AoE pull as soon as we start mob grinding now, which is fucking insane. A lot of starts, especially if you were killing elites in the past without the gearing available, it was a very slow TTK, and you had to single pull at least to get started, and then hope for a couple drops, and then scale those drops into AoE pulls. I think leveling cadence is going to be a lot faster this time around because people can AoE pull confidently. Gear actually drops now. What if I told you that by the time you hit level 5, if you do your first time user experience and you do your destinies for the combat and the first steps, which are very doable by level 5, you will have 5 pieces of the same weight armor. You can choose which weight you want. You'll have 2 item level 9 weapons, a necklace, and consumes. They unironically feed you 45 power. Just right off rip. Is there PvE and PvP here? No separations, like no PvP specific stats or anything. Depends on what you're personally looking to gear for. PvP people typically gear a little bit more HP and mitigation. And, you know, mix in power. Obviously, prio power is a DPS. However, in PvE, you'll see a lot of people just Ico glass cannon, brrr, glicky, you know? That's their big thing. You doing a 24-hour on the 11th? I am indeed. No, thank you for the follow. Much love. I am indeed doing a 24-hour on the 11th. We are close to me also doing smelling salts on the 11th to get through the 24-hour. And then I also have spicy gummy bears that I will be eating on the 11th for snacks. Everything will be perfectly fine. Is Summoner on Alpha 2 servers? Summoner will be live on the 11th. It's on the private test realm right now. And the 11th is going to bring in the update that is on the PTR. Yo, X, thank you for following. Much love. It's going to be huge. We're going to have all 8 of the primary archetypes at that point. We're getting some... I say some. We're getting a complete revamp to the first time user experience. We're getting a lot more systems. Yo, Giorgio, score me over on YouTube. What up? How long it takes to get 25? Shit, I'd say new players, probably like 125, 150 hours. Plan around that. You're going to spend a lot of time looking for groups, getting pushed off of spots, not knowing where to go, not knowing what to do, trickling XP in. If you know what you're doing, I think world first pace may very well be 50-ish hours this time around, maybe even quicker than that, providing AoE pulling holds up and gear drops hold up 10 plus. Last server's pace was about 72 hours. And I'm thinking it's probably going to be in between 2 and 3 days. Guessing 32 hours with new drop rates. The thing about it is it's gotta be extrapolated to 10 plus. The longest drag right now is, in my opinion, 12 to 20. 12 to 20 is where you're going to start to see mobs ramp up. If you're 12, you're probably going to try to push into 15 mobs. And then once you start pushing into 15 to 20 mobs are going to hit harder than you want to be tanking in novice gear. The weapons that you get are going to start to filter out because they're going to be level 9. But let me tell you, the extrapolation of giving good players this much gear, it's going to help a lot. The initial kickstart versus I go to an area and I pull one mob at a time with no armor, no accessories, basic weapons, and we're at like 8 power. I shit you not, last phase, we were doing Steel Bloom runs with people under 50 power. I just want that for perspective. It was under 50 power. Was Blanford Cats on White looking for a guild to play with, but streamer guilds worry me because they're only usually active as streamers. Cats isn't a streamer guild. Just because I'm a streamer that helps with the leadership of Cats doesn't mean that Cats is a streamer guild. There are people in Cats that have no fucking idea I stream. Yeah, Cats is just a guild that happens to have a streamer that recruits for it, if I'm being honest. We have many different people in leadership that are not streamers that are full-time dedicated to the behind the scenes. If I died today, Cats would continue on in my honor. I just happen to be a streamer that kind of like pitched the whole Cats thing and got it situated. But in terms of Cats, I'm basically the recruiter. Like, I'm just one of the people at the top that recruits like mad for the community and tries to bring people in. So like, I try to use a stream to funnel people into Cats. However, Cats wasn't started with the intent of being a streamer guild or supporting the stream or anything like that. Cats started when I was a 3-viewer Andy back in New World. Cats was an OG thing. Put a supplement, no one's playing this wipe. Solo this way. Yeah. I mean, your choices then are basically Cat's Polar or somebody else, huh? Yep, the good fight is being fought. Something tells me there will be a lot of supple stragglers coming in. I mean, Exclamation Guild, we already have a lot of groups that have like been staticked out. We did our staticking over the course of this last week. But there are going to be a lot of fill spots for people that are, you know, dropping out of groups, needing a fill. Groups that are starting up after the fact for people that get in slightly late, don't have a static, late joiners, whatever it may be. So we are unironically going to have a couple hundred people leveling. Probably too much. We need 2 clerics and a bard. Oh, we need 2 clerics and a bard for statics? Oh, word. Well, that's super easy then. Yeah, so I guess we need 2 clerics and a bard for statics right now, so that'd be super simple. Just have an idiot that smiles and waves. Yeah, no, straight up. When I travel, Cats is the exact same. When I went to, I mean, TwitchCon was probably the most debilitating because that was when me and Streg were gone. Those were the heavy hitters in the leadership side of things, being taken out at once. So, you know, it was basically crippled functionally. But no, Cats operates literally autonomously. I don't know how the structure of other, like, true streamer guilds are, but I basically just exist within the comm and then try to recruit people, and then we have our entire leadership council that acts completely autonomously. If I ever need to be brought in on something, I get brought in on something, but I'm typically of the just front-facing recruitment, shove as many people into the comm as humanly possible, and then Nin does tickets, and everybody on the logistics side helps with tickets, and then we organize from there. It's kind of cool. I like that a lot. Why not 2 bards, 1 cleric? Oh, we're just filling different statics. So we have many different groups that are all set up and looking to go. And we gonna need fills for those groups. And then we also need some backups in place. What I want to know is if Zyback will be leveling early in this phase. I want to see him PvP everyone. You want to see him PvP everyone, or you want to see him jump people with 20 HP? I love Zybe. He's an opportunist. He knows how to spot a good fight, that's for sure. Never seen a player fight in a mob he didn't like. Kind of as being an officer, it was fun helping new players. I mean, we have a lot of opportunities for people to help the new players coming in, man. Our entire community is about just developing in-house. We don't really worry about heavy hitters from outside the comm. We're not out here trying to like grovel with people to poach them from established comms. If people reach out to us and they want to join Cats, then we're always recruiting. But for us, it's all about getting people that are going to be, you know, willing to grow with the community and then just developing that in-house talent. And if we continue to do that, then we got an infinite amount of content. We got an infinite amount of people. We just keep pumping and we keep progging like crazy, and then every single phase leading up to launch, and then every single update past launch, we just get better, dog. The 11th EU server, yay, will have a wipe and full Steam pre-release. Yeah, so the 11th is basically just a big update for the game in development. It's not anything that's saying Ash is going to launch soon. We go back to NA and EU servers. They're going to be brand new servers. Everything's wiped prior to that point. So you'll go in, every single player will be on those new servers. Nobody's going to be leveled. The only thing you'll have to compete against is people that have the knowledge. Like right now, I'm testing on the private test realm. We have a lot of people on the private test realm that are checking out leveling routes and shit like that. So people can get off to the best start possible. However, everything's changing on a daily basis. It's real tough to keep up with. So even past the 11th, you're going to see updates, probably multiple updates a week starting out. I would not be surprised to see frequent patching with Ashes. They'll probably have to bring servers down in terms of random disruptions a little bit, but you're still going to have a lot to do. We're probably going to be in that early access period, my guess, for a couple of years yet. My prediction for launch still stands strong at mid to late 2028. However, anything can happen. Literally anything can happen. Z, the Tropics Donger got you good, huh? Are you allowed to post on 11 a level guide from PTR? Oh no, unfortunately the NDA does not get lifted at any point. So like this is technically PTR footage. So you're seeing the Harbinger system, you're seeing the PTR build, at least an earlier version of it. So you are seeing the PTR. However, this is an older version of the PTR, Thaticus, thank you for the follow, where they lifted the NDA for a singular day. So anything that I got this day, I could show and I could use for content. Anything I got today is still going to be covered by that NDA. So what I'm going to do for my leveling route is I'm basically just going to clip down all of the spots that I go to as I level. And then I'm going to take people through why I'm going to those spots, what I'm doing in those spots. And then I'll post that after the fact. But I can't really pre-record any content without getting my shit Thanos snapped. NDA will be lifted after the 11th? No, the NDA will still be there after the 11th. You'll be able to play the live version of the game and show whatever. So I'll be back to playing live, which means I'll be able to show my game again. The private test realm will always be NDA'd. It will always be covered by that. I would not expect the PTR to ever not be NDA'd. So you have two different branches. Live, show the game. Live's not up yet. That is going to be the 11th update. Private test realm. Private test realm is only up sometimes. You sound like you need water. Oh my god, dude, it's so dry. It was negative 18 with the wind chill. I choose coffee. Holy shit, dude, it's dry as fuck. Oh my god. Tea and honey? Yeah, I'm on my throat coat regimen. But yeah, the PTR is visually NDA'd. You can talk about it, you can yap about it, you can draw pictures, you can literally do whatever you want. However, you cannot show it. So if you're on the private test realm, that is up sometimes. Not up all the time. Typically when they need more focus testing around certain systems, certain patches, like the first time user experience in this focus test today, they're looking for bottlenecks. They're looking for some weird things along the way. And I think I just found a very weird animation thing. Fubo. Fubo, have you been to the anvils today? Because I feel like I just found an animation bug. Hold on. /bug. This guy's foot is tweaking. Let's see. NPC. I guess interaction. So there's an NPC that's like standing on a textured part of the floor where they have all of like the little carvings out. And his foot is just like flexing up like crazy and then just going back down. It's like going into his leg almost. It looks very painful for his ankle. It's Hammerhead Iron Vein. When you spawn in and then go to the left, he's like talking to a group of people immediately. And he just be nervous as shit. Is today the last day of the PTR? Yes, today is the very last day of the private test realm. It goes down at 7 p.m. EST. So, you gotta get your testing in. You gotta lock in the route today. You gotta figure out where you wanna go, what you wanna do, who you wanna do, where you wanna be. Because if you don't, brothers, GG, well played, you're cooked. It's going to be chaos. And if you are going at this point in time into the servers without a group and without a set leveling route, I got bad news for you. You're gonna have a really bad time. 4 hours left on the PTR. 4 hours left indeedly. Yes, Sirski. Do we know the server count yet? No, they said they would put out an announcement today. And as we know, Intrepid always waits until I'm live to put out any announcements so that way I don't miss it. So I'm very thankful for them for that. It's, you know, they help support the content as much as they physically can. For legal purposes, that is a joke. I don't know when the announcement's gonna be. I would assume probably close to the end of their day, they'd probably put that out. So that way, if anybody's pissed off about it, then they just kind of go home anyways and it doesn't really matter that much. If I had to guess, any DJ clerics lurking in here? Do we have Z in a static? Because Z will probably do a 24 if Z needs to do a 24. I'm in a mage? Why mage? Oh god. I was thinking Steven says it on the interview coming up. Ooh, that could be cool too. That could be cool. What if Steven also hits like a mean gritty to get into the interview itself? That'd be so swaggy. But yeah, 4 hours left on the PTR. We do not know the server count quite yet. I've got no fucking idea. I'm waiting with bated breath though. My prediction is they're gonna start at 3 NA, 1 EU, And then they're going to say that they will expand the NA servers once those reach capacity and have a very large queue that is that like has surpassed a certain percentage of capacity. I think they will have thresholds in place where they're like, okay, yeah, we're definitely going to spin up another server now. However, I think they want to fill the existing servers guaranteed before they go too far into putting new servers up. And for that reason, I feel like we get in 3. I think there will be no problemo whatsoever having 15,000 concurrent players on launch for NA and 5,000 for EU. I also think we're slightly underestimating how large the EU player base could be with this. Like, we could have very large international player bases that are coming in outside of just the immediate NA side of things. We could have Europeans, we could have SA communities, we could have Canadians coming in with all of these price changes and the localization. So really looking forward to seeing, you know, all the new communities popping up. And they'll all be forced on NA servers for the most part. Even half of EU is going to play on NA. So they said server info tomorrow, Margaret post. Was that today or was that yesterday? I thought it was server info today from a post yesterday. Canadian, what's that? I don't know, man. I've heard they're trying to steal our whole flow, bars and everything. I'm pretty sure it's just like a baby no money cult over there. I'm not quite certain though. Brazil has a pretty large player base from what I can tell based on sheer number of YouTubers. Westone, you ever watch a match of football? And you ever see like a regular season game result in a riot that got like 72 people maimed and killed? SA fan bases are, through gaming, through sports, through supporting content creators, through anything that they enjoy, some of the most passionate motherfuckers that I have ever interacted with, and I love SA players. They are a fucking riot, brother. Let me tell you what. They are a riot. We had a Brazilian community in, well, it was mostly Brazil, but had like some SA All-Stars. That was called Ping Diff in New World that came up and played on higher ping to try to compete with the NA communities. And I'm gonna be honest, I had never in my life before this war and like meeting these people had anybody DM me on Instagram talking shit about New World. I genuinely, yo, Necros, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Never in my life have I ever had anybody DM me on Instagram talking shit. But I'm like getting off stream one day and I got a, ooh, they upped the respawn rate on some of these rootsy wootsies. All right, bottleneck 1 is way better now in the anvils, by the way. If you're coming out bonfire side, they added in some more of the root spawns and they increased the respawn rate. W Intrepid, thank you very much. That is a very good change and I appreciate you all for that. That's fucking wonderful. Thank God. Yes, thank googly moogly indeed. Yes, W Intrepid. Yeah, this is good. This is very good. Do you recommend me to play Rogue if most of the times play that kind of characters in MMO? Yeah, I mean, I would say in terms of picking your class or your primary archetype is what it's technically called. Just pick whatever you want to play the most, whatever appeals to you on a higher level, and just, is that a fucking dragon skimmy? The fuck? Where did you get that badge? That's dope as shit, Cranbram. But pick whatever speaks to you on a spiritual level, dog. There are gonna be so many balance changes along the way that will make your favorite class good, bad, good again, bad again, bad again, and good again. And if you only play based around what's meta and what you're really thinking is going to be, you know, what you're thinking is gonna be best, then you're just gonna end up re-rolling 17 times. You're probably going to end up playing classes that you don't actually want to play in the long term. So, bro, I'd just say play whatever you want to play. Whatever appeals. I play a tank, and if tank were to get nerfed today, I'd play a tank on the 11th. I just like playing tank, and I find what I like playing, and then I just stick with that, and I hope I get good at it. Rat players rejoice. No. Like, I don't want to condone more rogues existing in the world, because I feel like that's just not good. I feel like that's not a world that I would want to live in or would want anybody else to have to live in. And like, I don't want to be out here condoning people making rogues, right? It's still like actual getting skull fucked levels of brain dead. But if they enjoy it, man. To each their own at this point. Some people would go on a rant about skull fucking. Roxanne, rats were opportunistic. You know who else is opportunistic? A fucking rat. Never met a rat that didn't love an opportunity, brother. You show me one, I'll show you a fucking new type of rat. Put food in front of those lads? Nope. Nope, no way, no how. Wouldn't mind more rogues if rogue players actually focused on getting a good PvE damage rotation. Bro, all rogues want to do is fucking grapple around and then backstab stuff. And if they took out the grapple around and they just backstab stuff in PvE, then maybe we'd actually be set. Maybe we would like them a little bit more. Is it a free-to-play game? No, it is not free-to-play. It'll be $42.50 for Steam Early Access starting on December 11th, so 2 days from now. That's going to get you access for a long time, though. That'll get you in until the game fully launches, whenever that may be. My guess is mid to late 2028, so you'll be getting in for a lot of testing and development. So you do have the 11th to the 25th, where the game's going to be on sale for $42.50. And at the end of the day, I think that's pretty good value for what's likely going to be a couple years of an MMO world. So you don't have to pay any sub during development. When the game launches, it'll be no box cost and no DLC cost with a monthly sub. But again, we don't have to worry about that sub until the game fully launches. So, super excited for Ashes on Steam. Yo, me too, dude. How do you think the release will turn out? Realistically, as somebody who has played a shitload of Ashes and seen a lot of these changes and, you know, follow the project for even longer than I played, I think there has been a lot of improvement in the state of Ashes from a year ago to now. However, I think there's still a lot that can be improved in the next year, right? So I think with a lot of people coming in, the 1 to 10 experience is actually going to be pretty solid. I think people will like the first time user experiences pending how bad bottlenecks are gonna be. And then once people hit 10, it's gonna get a little bit grindy. You're gonna have to grind mobs, you're gonna have to find a spot to go where you're gonna smack shit and not be bothered by people. And you may have to compete for stuff, you may have to PvP for stuff along the way and compete for those objectives. However, some people will enjoy that. Some people won't. Teach their own. But I think level 10 is where we're gonna start to see people get a little bit on the side of, oh, okay, this is less than ideal. 9 to 10's decently grindy. Yeah. As people get closer to 10, I think the 10 to 20 is probably going to be the least enjoyed part for people because it is grindy at the end of the day. Like, for not everybody, it's going to be a massive grind. A lot of people will just be like, oh, I hit mobs in an MMO. This is nothing new, right? It is what it is. So from that standpoint, I do absolutely think there will be a good amount of players that do come in and they just enjoy it. There is a lot to do, especially on the community side. It's an open world MMO, so at the very least, you're gonna see a lot of players in the same place doing the same shit, and that's gonna add an element of, oh, wow, at least there are people in this world that are active and that are playing. And I think that alone is a big positive for Ashes. It's just, how is retention gonna be as more people get into that 10 plus range? I think that's probably gonna be the most criticized part of Ashes right now, and my personal largest worry. But I still think there are enough things to do while you're in that 10 to 20 grind that will help. I think people should go anvils. Stop. Do we want to have to merge servers day 2? Because that's how we merge servers day 2, dog. That's not good. Oh, God. Great thing is, oh, dude, the XP scrolls are fucking phenomenal. Yeah, XP scrolls are great. We're going to have XP scrolls run out to my group just routinely. We will always have XP scrolls. I thought the anvils was tech. So, I mean, like, I'm going the anvils because we've plotted out routes and we know what's dangerous, we know what's safe, we spent a lot of time out here, but the anvils is way worse for improv leveling, if that makes sense. If you have a group that knows this is step 1, this is step 2, this is step 3, everybody do this, go here, auto follow the rest of the group over to this place, then GG, well played, you're good, right? However, if you're just trying to, you know, fuck it, we do it live in the anvils, it's gonna be rough. You're gonna die a lot. You're gonna find areas, Cramper, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. You're gonna find areas that don't present the most consistent experience opportunities for you, comparatively some of the opportunities in the Riverlands. And you're gonna find a much more punishing mob table too, just in terms of which mobs are actually existing out in the world. So I do worry a little bit in that regard for people that are going the anvils, because it is still going to have a lot less logical mob level banding. You run into level 12 to 15 birds pretty much right off rip, and there's not really a way around that whatsoever, no matter what you're doing. So with the anvils, you're still at a point of, I'm gonna get punished by this and I'm gonna like it, and you gotta prep for that. So I don't know, most new players I think definitely should go Riverlands. I think they should follow the Riverlands questing until they reach a bottleneck where they are very unhappy about leveling. Also, I think they might have lowered drop rates on the second bottleneck. So I'm coming out the bonfire side right now, and I have been, the entire time we've been having this discussion, sitting here in the cave in the northeast side for the fisherman's loss, like the tin and the net and the fishing pole. And I still don't have the tin spawn yet. Like, I still don't have that drop. Granted, I'm just solo, but I am not having good drop rate out here right now. Skill issue? I am dog shit. Yeah, that's also probably gonna weigh in on it a little bit. Got both of my first 2 kills just now. Both or all 3? Because you're supposed to get the pole, the net, and then the tin, right? Or do they take out the need for the pole? Because the pole's still in my inventory. However, I still have to get the other 2. Jesus Christ, I'm having bad luck. Is that the one in the back? Yeah, where the horses typically are. And I'm seeing no horses and only sadness. Lil Nas X told me it would be different. How's your 1 to 10? Time and hints? My 1 to 10 in the anvils is get the fuck through the questing experience as fast as humanly possible, because fuck quests, and then start mob grinding. That's my honest advice. If you're going anvils, prepare to be mob grinding around level 4. Just full disclosure.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
But our 1 to 10, 1 to 10 is fast. 10 to 20 is where you make up your time and separate yourself from others. Brother, my drops are terrible. 10 to 20 is where you really separate yourself in that timing. If you have a good, you know, I hit 10 in a reasonable time, you can catch up to everybody with a better 10 to 15, because if you have a good 10 to 15, you're gonna get apprentice gear, you're gonna get apprentice weapons.
You're fucking cooked. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao, you're gonna get apprentice everything that you need. So, in my opinion, the 1 to 10 is just a facilitator. Like, in basketball terms, I'm not worried about the defender that's guarding me. I'm worried about the help side defense that's going to be the second line of resistance that's behind my defender. So I'm trying to figure out, where can I put us that's going to separate us from all of the competition that's around us? Where can I put us that will present enough opportunity for us to post up, root up, and get good grinds? And then where can I put us that will simultaneously have the best follow-up to a subsequent area? And that's what we've been trying to think about with the grinds. It's not about I go here and get XP. It's I go here, get XP, and transition to here. Then I transition to here. It's like pool, lining up your next shot. You always got to see where the cue ball is going to bounce so you don't leave yourself with a shitty spot. Golf, looking at your next shot. It's just that foresight aspect of it. So if you're hitting a point where you were ever like, I'm not sure where to go, at any point in leveling, you got a few hours to figure that out with your group. You staying anvils at 10? Yes, I am. I absolutely am. We have an anvils route that can realistically take us to 20 plus. Yo, what up, Quas? We genuinely could go 20 plus in the anvils. However, I'm thinking the goal is probably to juice like mad in the anvils to 16, 17-ish, and then go Steel Bloom and compete for Steel Bloom, depending on how timing is looking. It's all going to be about timings, though. It's also going to be interesting because of server capacity shit. How we'll see communities shape up, because naturally everyone can say, oh yeah, no, we'll definitely all go on this same server. However, if your entire community is locked out of a server and there's a massive queue, you're probably just going to say, all right, everybody, we going over elsewhere, and then we'll just wait for merges to be a thing later on. I absolutely think we're going to see a whole lot of whoopsie daisies from where communities actually end up versus where communities say they want to end up. However, that's just my predict on it all. Change servers. Oh god. Oh god, it's gonna be so bad. I really hope they never do server transfers with Ashes. Paid server transfers are so fucking cooked because they annihilate servers. The entire population just gets Dormammu'd. Nobody can stop it. Nobody does anything about it. Like there's no way. It's fucking inevitable. Shul, Resno, Lotharia, and Piloon. Wait, they announced it? Have a guide? Wait, what dis? Hold on. Did this just come out? Glorious adventures! The time has finally arrived. On December 11th, 2025, around 10... around. Roughly. Around 10 a.m. Pacific. Around. Roughly. Oh god. 10 a.m. Pacific, Ashes will officially move to Steam with the launch of its early access. This marks a monumental milestone for our journey, and we couldn't be more excited to welcome new and returning testers into the world of Vera. And also DustyWhy. You know what's fucked up, chat? The current testers get fucking no love in this community. What about us? What about the people that are boots on the ground right now? The Dusties and the Whys. Where is our love? God fucking damn it. Cold ass world out here, dog. I swear to God. I want an edit on this shit immediately. Serving it up to you fresh. I believed in you. Hunter, thank you for the hydrate. Whether you're defending the lands from relentless harbinger threats, navigating treacherous waters in search of rare sea creatures, fucking excuse you? Navigating treacherous waters in search of rare sea creatures. The sport fishing. Fair. Fair. I guess it's treacherous because it flags you up for PvP and then rare sea creatures are sport fish. Stupid fucking fishing. It's not treacherous at all. God damn it. Or commanding powerful spirit companions into battle. Our V0.18, I call it 0.18, update offers something for every type of adventure. Below, you'll find everything you need to know to jump into early access, along with highlights of the new features arriving in this update. Is this the same thing that they dropped previously? Hold on.
Refine, improve.
Yep. I recognize that voiceover. All right. How to join and realm list. Joining early access is simple. Once Steam early access releases on Steam. Oh wait, once early access releases on Steam, whoops. All players with access will be able to jump into the action via Steam with a fresh install. The following realms are planned to go live around 10 a.m. Pacific on December 11th, 2025. NA, Shul, and Resna. The return of Shul and Resna. And then EU, Lotharia, and Piloon. I don't know what the fuck Piloon is. Chat, what's the lore on Piloon? This is one of the gods, surely. What did Piloon do? I need the Piloon lore. Because they're not just making words out. This is like stuff that I'm supposed to know. And if I don't know it, then we're fucked. So only 10k players per region. Well, we may release additional realms as needed. So I would say plan on additional realms. Piloon equals moon god, I'm assuming. Yeah, that makes sense. Is 2 servers enough? I've heard people saying 5k per server. Probably not. Only 2? Hey, hold on. We don't need to say only 2 like it's a bad thing. Let's put servers at the end of that so I feel like you're not making fun of me. Fuck, man. Let's specialize what you're laughing at. Like with the whole only 2. I worked hard for this too. Isn't this 4 servers? Well, 2 NA, 2 EU. Now the question is, will there be enough players to fill up 2 EU servers? My guess is no. My guess is this might be too many servers for EU. It's not about us. It's about us, Immortal. It's always about us. They were dead last phase. And a lot of the EU players were just like, hey, I want to go back to NA servers. Let's merge. I mean, hey, maybe it works. What's server cap? 5,000 concurrent users. So 20k players total can play. Yes, as of right now, unless they spin up additional realms as needed. So if they need to, they will spin that shit up like you at the start of your goddamn stream yesterday. God, that was such a good gooning set. Anyways, stream. 5k, that's it. Well, so with 5k, that represents less than half of the playable world. So we have, what in? With 5k, that represents half of the intended total concurrent player base. And that is existing in the desert, the Riverlands, the Jundark, the Tropics, and the Anvils. And the Tropics, the Gundark, and the desert are far from full biomes. So these still need a lot of implementation. The entire map is supposed to have 10,000 concurrent on launch. That's always been their initial goal. So 5,000 between here and here, and then you have these 3 half-developed areas as well that also present some content. It's actually not that bad. I feel like that's still going to be enough for the world to feel very populated, because do not underestimate, there's no instancing. 5,000 in Ashes feels like 50,000 in other MMOs, because 90% of your player base is going to be in instance content if it's a fully theme parked out MMO. Whether that's New World where people are playing OPRs, arenas, capture the flag, well, not anymore, but doing their dungeons in instances, doing their raids in instances. 5,000 people is a lot of people. Do not underestimate how large that truly is, especially when you have opportunity cost. Do you think the servers held on a most recent phase? Like in terms of their stability or in terms of population? Because population, fuck no. Stability last phase? Just numbers? Oh god, no. No, the content cycle is a fickle bitch for Ashes right now. With the content cycle of any game, you naturally have a deployment of like content hits and then more people are like, oh fuck yeah, I want to play this, and then they flock to it. Think PoE launches. And as that content comes in, you have new players that check it out because word of mouth spreads if it's good. You have returners that come back because there's now something to do. And as people complete that content, whether it's seeing it through to completion and getting the gear they want to, getting the testing they want to, getting the knowledge they want to, something along the line will lead to them feeling like at some point most players have set a state of I've achieved my goals. And then that's when you see retention. So you either have I have something to do past achieving my goal sets, or you have I bid you adieu, I will check back later, my good men. And right now Ashes has a lot of that lack of replayability at the forefront with a lot of the systems. Once you get to level 25, once you get gear that you're happy with, once you feel like you're pumping, what pump, what do previous to this patch? Guild scrims, swaggy. Deck a guild war on somebody because you get mad at them, so you just find where they are and jump them instantly, swaggy. At the end of the day, there wasn't a whole lot for people to actually look forward to. And I think that's going to be a very large contributing factor that we finally have the Harbinger system, that we finally have some fun loops like going out and yoinking people's fucking fish from sport fishing. We have some things that now are going to give a little bit more of a feeling of replayability and what can I do. So let's affect the towns leveling. Oh, towns are going to level fast as shit. Towns are going to level disgustingly fast, in my personal opinion. Ha! I love all of the people on the PTR that are just sitting here AoE pulling rocklings like crazy, thinking that those things are going to be anywhere near available. Oh god, yeah, that's going to set you up for some disappointment, Brody. Everybody in that one little pathway coming out of Bonfire is sitting there pulling rocklings and trying to parse their farm off of Rockling Farm. And brother, you're going to be fighting for a single goddamn rockling. I'm running right past that shit. The only scenario where it's worth it is if you grab comms, then you get the rockling comm and you complete that. But I think town leveling is going to go very fast this phase, Char. And I think you'll have a lot of people that are spreading throughout the world They've also changed how the level banding in certain areas works. So more opportunity for people to actually level in different areas. You'll have more spread of players. You're naturally still probably going to see like Jova and Winstead as your first two levelers. But in the Anvils, you'll see a little bit more consistency and throughput, especially with the level banding of some of the new POIs they brought in. That may help the Anvils level a bit. So that'll be nice. That'll be nice. 2NA is one server from last way. I don't think we ever hit close to 10K concurrent this last phase. I'm gonna be honest. I would be shocked if Shoal this last phase even hit 6K. Is there another interview today? Yeah, today there is the Nice, Lloyd, Vladis, and Zyvac interview. I want to say that's a little bit later in the day. I think it's like 7 p.m. EST or something, if I remember correctly. I want to say it's right around that time. How's your performance? Oh my god, my performance is fucking disgustingly good, Fupo. Yeah, my performance is sicko mode. Have you looked at the server info? US East to... Wait a minute. Vira. Why does it say we on Vira? Wait a minute. Is that what I'm supposed to be looking at? US East to Vira. Wait, what are there is no Vira. I'm so confused. What's the importance of this? Does this mean that there's now like a standalone Vira realm that's ready to be spun up? Because this is still staging. This is not prod for the environment. The version is long. That's new. Server worker 1. Oh, I'm on server worker 1. I found the start of it all. I'm at the point of base origin. US East to Vira. What does it all mean? Does that mean the update's already been pushed to prod? And maybe that was what they were doing on the back end? I'm so fucking confused now. Why does it say Vira? Why does the PTR have a name? I feel like that's like naming your cows only to slaughter them on a farm. That doesn't seem very kosher. That seems like it's gonna set you up for failure and disappointment. 24/7 PTR server? Probably not. That was a goal. Wanted to mess with your head. I've now completed task and I'll take nap. Well, joke's on you, because anytime my head gets all fuzzy, I just go take a bong rip and then forget what I was thinking about. I Uno reverse card you, sir. Retention is nothing for me. Quite literally nothing. I can't remember shit. Parasoftware was on the PvE server? I don't fucking know. I have no idea. Now the question is, what is the PvP server going to be? Like, what is it all going to lead to? That is the question. Because I genuinely do not think in any way, shape, or form. I don't think in any way, shape, or form that people are going to actively be able to plot out which servers they want to go to over the course of an entire community. I don't... Surprise PTR's closed tomorrow? Yeah, they got to do something to its back end. I don't really know what it is, but whenever they're touching the server's back end, they never let me watch. And it's kind of fucking weird. I don't know what they're doing to it back there. I don't know if the server's consented to this or not, but I feel like Intrepid's up to some shady fucking stuff. So just be aware. Just be aware. PvE will be the EU servers. I feel like the EU servers aren't even going to be PvE. I feel like the EU servers are going to be empty. I feel like all the EU guilds are just going to come over here this time around because the pop is here. I don't know, though. That's up in the air. I am not 1000% certain on what's going to happen. I have not talked to the EU lads. I have not said my daily moins over there. Wish someone would do something in my back end. Hey, I mean, hey. I'm sure there is someone out there, Bo, that loves you enough to absolutely restructure that back end. Yo, Brandomness over on YouTube. What up, my boy? Hope you're having a good day, dude. So, what is Guild gonna say? Which server are we gonna go to? Shit, probably when people talk about it a little bit. I think it's hard to tell right now, and honestly, even in terms of a, you know, we want to go to this server, it's still going to be 1000% a game time decision. Oh, nice. This is not the route that I wanted to take. I have made a mistake. It's still going to 1000% be a game time decision along the way. Because the second we try to plan somewhere, and then that server falls, it falls into a massive queue, the groups fall apart, it becomes a really large issue. PTR working right now? Yeah, PTR is up until 7 p.m. EST. So we got a few hours left. I'm running some early leveling routes to try to see if anything's changed in the area that I do want to get my leveling on. So what access do you need to be able to play in 2 days? If you have previous alpha or beta access in any way, shape, or form that you yourself purchased, then you are able to play in 2 days. Other than that, if you do not currently have access, you will purchase on Steam. It's going to be $42.50 for the remainder of development, no matter how long that goes. And with that one purchase, again, you're in until the game fully launches. So $42.50 if you don't have access. If you do, you just link up your Steam account and your Intrepid account, your Ashes account on the Ashes website. Super simple. I did mine this morning and it genuinely took me about 5 seconds. You just log into Steam, log into your Intrepid account, and then you just link them. It's in your account settings on the website. Super, super, super simple. You do have to have access to be able to link. So am I crazy to think they can stick way more than 5K per server? Like, tech-wise, absolutely, they probably can. Especially with dynamic gridding active, if dynamic gridding is active in any way, shape, or form, right? However, content is the bottleneck at that point that's created. If dynamic gridding works for 100,000 people, who named their character Dust? What the hell? There's a Dust here. I've got children. My good golly gosh. We're up tremendous. Is Cleric just a healer? Do they have offensive options? I mean, they have some utility, but they are definitely predominantly a healer. So, how many times do you read the instructions? What, to link up the account? Me? I just went through it once. They were like, click in your account settings, and then you'll see the Steam button. And I went to my account settings, and I saw the Steam button. It was super, super, super easy. Stream today? What, dev stream? No, dev stream was a couple of days ago. Today is the interview that that Vladis, Zyback, Lloyd, and Nice are doing with Steven. That's a little bit later in the day. I don't know exactly what time that's at, but yes. They have the squad interview, the council. So does the game stick to the 30-day refund or is it the 2-hour Steam refund? It was originally a 90-day refund period, but now it's a Steam standard. Since they're on Steam and publishing through Steam, they have to adhere to the Steam refund policy, unfortunately. So I feel like they kind of got strong-armed into it at that sense, where they didn't have much under their control. I loved the 90-day refund, but it says release time on Steam. I think it's 5 p.m. GMT. Well, it's supposed to be, they said in the article 10 a.m. PST, 1 p.m. EST. However, I don't know what that is in GMT. So it'll be 2.5 hours before right now on the 11th, based on the article that they put out. However, that could always change. That could get delayed at any point in time. Yo, gang over on YouTube, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. I'm EST so I can work and still play. It's fucking massive. The ultimate efficiency. If they come to server with NPCs, all the bad actors would flock there to help bug report. I mean, most of the servers have NPCs anyways. It's just your player base. It's literally just your player base. That, I wish there was an alternative. Yo, Joyce, Steve, thank you for following. I appreciate you. Gonna have to run home to work to start my install. Brother's gonna actually hit the pre-download. Wait, couldn't you just like remote into your PC? Set up remote control from your phone. Yeah, you can just remote into your PC and then start the download. Yeah, don't be a fucking casual with it, dog. Steam says 1 day and 21 hours. Yeah, that would make sense then. That would make sense. 1 day and 21 hours, if it was 21 hours and 28 minutes, I think, would be 1 p.m. EST, if I remember correctly. However, I'm not good at math. I never claimed to be. Ugly sweat badge just dropped. What the fuck is ugly sweat badge, Mr. Ron? What are you on right now? Dev, how are you, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. I'm doing well. I'm a little nervy. about how the servers are going to hold up and what the server structure is going to be and what guilds and who's going where and who's fucking who. But at the end of the day, it's time to figure it all out, my boys. It's time to figure it all out. Ugly sweater. Oh, word. I was like, ugly sweat badge. What the fuck is this? Randomness, thank you for following, dude. I appreciate you. Where are you going to the Anvils? You need a group? I'm just running the first time user experience right now to see if anything's changed. However, I got distracted and fucked off. And then I died. So I gotta be a little bit more cautious.
Cat with abs is absolutely
I must be cognizant of my route and not just obliterate my own ass. Just got me a new headset for the release. Yo, wait, what do you pick up? You gotta get yourself the wireless headset so you can still plot with people in your group while you're taking pisses. Nurgle, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Vertical previously owning Miralith. We'll play US this time, so expect EU guilds joining. Oh yeah, no, I would expect EU guilds to play on NA, which is why I'm kind of surprised that they're planning two NA and two EU servers. I feel like the EU servers actually have the potential to be quite empty. I'm sure there's going to be a lot more EU population than there was previously. However, I worry that they may be slightly empty. How many NA servers is planned? They're starting 2 NA, 2 EU. And then from there, they will open up more as needed. I think we're definitely going to need more than 2 NA. I think that's going to be tough. I think the Q boss is going to be a bitch for people at that point in time. East and West Coast, Ohio. Ohio. I think super server, oh god, that'd be so bad for content. Oh fuck. Like a super server sounds cool until everybody realizes that a super server just evolves and nobody being able to do anything because it's all chaos, which can be fun, but over the course of time, people actually want to be able to progress and hit stuff, like hit each other with the best shit, hit each other with the shiny weapons. And then in terms of the multi-regional EU server, or the multi-regional global server, when EU comes over, they're going to be on an EU time frame. It's great for the first week or two, but motherfuckers got jobs. NA players got jobs. EU players got jobs. A lot of people got jobs. At a certain point in time, it just becomes 2 ships passing in the night. You have your EU shift in the morning, then you have your NA shift at night, and then everyone just cycles through. Jobs? Hey, listen, unemployed gang. If you guys don't have jobs, join cats. We got a lot of jobless motherfuckers here that are happy to grind with you along the way. Please unsummon your mounts in Winstead or leave them outside the town. Oh god. Wait. That's going to be awful. Oh fuck. Summons and mounts in towns. Oh my god. You're literally going to have multiple thousand player characters in Winstead early. If it's the first T3 and people are going there to refine and process. That bit about to be rough. Is Steam download at midnight? Fuck no. Steam download opens up when the servers go live. And if you haven't bought yet, then you have to buy when it all goes up. Can you please tell me some info about perfect team comps? Typically 2 cleric, 2 bard for most new players, 3 DPS, and then 1 tank for your 8-person comp. 2 clerics because if one of your clerics dies, your other cleric can res the first cleric that died. You've got more wipe protection, you've got some more security there. 2 clerics is really consistent. So, don't really have to worry about much there. You can always switch out supports however you want to. If you want to run 1 less bard, you can. I wouldn't recommend it. If you want to run 1 less cleric, you can, however. That's dangerous. So I would be very cautious. I would have a very good group in place that knows what they're doing if you are running 1 singular cleric. Because if your cleric dies, you have no res. They've got to run all the way back. You're down a cleric for the group. It's kind of rough. So I would recommend 2 bard, 2 cleric, 1 tank, 3 DPS. So when Flanker asked for flying mount just to do and record a custom event, he didn't even get an answer. Meanwhile on NA, there's apparently no problem grinding wishes to certain guilds. You might be put on side. I think that might be a reach. Coyote, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I don't necessarily think that there are favors being granted to certain guilds where people are being given flyers to record content. The only time that flyers have ever been given to players is either like Pirate Software getting his own custom flyer when he was mayor anyways, or the temp flyers that were given for certain events for people that were like casting and shit. But nobody ever really got to like keep a flyer, especially to record custom content and stuff. I like the snores. Well, flyers specifically. Like ground mounts and different ground mounts are, I think, one thing. I think there probably wouldn't be an issue with getting like a ground mount skin, especially on the PTR to use. Skeptics, thank you. Are you new here? Brother, you've been here like 1,000 hours. You got more time here than most people do. What the fuck? But yeah, like the ground mount thing, I think would probably be not a big deal. But he said he could use his guildmate's account, but that would be against TOS. Also, it was like a big event. He said he could have it for 1 hour and they could take it. What was the big event though? Because I mean, if it's a spur of the moment thing, they also have to clear that through different channels. Like, unfortunately, there's a lot more to it. And I've never even like asked for flyers or anything there. I would say in terms of a recording stuff standpoint, that big event was like 120 viewer EU PvP tourney with weird rules. I mean, I don't think the viewer count necessarily matters on the PvP tourneys and stuff. I don't think that should be the metric that they judge supporting off of or anything like that. But I also think there's a lot of coordination that has to go into place to have those things be granted. And it's not a guarantee that running a community event will ever get anything. In terms of flyers, in terms of anything, you know. I would always say to err on the side of not necessarily expecting it. Trying your best to coordinate it ahead of time with Intrepid of like, hey, we're going to be running this event just for perspective. I've been in talks with them about community events that I'd like to run at some point. I'm just, you know, throwing spitballs out. But they typically like 3+ weeks of notice for even just like, here is the final draft of what we're looking at for the event. And if you don't give 3 weeks notice, it's very hard for them to accommodate anything. They schedule weeks out for stuff. So like pop-up events and whatnot are going to be a lot harder to get direct Intrepid support from. And there have been events before that I didn't even have, like, you know, flyers for on the NA side that I was casting that I had to get the ground view on. So, you know, at the end of the day, if you ever get it, it's a bonus. But I wouldn't be too mad about not having it, so to say. Any reason you get the speed increase on the road in the Anvils and not Riverlands? Are you running in an Anvil settlement that's leveled? If you're running in KT, I think KT's still... Yeah, KT's still village. So if you're running in KT, they'll have developed roads there. Maybe to follow up and answer after the event was over. Yeah. No, and I mean, I don't necessarily think Flanky Wanky's one of the ones to get like too upset about it in the long term anyways. But it's tough. I mean, just again, like once the content creator stuff went out, I figured out I got into the content creator program. I was like, hey, yo, can I get some B-roll for some videos, mayhaps? And because they got the good cinematic B-roll, right? They're so busy, I still ain't get B-roll. And I'm not trying to bother them about it because they got their own shit going on. But I love me some Intrepid B-roll taken from like the GM clients with all of their fancy settings. Ooh, my B-roll game is gonna go to the next level soon. My lads, my dudes, my guys. But I also got to be patient as fuck for that, so. Oh, it's a general good amount of HP for DPS. What, at level 25? Oh god, depends on your gearing, man. With the new changes, you could probably go as low as like fucking 5k and as high as 9k, 10k. The fuck is B-roll? Basically just general like edit in content. So in terms of B-roll, if I'm doing like a guide, the B-roll would be clips of the tank fighting and playing and stuff like that. It's typically just stuff that plays in the background. So these like roving cinematic shots and stuff. My last video that I dropped, which was like the early access expectations, it was a lot of, you know, just generic B-roll that we took. So it's just like background filler visuals that are meant to keep people's attention more or less. Sometimes you mix in some graphics on top of your B-roll to hold attention, but B-roll is very important because it just sets the visual aesthetic. And if somebody's watching a video and it's just something as simple as this is this roving, you know, GM flying around with no character on screen, getting all these beautiful cinematic shots of the world, that can be nice to kind of show some people off, you know, to the positive aspects of it. So the Pred server have more support, tank or DPS. It's gonna be a brand new server on the 11th, so everything's pretty well played. There are a lot of, and will be a lot of everything. I would say more importantly, just play whatever you are interested in, role-wise and class-wise. It's, you know, Kyle, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. It's definitely going to be chaotic. You will be able to find groups, you'll be able to go to different areas and probably see so many people there that you're like, ah, shit. Like, it's gonna be mad. So I would just say come in and play whatever is very interesting to you. Are racial differences in? Racial differences are not in yet. So that's just aesthetic at this point. There's also a backgrounds tab. The background tab is not in. I've upgraded the internet in order to pay to win by the internet speed. I download speed checked my group last night for leveling launch. Unironically, I made Nin ping the group and I made everybody run speed tests and then post their speed test results so that way nobody was gimping us. I wish I was fucking kidding you guys. It's that serious. If anybody was under 500, they were getting fucking booted. That's crazy. Listen, I gotta get the 8-person stack together, dog. I gotta have all 8 of my motherfuckers ready. If we're not pumping as a group, we're at a detriment. It's bad at that point. God fucking damn it. Didn't get to test the latest changes with early leveling and questing. How is it, and is the anvils worth starting in? If you do not already have a set static route for the anvils, I would not start in the anvils. The anvils has substantially less optimization. Who just took the name Steven? Someone literally just has the name Steven on the PTR. But yeah, the anvils has substantially less linearization and follow through in the first time user experience. You've got a solid startup. However, there are a few bottlenecks throughout the startup that you'll have to play through. Once you get out of Bonfire or Hammer Rest proper, there's not really a follow-up secondary questing hub for you. So with the Riverlands, you've got Second Sword Outpost. Second Sword Outpost is going to give you Road to Jova. It's going to open up the Minotaur quest chain. Vezzy, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. So Riverlands is presenting a lot more opportunity and continuity right now than the Anvils is. The Anvils is also going to be very punishing. I mean, for example, I just remade a character because I was fucking off yapping to you guys while I was solo running my route. And then I ran into a pack of level 15 birds and I died. And if I die on my route, then I get fucked. Nobody can die on our route in the Anvils because you have to go point A, point B, point C, point D, point E without fucking up any single part of it. Without bricking a quest, without missing a quest, without missing an objective. You've got to specifically run this route to avoid mobs so we can get point A to point B without anybody dying. And if we do all of that, we're still looking at like 5.5. Whereas in the Riverlands, you just kind of frolic through flowers and la 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 la. And then you hit like level 7, dog. The Riverlands has a bit more opportunity to it. It's beautiful, but the outfit of the characters. Yeah, don't evaluate on the GM's drip. The people that are running the event, they are dripless. I will say that. There's a part of the VOD a little bit later in the tourney, because you guys are watching visuals from like a little over a week ago because the private test realm is visually NDA'd. So I'm playing on the PTR, showing you guys PTR footage from a day where it wasn't visually NDA'd a little over a week ago. So you're getting the latest information, but this is a little old. However, these guys are dripless. Later in the VOD, Z shows off some of the skins that were available through previous, you know, pre-order packs back in the Kickstarter days and shit. And they get whippy. Get out of a city and show some of the open world. I can get out of a city, however, I can't show the open world because you don't have current visuals. This is an older VOD, so I'm gonna try to make KT Guildtown. To be determined on how everything rolls up. It's evolving. If we feel like it's better for us to go to the Riverlands, then we'll go to the Riverlands. If we feel it's better to stay in the Anvils, we'll stay in the Anvils. It's always fluid at this point in time. What server we're on, also fluid. There is nothing right now that is set in stone. So that's the big thing. That's what I'm looking at. What class will you go first in EA? Oh, I play tank all the time. Yeah, I always play tank. In terms of race, I will either play a Nakua or I will play a Renkai. However, I'm looking at probably Nakua because I like being all short and stubby and then being Tank of Doom. Being like 2 feet tall and then just running up on people and absolutely annihilating them. It's very fun for me. I like it. And I like how disproportionate my weapons are. So that way I can just have giant weapon and then small character. I like it when my bows are longer than I am. And then also my weapons should just, you know, thematically weigh me down and I should just tip over when I have them out. That's always my goal with my character. How do you find traveling compared to New World? Definitely got used to fast travels and mounts, but heard for Ashes is much more runny and more time spent going to each location. Oh, dude, runny like a post-Taco Bell poop. Yeah, no, absolutely. New World was all fast traveled out. Ashes has no fast travels. So it is the complete opposite. It's like going from the middle of the desert to the middle of Canada right now, from 90-degree, 100-degree weather down into -20. It is all runtime. It is all how you choose to allocate where you're going, your time distribution, and part of what we're doing for our first-time user experience routes, because keep in mind, Ashes is also fully open world. So it's not like you're going to have people going into instancing to complete most of their content. It's all open world. So you could run 30 minutes across a map somewhere, only to find that there are a lot of people right there, and you can't functionally farm that because there are too many people. You're not able to actually contest it. So then you got to run 30 minutes the other way and hope that somebody's not there. When you're planning out routes, you need to figure out where the horde is going to be. This place that's right next to the starting area may be really good. However, is it going to be good if 1,000 people are there? Then it's not going to be quite as good. You've got a lot to worry about with something as simple as logistics. And we have been running, my entire guild has been running many first-time user experience routes to try to get ourselves squared away. It's just people create systems themselves. What do you mean by that? Like create systems themselves? Not really like create systems. I mean, it's a lot of user-generated content, but like the PvP systems exist. The PvE systems exist. I mean, there's questing. It's very mob grind heavy. You can gather and refine and craft to level your character as well. So at the end of the day, like there's a lot of system creation that already exists. However, there's going to be a lot more linearity to systems that come in. There are going to be a lot more systems that do come in as well. So you got unwritten rules. You don't take certain spots from people until they leave. Oh God, no. No, there are no unwritten rules here. The unwritten rule in Ashes is that if you come up and take my spot and you die to me and then you come back, then you'll get made fun of and slash yell. That's basically the unwritten rule of Ashes. Fight over everything until you lose the fight and then come back, don't flag up, and then slash yell. But yeah, there's among some social circles, there's that level of like, you know, unwritten communication where it's like, oh, you know, we're allies with this guild. They come up and see me farming an area and they're like, oh, Dusty, what up, dude? Let me know when you head out. And then we'll do a little slap on the ass. I'll throw in the towel when they sub in for me and, you know, we'll get all squared away. So then there's the scenario of, I hate these motherfuckers. I'm gonna bring my group and I'm gonna sit right on top of you. And then I'm gonna settings check you. And I'm gonna see if I can get you to flag up for PvP by one of your people cleaving me. And the second somebody fucks up their settings and cleaves me, you flag up for PvP. We wait for a cleric to heal whoever flagged up with an AoE heal. They flag up for PvP. We kill the cleric. We kill the tank or whoever flagged up. And then we win the spot. There's gonna be a lot of PvP for spots. There's gonna be a lot of it. Can you PK anywhere on the map? Technically, yes, but it's extremely punishing, so most people are not going to PK. You risk so much more than you technically gain, unless you're killing somebody that has a crate, perhaps, then you're not really going to gain much. And you're going to be risking your armor and your weapons when you PK somebody that's not flagged up for PvP. So, you're going to have hard PKers for sure. The thing about PKing, though, is you either have to have a dog shit gear set that you PK with, which will lead to any normal player just beating you. If you do PK somebody and go corrupt, there's nothing to gain from that. You're not benefiting a single thing along the way. you're not profiting, you're not doing anything. So, usually hunt noobs. Right, but in a world where other people are around, you're still gonna die and you're still gonna lose that set. Corruption's very punishing. And if you PK somebody, you're getting 25% of their materials only. Which, in that time, you could just farm up an equivalent amount of materials and be more efficient and not lose items. Because even cheap items at level 20 have some opportunity costs associated with losing them, because you could deconstruct those for materials, sell the materials. So PvP with bad set, if they flag back, reset, and put your real set on. Yeah. It's genuinely not a very profitable thing. You're probably only getting 12.5%. Yeah, because you're going to drop on death anyways. And dropping on death is more punishing as well. So new bags might lower the 25%. There are also guild options for that as well, but PvP Bard, what weapons do you recommend? Scepter and Wand or Bow and Scepter? Anything PvP, I recommend Longbow, and then right now, low-key, I would say for PvP, try to get ready to use a shield. I think shield's insane. For PvE, probably a two-hander, just because you can scale up more off of that two-hander scaling than you'd be able to off of a one-hander in terms of power output. So, what's the level difference between mob and max level player and group? Level difference between mob and max level player and group. What do you mean? Like how far you can actually kill mobs apart from your level? Or what do you mean? Can healers survive 1v1 or 1v2 situations like WoW? If you're good, however, there are a lot of scenarios where healers can die in 1v1s. If you're anti-healed like crazy, like you can get a 50% anti-heal, 5-0, half your heals just gone. You can get CC'd, you can get relocated, you can get grappled, whatever it may be. So there are scenarios where healers can die. It's also a little bit of a resource battle. What are the thoughts? Is better for PvP, fighter, or ranger? Ranger, 1000%. Fighter comes with too much opportunity cost. You just have to get too close to people to do damage, and you can't really do anything until you're close. And in the time that you're getting close to somebody, you're already taking so much damage. So, have you played ESO? I have not played ESO, so I'm not gonna be the best bet. Max level, how high of a mob can you try? Oh, I mean, mobs exist up to what, like level 28 right now, I want to say. What's the highest level mob I can think of? I want to say in live we're just seeing 28s. There are 33 mobs. Oh, are there 33s in the Goondark right now? I don't know if it went up that high. Like right off rip, I was thinking 28s that were available, but big old gorillas. Nice. Have we fought those? I think I saw 32 for sure. Huh, maybe we do an experiment at some point when live's up. Is tank fun in PvP? Yeah, I fuck with tank heavily. I love tank in PvP. You've got a lot of support options, you got a lot of damagey options, you got a lot of movement options. Real good. Does Dusty or anyone else mention when download will be available? Download will be available at 1 p.m. EST, hopefully. Right around there. However, I'd expect delays and fuckery along the way, my boys. Oh, I have hiccups. I would not expect it to be perfect. I would have to guess probably there will be more servers that open up throughout the day. Yo, Braythu, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I would say more servers will probably open up throughout the day based on how populous is going. What level are you right now? I am sitting currently in the Divine Gate area, and I have to pee. Yo, Big Fry, what up, dog? Do you think this game is going to do well in early access via Steam? I think long-term it'll be just fine. It still has a lot of development to take place, so naturally with something that is still in development, you're going to have people that come in and aren't fully aware that, oh, this pain point is set to get fixed with this upcoming update. So there are going to be people that come in and have pain points. Questing falls off way before you get to level 25, which is the current max level. People will have to mob grind a lot once they get level 10 plus if they want to level in a fast way. You can level through gathering, refining, and crafting. However, that's going to be a lot slower and more money. So it's going to be grindy at points. There will definitely be players that come in and think that this is going to be another just, you know, queue into an instance MMO and get out of the open world. It's full open world MMO. Everything can be competed for. You can flag up for PvP anywhere in the world. There are a lot of systems that do enable PvP between people. So at the end of the day, it's going to have its negatives. I think early access, however, is just going to bring a lot of the same sentiment that Ashes has, you know, previously had. You're going to have good, you're going to have bad, you're going to have indifferent, and it's just going to continue to get better in the long term. I think the important thing is, as we know in the MMO world right now, bro, even when games are out, they don't necessarily get the best reviews at this point in time. So my thing with the early access is I just think right now, first time user experience, if I can be very blunt, is the best it's ever been for new players coming in. It's phenomenal compared to what it used to be. It still has work to be accomplished. They've still got some bottlenecks that they're working out. They're still trying to get everything squared away on their end. They're still trying to make a lot happen. And it will continue to improve. But it's going to take time for that. Hearing a lot of info on the game not being super solo friendly, more guild and grind situations. Will there be more situations later on for those with a little less time in their daily lives to enjoy the game and also play somewhat solo if they don't feel like joining guilds? You can play solo. It's just you're going to be slower than everybody else. Big Fry, thank you for the follow. Like, you can level 1 to 25 solo. You can econ solo and sell stuff to players solo, and you can buy endgame gear solo. You can do it all. However, it's going to be slower, more difficult, and you will not be on par with the people that are pumping in groups. It's always going to be more optimal if you're in a group. Just straight up. So with Ashes, if you're coming in as a solo player, no matter how many systems they do add in, just remember at its core, you can gather stuff in the open world for nothing, 0 money, and players always need gatherables. You can make any amount of money just selling shit. And then you can buy gear from other players, whether it's the best gear in the game or mid gear. And then you get yourself squared away with at least a baseline set. But if you're a solo, you're definitely going to be behind the curve, so to say. And that can feel punishing for people that want to push up on the higher end of PvP as a casual player. But Ashes is also kind of what I call a totem pole MMO, where you have your people who are clearly at the top of the totem pole, and you have your people in the middle, and you have your people at the bottom. And everybody needs to realize where they are on that totem pole in that hierarchy of their server, of cross-server affairs, of everything. Otherwise, that totem pole falls over. Is it too much totem pole? That totem pole gets hit too much. It gets hit much too much. Missing string table entry. They fixed the tables. Fupo kept playing with the string, and fortunately they got it back from him. He was fucking it up, but they found the string. The cat had it. He was smacking it around the house. Everything's fine now. What are your thoughts on Summoner, and are there any streamers who play it currently? Summoner isn't live on the the alpha server yet, and hasn't been previously. So in terms of streamers that are actively playing it, if they are, then they're probably going to get banned before the 11th. Summoner is still technically under visual NDA. You're seeing it here because this was a day of the PTR that the visual NDA was actually taken down. However, Summoner is very offensive supporty. It's very like blue-black Magic the Gathering deck, where it's a lot of CCs, a lot of disables, a lot of general fuck you. Got some okay damage mixed in. However, it's not going to be the craziest damage output by any means. So, what are your opinions better for small-scale PvP and duels, Mage or Ranger? Neither. Yeah, if you're looking for duels, that's like saying, what would be better for me running this ultra marathon, running on my hands or wheelbarrowing and having somebody scrape my face across the pavement? There's not really a good scenario that you're looking at there, brother. That's like shit and poop. I'd recommend different classes if you're looking for small scale. Fubo, you lost the string. You cannot have it back. We need the new players to have their strings. Best damage output for melee and easy to use. In PvP, no, melee's really easy to use in PvP. You get very heavily punished because everybody's ranged. Like, you have fighter that's going to be relatively straightforward. However, fighter's going to take a lot of damage by trying to get in and do damage. So, game used to default to your melee weapon when you blocked with a ranged out. Yeah, it still defaults to your melee weapon, and then it'll just go back to your range after the fact. It doesn't hard switch you, but it visually switches you for the build. What class would be closest to a vanilla WoW druid? Are you looking for Boomkin or Feral? Because, like, Feral, not really much of anything, honestly. Just be a rogue. Like, every Feral druid in WoW was just a rogue that didn't want to play rogue in the first place. So I would just say rogue if you want to play Feral. If you want to play Boomkin, probably mage. So Gotta test out party full of summoners. It could work. It wouldn't be the craziest, but it could definitely fucking work. The only problem early would be your essence maintenance, but once you get essence going, you're fucking set. How's Rogue used in PvP and PvE? PvE, you're hoping that your melees don't stand and shit and get blown up and die instantly. And then in PvP, rogues just kind of roam around autonomously with a group of other rogues, and then they find a target that's killable, and then they kill that target. That's literally it. A group of 8 rogues will run around no matter the scale, and then they just pump it. That's all. Oh, his favorite DPS class range that's closest to being busted. Bro, I'm gonna be honest, if you're hopping into Ashes and you're worried about metas, you're gonna be so sad in the long term. If you're an MMO player, my best advice with Ashes is to get out of the mentality of saying, I want to play what's busted, because you're going to see balance changes to your class, you're going to see full reworks to your abilities, you're going to see gear changes, you're going to see movement changes, you're going to see additive class content from level 26 to 50 coming in, secondary archetypes coming in, ranks to archetype abilities coming in, none of which we have right now. So if you're coming in to play something because it's busted, don't. If you came in phase 2 and played mage because it's busted, and then you went through all the mage changes, probably be really mad about where mage is at right now going into the next patch. However, if you really enjoy mage and you play mage because you enjoy mage, then that's probably going to be a completely different set of circumstances. Oh, Flesh Ripper farms. See, that's one thing that we're kind of cooked on in the anvils. We don't have Flesh Ripper farms. Flesh Ripper farms are so fucking worthwhile. They're so good. Chat, somebody find me a Flesh Ripper spawn that's in the anvils, and I'll literally give you $1. Just buy it for 11 gold again. Just go fuck yourself. How's that sound, rogue player? God fucking damn it. Alright, I'll be right back. I'm bringing my coffee out. 1 sec.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Thank you to whoever just followed. I'm back. Hiya. Yo, Nithya, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Oh, sorry, I went out to bong break and take my coffee out, and Carla was just getting home, so I said hello to Carla. Okay, I've returned. Traded Night Reaver recipe for it? I mean, we could. We could. Not necessarily anything wrong with that. This game looks fun. My play once available on Steam. Yo, Voodoo, what up, dude? I think it's pretty worth it, honestly, to check it out for Steam. Now, I have a few disclaimers about it. It is in development. It is janky. There are things that are wrong with it. There are things that are messy. There are things that need to get fixed substantially before they do actually have Ashes in a spot where, you know, Ashes is fully Ashes, right? However, an open world MMO that is going to be around for multiple years to come before it even fully launches is going to provide you a bunch of content for $42.50. Over the course of the rest of Ash's development, you're probably looking at multiple years of content out of that $42.50. And in my opinion, that's a good ass value. Even if you don't play the entire time, even if you come in at that price and then you hit a point where you're like, oh, I'd like to take a little bit of a break. Personally, I'm not necessarily vibing with it the same way that I was previously. Then just take a goddamn break. I think that's one of the coolest parts about Ashes is that it's going to be here. There will be more wipes in the future. You'll have more opportunities to hop in if you fall behind, if you want to start fresh, if something goes wrong on the server. It is either the best or worst scenario for a gamer to hop into, depending on what you're looking for. If you want something that's going to continue to grow and evolve and hopefully give you more content as it continues to get better, Ash is great for that. If you want to come in and you want to find things that are janky and buggy along the way, and you want to help improve Ashes in the long term, then great. If you're coming in expecting it to be WoW killer, next WoW, the next big MMO, just wait. Just wait. Ashes and WoW are very different. They're not going to be similar at any point in time, nor will Ashes be the WoW killer. The only thing that will kill WoW at this point is WoW itself. Other than that, Ashes kind of sits in a little subgenre of MMOs of its own, where it's, you know, getting back to the roots of Arcade and a lot of the socially driven true MMOs that don't really exist anymore in modern MMOs. So for some people, it'll be huge. For other people, it won't really hit. But again, for $42.50, you're gonna get a lot of content out of it. I have a question. Please, no questions. No questions. God, what do you think I'm here for? To fucking answer your questions? God. God. What up, Fane? How are you doing today, dude? Wondering if Shoal is gonna be a mega server again? I'm wondering about the infrastructural side of it. What do you know, Steven, about why he doesn't show his feet anymore on stream? I feel like he doesn't have feet anymore. That's my theory. I think he lost all of our money and his feet at the Baccarat tables. That's my theory. I didn't want to bring it out. Maybe the council will ask him later today in their interview, so. But the thing with like mega server, that's predicated by everybody being able to get on the same server in the first place. Because I'll be honest, if the options are sit in a multiple hour queue or just go to a different server where my entire community can play, and then worst case scenario, we just link up with everybody when servers, you know, either merge or whatever happens, or there's another wipe inevitably. At the end of the day, there's gonna be content everywhere, no matter where you look. Every server, even if it's the less stacked server, will have content. There'll probably be a third server that opens up. You will still have Ashes content to look forward to no matter what. And I just feel like it's gonna be a logistical nightmare. Even if you just try to plan out the primary communities that were PvPing very actively in the first place and, you know, in phase 3 servers. It's a lot of moving pieces. It's going to be a lot of communities that are going to have people late starting. It's going to be a lot of communities that have people get stuck in queues where they aren't even able to play the first day, probably. I do worry in that manner, but maybe I'll be pleasantly surprised. Who knows? Easy way to find groups other than chat. Worried if I roll a bard, will it be hard to find groups leveling other than spamming chat? There's no group finder or anything like that. So spamming a chat or just being a part of a guild, knowing somebody, that'll most definitely be your best route. Honestly, one of the best ways to find a group in the first place is specifically to be a bard. So you've picked a good path there if you're trying to find groups. Bards and clerics are unironically going to be your easiest group finding experience possible because every single group needs many. What are the best guilds? I don't know, you can probably find a tier list content creator for that. But I actually make content here. I don't gossip too much. There will be somebody that drops a slop tier list video soon, though. I'm sure at the start of the new servers. There always is. Who gets Shine Ashes? Just make the group and run with it. Yeah, honestly, you don't need to be like a fucking group lead extraordinaire explaining all the mechanics to everybody just because you put a group together. Like, you can always just say, "Hey, I am looking for this many people for this. Let me know." And I usually try to fill tanks and supports first when I'm making a group. I shouldn't reveal my tech, but I almost always try to fill tanks and supports early, just so that way I am able to get DPS, which are the most readily available abundant class, or abundant role, I should say, whenever I need it. That's how I would build out a group, especially if I were new. Is that what the version coming to Steam will look like? This is a slightly older version of the version that's coming to Steam that has fewer visual passes. My settings are also medium to low for this. I do put them on cinematic a little bit later, but you're seeing a VOD from, well, not me, of course. That would be an impressive VOD. However, you're seeing visually a VOD from a little over a week ago on the PTR. The reason it's a VOD is because the private test realm is visually NDA'd. So the unsynced up combat audio that you're hearing in the background is me leveling a character on the PTR for about the 1000th time. So right now, we're playing on the visually NDA'd side of things. This is a VOD from the PTR, which is a visually NDA side of things. However, the NDA was taken off because of the dual tourney that day, and they took the NDA off for the rest of the day. So, I cannot, because this is old visuals. We're standing here watching the duels in this VOD because this is a 1v1 duel tourney that Intrepid Studios had set up, the developers of the game. So basically, I watch the duel tourney, and then after the duel tourney, I go show off the new corrupted areas. So you'll see PvP, you'll see people smacking the shit out of each other and nobody really dying because keep in mind, they've adjusted the time to kill since this video as well. So it is, it's a lot better now for duels. People actually die in duels. So don't evaluate it based on this, although later in the VOD, I do show the corrupted areas, the new Harbinger system that's coming in. Those have also received changes since this VOD. However, they're still pretty fucking dope. So, what are they gonna find? Group board and settlements? Oh, dude. I hope they don't go too, like, not social with group integration and stuff. Will I regret going rogue or fighter? Nah, I mean, rogue's really good. Fighter's still playable. Fighter, you just have to have a fucking brain. I think that's the biggest thing about fighter that people don't realize. People want a fighter and have the main character PvE protection that they have in, like, had in New World as a bruiser, where it took 72 people to bring me down, and I was going, ha 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 ha. Like, that's not what Ashes presents, especially for fighters. Even if you're a tank like I am, you can get burned down if you just jump into a clump without being aware of what you're jumping into. So a lot of fighters, a lot of melees in general will just dub key forward no matter what, and then they'll get too far out of position and then they'll die. It's something that I still do. So we have to be hyper aware, whether you're a rogue, tank, fighter, anything. It is imperative that you play with some form of tact, is how I would describe it. You can't just ooga booga completely, even with supports. Are you taking the day off tomorrow to rest up for Thursday? No, dude, I've streamed almost 900 days in a row. No, I'm not taking the day off. No, goodness gracious. I'll probably stream 6 hours instead of 8 hours tomorrow. I'll probably do like a little bit, but you're just voting? What, me? I mean, I can't do anything other than show a VOD right now. Yeah, I can't do shit other than VOD. Right now, I'm just trying to figure out if anything's changed on my leveling route and then adjust off of that, but I gotta get out the city first. Someone ban that guy. Yeah, get him the fuck out of here. No, don't actually. He did nothing wrong. Will there be character resets? Yeah, there will 1000% be character resets. There will be wipes, there will be character resets, there will be econ changes, there will be bug fixes, there will be progression. You name it, it's gonna happen over here. Just being completely upfront, I would prepare for every 3 months to shit, I'd say 5 months if we're lucky. Like, I'm hoping and praying that we make it to, don't mind that. I'm hoping and praying that we make it to June without wipes. That would be a very good indicator, but I would expect multiple wipes in between now and the end of early access. What do you think of Rogue? Fucking rat dog shit class. Next question. As a brand new player to MMOs, what'll be implemented for us to learn the basics? They have a Destinies tab that's a new part of their first time user experience. The Destinies tab brings in basically objective-based completions for you. So the systems, ouch. Yeah, I hope it hurts, you fucking rat. I hope it cuts deep like a fucking knife. I hope it stings just a little bit, knowing that you have to face the consequences of your actions and you have to live with it. God fucking damn it. If you hate it, then it's gonna be Rogue. Yeah, Rogue is Rogue. Good rogues are fucking despised because they are rogues, right? And so the class design's really good. Dog shit, stupid fucking rat class, but you pick a server yet? Brother, I'm gonna be real. I don't think we'll be able to pick a server up until the servers actually go live. But yeah, no, Quells, I got distracted, sorry. So the Destiny system is some objective-based completion for new players to come in. They have a first steps, a combat, an adventuring, a gathering, processing, and crafting tab for all those that give you completions along the way. And then they'll also bring in like tier-based completions where it's 2, 4, 6, and 8 for each of those trees. So you get experience, you get money, you get gear for completing those. The first time user experience itself with the questing prog has been revamped multiple times as well. So the questing process, at least starting out, is now the best that it has ever been. In my opinion, that doesn't mean it's perfect. However, this means that it's genuinely the best it's ever been. Systems-wide in Ashes, I'll be completely upfront, you will need multiple 100 hours if you want to understand systems in even their partial iterations that they're in right now. They still go deep. There's still a lot of interactions. There are still 1,000 different ways that you can interact with every system. So, to this day, I still learn, and I'm 3,000 hours on stream in with a community that's always spitballing information back and forth. You'll be learning for a long time. It's just a matter of figuring out where you want to dedicate your time early on, and then embracing that. So, yo, legit, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a good day. Rogue, I know. I want you guys to have to think about what you're doing. I was thinking Summoner, it's on Steam release. Yeah, Summoner's gonna be really solid for the Steam release. I feel like alpha players will own everything and the new players will quit after some time. As it's early access, I hope that AOC early access will not be like PAX, EA having a really low population. I mean, servers are naturally going to ebb and flow. There's going to be a lot of hype. There are going to be a lot of content creators that come in, and naturally, communities will dwindle and will transfer out over time. Like, I would be absolutely bullshitting you if I said that Ashes was going to retain even 80% of its population, maybe a 2-month period in. Like, we're probably going to have populations that fall off. There should also be, along the way, new players that are coming in that help offset that. However, there are definitely going to be communities that move out, communities that say, okay, this isn't all that cracked up right now, but we see where it's going in the long term. And there are a lot of people that are even, you know, alpha veterans and just fucking OGs of Ashes that really love Ashes, but they're not playing right now because they just want it to be in a better spot with a little bit more development, right? So retention-wise, it's always been a big aspect of Ashes. Now, I will say there's not really any guarantee that, you know, alpha players will be in control of the settlements, the towns, because right now it's just a popular vote. If somebody like fucking Esfand or Asmongold comes in and they're just like, hey, I want to be mayor, guess who's mayor now? I'll give you a hint, it's not the alpha people. So at a certain point, you have people that have actual fucking motion, actual clout coming in that have thousands of people that will vote for them on site. And at this point in time, it is unironically just a popular election to get mayor. So on the settlement side of things, also remember that mayors are not benefiting from running their settlements. They are, yo, Pobes, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. They are sacrificing a lot of their time more than anything else, because if a settlement makes money from tax revenue, that tax revenue stays with the town. It doesn't go into the mayor's pocket. It doesn't go into the mayor's hand. It stays within the town coffers. There's a treasurer, and that treasurer is the fucking game. So from like a New World standpoint, you're not really gonna want to be mayors of more than one town or spread out a lot, and you'll have a lot of your competitive communities that honestly don't want to be mayor in the first place because it's a lot of work and a lot of sacrifice. You get a super cool flying mount on your mayor for it, but that's gonna get nerfed over time anyways, so you don't really want to become too dependent on that. Now, there is a benefit to having established mayors early on, because not every town can reach the highest level, and not every town can have every building in the limited building plots that are available in those towns, right? So say new players come in and they're just like, oh, I have a lot of viewers, I want to be mayor, and then they fuck the entire settlement progression. So now, instead of being able to make the highest tier of weapons in this town by this time, it's all fucked. And now we have to redo the entire server plan, figure out what's going where, what's now out of place, what now needs to be developed, try to reach out to the rogue mayor, and then get them back into place. There's a reason why I don't want to be mayor, and it's because it's genuinely a full-time job. We have a mayor in Cats. Zombie does our mayoral stuff. Zombie's going to be pumping his nuts off to get to level 25 as quickly as humanly possible, and then we're going to be voting with every single person that we have to try to get Zombie in wherever we can. But it's going to be hard. There will be large communities coming in. There will be people that have a lot of name recognizability that will just say, hey, I want to be mayor. And then they'll be mayor again. Very simply put, nothing we can do about it. Rogue mayors will be drawn and quartered verbally. Bro, no, I swear to God, it's gonna happen. How many buildings do you think get placed before a building gets fucked up? Is my question. Because I'm saying 7. Lucky number 7 is where the server plan goes to shit. This is a test of the in-game broadcast system. This is only a test. Why am I being fucking harassed? I did not sign up for these ads. Bro, I swear, we're getting pop-up ads. The Ashes devs just asked for my credit card information in-game. It's ridiculous. 0, it's getting fucked building 1. From the outside, this looks like New World and 14 combined. Please explain how wrong I am. I mean, I wasn't much of a 14 player. However, I played a fuckload of New World. So on the social system side, the town building side, the server development, take what New World wanted to have and then extrapolate it by about 1,000 times. There are so many more social systems in Ashes, and it's not pushing anybody into instancing to progress. It's not pushing anybody into a completely linear main story quest to progress. It's really social sandbox side of things. So picture like the OG concept of New World, right? Where it was supposed to be all of this player politicking and social interaction and building of things, right? But deeper. It's obviously tab target instead of an action combat system. So if you're really looking for freeform action, then I got bad news for you. We have no physics-based projectiles here. We have no, magnetism on our melee weapon attacks. So it's a little bit different there. However, it's very heavily inspired by Arcage. If you haven't played Arcage, I also didn't play Arcage before I came into Ashes. I know, sacrilege. This is my first, true social sandbox MMO, other than what New World aspired to be and failed to be. However, with that being said, I have very much fallen in love with the open world PvX aspect of it. And by PvX, I don't mean open world PvP. I actually think open world PvP is usually just opportunistic jumping of people with an advantage and then going, haha, and then Fortnite taking the L on their body. If I wanted that, I'd be playing Battle Royales. I actually really like even match number star. I'll still open world PvP whenever it's up. However, I can't wait till arenas are in. That's my personal preference with things, right? So, from a PvP standpoint, I don't really care. I enjoy PvP. I'll take PvP in any fashion. What's been the most standout, oh, I'm enjoying this, for me in Ashes so far, has been the integration of gathering and refining as a part of my normal progression route. Those that know that I am not an econ player in MMOs. They know that I am not a gatherer, refiner, and crafter, because in a lot of the MMOs that I've been able to play, I just get the best gear from grinding it out and getting the drops and getting a little lucky. And that's always been enough for me. However, Ashes has got me doing many hours of gathering and then understanding the full importance. The fuck? The server just shit out. Oh. Weird. This doesn't look good. I have invuln mobs right now.
I'm not very smart.
Wait, no, the server just shit out on me. I'm all confused. I don't know if there was just like a dynamic gridding split or what, but the server just shit out. Fubo, what the fuck just happened? Mobs are invulnerable, they're not dying. Oh god, Fubo fucked something up. I swear to god. I swear to god the cat did something. I think a lot of mobs might have just gone kind of unresponsive. However, I will provide input as input is available to provide. Uh-oh. Wasn't me I was waiting for it. No, I know. What's best composition for a dungeon? Just normal group comp. Dungeons are all in the open world, right? So it's just normal PvE group comp. 2 cleric, 2 bard, 1 tank, 3 DPS. 2 cleric is always mega important because you want to be able to res your first cleric with the cleric that's still alive. A little bit of white protection, kind of like a soulstone type beat. You can risk reward it and try to run 1 cleric if you want to optimize and be cheeky. However, if you do not have a very good group that's familiar with things, if you don't have great supports in place, it can be extremely, extremely hard to actually run 1 cleric. Because again, there are a lot of AoE shits that go out that will just, as you're leveling, nuke your cleric off the face of the earth. And if you lose that 1 cleric and you don't have any other heals in place, then you're kind of cooked. So, yo, Simplicity, thank you for the 2 months, dog. I appreciate you. What's this next wipe looking like compared to phase 3? Oh god, complete revamp of first time user experience in between now and then. A lot of different quests. The Destinies tab is different. The drop rates are different. The leveling pace is different. Pretty much everything along the way. 225 is different. I mean, you'll still be mob grinding a lot, especially once you hit like level 8+, but they very heavily emphasize first time user experience improvements. The Destinies tab is a huge W. For perspective, by the time I hit level 5, I have a 5-piece armor set. I have 2 level 9, item level 9 weapons. I have a necklace, and then any exterior drops that I get along the way. I've got a good amount of glint saved up. I'm off to a good start with it. So it's still Ashes. It's still grindy. It's still what Ashes is. But on top of that, we've got 2 new types of boats. You got the rowboat, which is super easy to make, and then you got the Corsair, which is a smaller boat that brings in interactable ladders and shit like that. So Corsair is going to be more out in the open world, or out in the lawless areas than it is going to be freshwater, but you'll probably have a lot of rowboats out in the safe areas. Sport fishing is in for both freshwater and saltwater. Best rewards are going to be from the lawless areas themselves, of course, going out into that saltwater and then fishing offshore. So you do get rewarded for that extra bit of PvP. They've got some boat augments that are finally in and craftable through different trade skills. So we've got like a boat radar that can be used. We've got fish tanks. We've got a harpoon that you can put on a boat, and it'll kind of like poon another boat and then slow it down. So they're cooking on that end. They have the Harbinger system in, which is shown later in the VOD here, so you guys will be able to see that. And it's also a massive system for endgame repeatable content, in my opinion. There is a lot that becomes very, 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 very available for content with the Harbinger system. You've got that Force Flag Lawless PvP area. You have... Sorry, I'm trying to level as well while I'm doing this. You have the incentivization of the new bosses that are out there. If you can get the event cycle down and you can actually complete it, you can get the boss loot out there. They have new types of chests that are out there that Steven showed on stream that are giving an ungodly amount of loot. Steven got 5 completed armor pieces and a blue ring from one of those chests, and there's a mechanic with those chests where once you start looting it, it flags you up for PvP for 60 minutes, and then you have to channel it for a minute to open up the chest. First one to channel it gets the rewards. Then it gives you a bunch of corrupted mats for the Harbinger area itself. So those are going to be massive. They did also drop a hint that we may see those chests coming into other areas of the world in the future. So that's going to be a massive form of being able to loot up, incentivize content. You'll fight over those areas, and if you're looting the chests, then you'll be flagged up for PvP even after you leave, so you'll have to deal with the ramifications of that. So they've now got some endgame repeatable content. Multiple time to kill changes have gone through. We're looking at probably a very HP bar bouncy meta, excuse me, in terms of group PvP. Your HP bar will be going up and down, and healing and supports are going to be absolutely pivotal this meta. I think there's a lot of kill potential. I think that good healers, however, can absolutely put teams on their fucking back. Let's see, what else? Bunch of, oh, no more static gatherables, no more fuel and processing, a lot of gathering recipes fixed with, you know, being able to use global materials instead of just one biome material for early recipes. Fuck, a lot. A lot. I could keep going as well, but it's genuinely nuts how much they've been cooking up, man. It's unreal. We have seen near daily updates to the first time user experience as they wrap up this, you know, this phase, so to say. The PTR goes down in 2.5 hours. And when it goes down, we can no longer test before the 11th. We are just waiting on the 11th at that point. And if we don't have anything in place, we don't have anything properly squared away, and we're not ready, then, well, we gotta get ready. Because there's no more prep. Is stacking evasion any good in Ashes? Full evasion rogue? I mean, rogue can get some very high evasion anyways. I wouldn't necessarily go too far out of your way to necessarily stack it on gear. Evasion is one of the stats that I call an HP multiplier, where it scales really well into your effective HP. But my thoughts in PvP on a baseline, you always need enough HP to be able to sustain hits and damage in the first place. Otherwise, someone's gonna get a lucky hit that goes through on you, and then once that lucky hit comes through and connects, you're just gonna die, right? So with effective HP, you need to have enough of an HP pool to then multiply with those evasion stats, with those avoidance stats, as I typically call them, with your block and your evasion. And then from there, you become an indomitable brick wall of fuck. So I would always start out with just the traditional scalers. Power scaling, HP scaling, make sure your mitigation is in a good enough spot. And once you're happy with those, just start rolling into your accessories. Maybe some attack speed, maybe a little bit of crit. Although we don't really need to worry about crit. Crit just naturally comes so easily. So, hype for Thursday. Brother, words cannot explain how excited I am for Thursday. I genuinely cannot wait. And even right now, I'm just like, I'm running through and I'm looking at all of these people that are farming in super populated areas that are right along the main road. And I'm just like, you sweet summer children. You think that there will not be 700 people here contesting you for all of these spawns? It's adorable. It's genuinely adorable. Are they having Cosmetic Shop for this release? Yeah, Cosmetic Shop is going to come in for the 11th. It is going to be, as always, no pay to win, no pay to progress, no pay for convenience. Just Drippington. I am probably going to get myself very swaggy, if I had to guess. Yo, Fox, what up, dude? Hope you're having a good day. Any other class can kind of substitute and tank for PvE. Summoner has a tank summon, which can tank decently. However, I wouldn't necessarily rely on that, especially as you get into harder content. Long term, we're gonna have the secondaries coming in over the course of like next year, right? So that'll give more options to things that can tank. Presumably tank secondary would have like a threat generation tree where it augments your already had abilities with more threat for the PvE side of things. I would expect to see that more down the road, however. But right now, it's either gonna be tank or a tank summon. And again, I wouldn't really trust a tank summon. Maybe it's just my general distrust of like AI and shit. But I would not trust that thing. Notice health bar on players goes down in quarters. Is there a reason for that? Because fuck everybody. More or less. Steven's given reasons before, but basically my easiest tell of it is always they want some information to be obscured. So there's not a character inspect, so I won't be able to tell what somebody's wearing. I won't be able to click on them and immediately damage check them with my first ability or my first hit to see if I then want to run away from them to see if I have the advantage on them. It keeps it a little bit more of like an organic PvP feel where you're not just fighting people because you know that you have better or worse gear than them. You're fighting people over the want to fight people. Now, there are still visual gear identifiers if people aren't using weapon skins, if people aren't using armor skins. However, if I'm using a weapon or an armor skin, you're not gonna know what my gear is unless you already know what my gear is because somebody else fought me and then asked or saw and you found out from them. So there's an element of obscurity that, yo, Supermax, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, Doc. There's an element of obscurity that also brings in that organic initiate level that I actually really like. Now, in terms of practical fighting, my biggest quarrel with it is that it's 25%. So every 12.5% you have your blips. So if somebody is 1% HP or somebody is 37.4% HP, they will show 25% HP, and I have no fucking way to tell if it's 25 in one hit or if it's 25 in full. So I gotta be observatory of like what damage is going out, how long we've been pumping into this target, how much sustain they're getting, what their incoming heals are looking like. And then I've got to make the decision. Do I want to try to burn a combo to full kill this person? Do I need the full combo? Do I just want to auto them down? Do I want to switch to another target because this person's about to die or they're about to get full pumped? There are a lot of small difference makers along the way. Oh my fucking god, a hawk. Uh-oh. Everything is bad. I'm so close to the water though. Once I get out of here, we're home free. But I got a hawk in my ass right now. I said hawk, by the way. That was hawk with an H. Just would like to throw that one on the record. That was an H. A bird. What class is generally the most in demand? Be joining the game during Steam Alpha and want to know what to try out. Thinking between tank and healer. Would you recommend tank, priest, Clark? Or tank, Clark, or bard? Cleric is like the priest equivalent cleric. That's gonna be your traditional healer for every aspect. Bard also has phenomenal healing, phenomenal support. Bard can support in multiple aspects. You have your healing song, you have your mana song, you have your damage song, like you have healing abilities on a bard, so you can supplement healing. Really good bards can almost pull off being a goddamn main healer with how good a bard is. So the thing about cleric versus bard, bard's gonna have a lot more moving pieces, a lot more to pay attention to, and a lot more situationality. Therefore, I think it can be a little bit more punishing for new players to learn, especially if you have slow, dumb geriatric fingers. Just to be blunt. If you got bad hands, then Bard might not be it, because you need some good hands to Bard. So, with that in mind, for new players, Cleric's really safe. Tank gets punished a lot. Tank's really fun. I love Tank. But if you're a new player leveling, just be aware Tank is going to get punished by essentially every player that you interact with, even if they're not trying to grief you. There will be so many times where you join a group and you're like, oh, let's go farm this POI I've been to 72 times. And then you just say, man, why is nobody healing me at all? What is happening? What the fuck is this? That's Tank. Why am I dying first? Why am I losing all of my glint and my materials and getting XP debt so fucking Timmy 2 buttons in the back can play mage? Why am I being punished? Tank will get you in every group though. Oh, if you're a tank with hands, people will message you and ask if you're available. Yes. If you are willing...
Farm him, reaped. Dead. Fucking idiot.
No, you. If you are willing to wade through the shit... Like, for those that used to go on Omegle back in the day, you gotta wade through all the dicks before you see the boobas, right? And at the end of the day, that's the same thing as a tank. You join a group and odds are it's probably gonna be a peen and you're gonna try to skip through that really quickly. But eventually, somewhere along the line, you will see some booba, and that booba will power you through many more cocks. Thank you. I hope that inspires a couple of you out there to just keep going, man. When you think about giving out, don't. Can Bard be a PvP class? Bard is phenomenal for PvP. Bard, anybody that says, can a Bard X? Yes. Yes. 1000%. The answer is just yes. Can a Bard support? Yes. Can a Bard heal? Yes. Can a Bard sustain mana? Yes. Can a Bard do damage? Yes. Can a Bard incapacitate and CC targets? Yes. Can a Bard improve the damage of the entire group? Yes. Can a Bard dump AoE damage? Kind of. Can a bard single target burst somebody off the face of the earth? Yes. Does a bard have the single best healing ability in the game? Yes. Does a bard have Nimble Dance, which is an AoE movement CC strip? Yes. Bard is king in Ashes of Creation. If anybody is saying anything else, I got bad news for you. They be wrong. Bard is king. In every group, in every aspect of the game, PvE. If you have a bard that is not simply saying when they are sagaing, then your entire group is going to get fucked over as a result of that. You're gonna have no mana. If you have a bard that is not cycling through shit and putting out damage buffs, and they're just sitting on heals when you don't need heals, then it's less than optimal. But good bards can make so much happen. So much.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao,
Yo,
ni hao.
ni hao, gang. How are you, my boy? Hope you're having a beautiful day. Can a rogue diddy dart Dusty? Unfortunately. Unfucking fortunately. How's the day going? Oh, absolutely beautifully, brother. I got just over 2 hours remaining until the PTR goes down. And I'm currently trying to figure out what is cooked and what is not cooked. Wait. Did I miss something? Oh, okay. No, we're still good. I'm currently trying to figure out what's cooked, what's not cooked, and what we've got to adapt. Because if we don't adapt some stuff, then we could probably get left behind quite easily. It is always changing in terms of the first time user experience right now, and it will probably change up until the 11th.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I'm not even going to entertain you right now. You're just being short. But it's literally fucking unpredictable, dog. It is crazy to think about how much is going to change even in the time that we log off at, 7 p.m. EST when the servers go down to when we hop on fucking, on the 11th. It's just always changing, always evolving, and it's nuts. But I'm excited. I'm very excited. I look forward to always having more to learn, more content to complete, more things to chase down. And I feel like that's exactly what we're getting here. We're going to have a lot more players. We're going to have multiple servers up so people actually have different places to go. People can enjoy the game how they want to enjoy the game. And hopefully that brings some form of retention that the game has struggled to have so frequently in the past. That's what I'm really optimistic about. So they just run around or running their pre-mades. Oh god, wait, what's that? Tanks? Yeah, tanks are really hard to come by early on for pubs. I mean, also because the second a group wipes, people are going to think that it's the tank and then disband. And then people will also just stop tanking pubs. Genuinely, pub tanking is torture. It is one of the most self-deprecating forms of content that you can ever put yourself through. It is something that will make you question God. It will make you question your choices in life leading up to where you're currently at and why you're sitting in the place that you're sitting, playing with the people that you're playing with instead of going outside. But always be able to find groups. However, those groups will probably fall apart relatively early on. That's my best advice, brothers. Just be cautious. Go strongly and confidently where you're not supposed to go, and wear that shit with pride. It'll help get you through a lot. Wait a second. Oh, I need to hit 5 before my weapons. Never mind. Never mind. I'm not freaking out. Hitting level 5 without a group sucks. Just fucking sitting here doing nothing. It's so slow. God freaking dang it. I just need the DPS with me and then we ball. But once we have the DPS, everything's fine. Can we have more people with good ideas giving feedback? I mean, keep in mind, there will also be people with bad ideas giving feedback. There will be people of all types that are providing feedback on Ashes as a result of early access, brother. We've got to be prepped for it all. We've got to be ready to answer questions that make us just kind of consider if this person is cognizant or not. However, it's a big opportunity for Ashes. There will be a lot of content creators over. There will be a lot of communities coming over that have not checked out Ashes in the past. And I really do look forward to that. Tried multiple MMOs, but I've always felt nothing is close to combat of WoW. Do you think I'll enjoy the combat of Ashes? What is it about WoW's combat that grips you? Because I feel like Ashes takes a lot of a traditional tab target combat system and then modernizes it in a way where it's not necessarily everyone just flying around the screen, but there is a lot of fluidity in the Ashes combat system. You've got small changes compared to something like WoW where it's just a weapon swing timer to, you know, having weapon combos, which on the final hits of our weapon combos, our weapon tree comes into play where we're leveling each individual weapon, where we can then put out status effects on enemies, we can put out buffs on ourselves or on our group, and those weapon combos are integral for most classes functioning in a normal way and playing the game in a normal capacity. So there's a little bit more depth in terms of everything combat. You still got the ability econ as WoW, that WoW has, right? You do still have that big cooldown variance. You've got those combos that you're building around. There are very, very many cast windows that can be interrupted along the way too. You've got trip stuns, in-cap silences, plethora of fucking CC options. Also, every class has a CC break, so everything comes with a trinket, so to say. But yeah, I think if you like WoW, I always described the combat system when I first came in as like an ADHD-friendly WoW Classic combat system. And I think that still holds true to this day in terms of my thoughts on it. I feel like it's very tab targety because it is a tab target, right? Naturally, it's going to be tab targety since it's a quite literal tab target. However, the modernization coming into the areas that it does, the fluidity and the game feel and I like the weapon combo system a lot as well, where different weapons have different attack ranges, different combos with a different number of attacks in their, in their chain. You've got different times to finisher on different weapons. That'll mean this thing is better for this class because you need to hit finishers more frequently or less frequently, depending on the class. There's a lot of variance. So, how do you do your weapons? Because you get the 3 chests, the 2 better chests, and the 1 lesser chest. You grab the shield and the mace in the upper chest and lesser bow. For weapons early on, I grab from the Wanderer's chest. What up, bro? Get a wander down. Yeah, I got you. Just got a lot of laundry. Chat says hi, love. Carla says hello. So for my initial weapons, I start out by grabbing the mace from the one-hander, the adventurer's melee weapon chest, and then from the ranged one, I grab myself a longbow. I keep the default shield. The biggest thing about a shield early on isn't the stats on the shield itself, because a rusty shield is giving 24 fizz block defense, 10 fizz block chance, right? However, if you look at your passive block chance and passive block mitigation, you still have 15% block chance and 25% magic block defense, and then you also have 15% fizz block chance and 25% fizz block defense. Wait, did they up that? Because it used to be 15-15. Did they up the passive block mitigation by 10%? Am I tripping? Wait. Oh, wait, no, never mind. It's a 10% passive. I'm so stupid. I was like, wait a second, this is bad. Anyways, that's working as intended. So just by having a shield on, you're going to have 25% block mitigation to anything that you do block. And you'll also just have that passive block chance coming in at 15%. So I just worry more about having a shield on in general over having a good shield on early. And then just getting your weapons that allow you to keep your shield up, because you will want blocks. I promise you that. Blocking, very, 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 very importante. And you will also want to prioritize getting your combat tree done early. You'll want to learn your skills from the weapon tree and stamina tree as quickly as possible, and your archetype trees. It's all just about hitting 5 and getting those weapons as quickly as possible. Because once you get those weapons, those are eye level 9 weapons. That is not something that's going to hold you back anymore. You are fucking set that like from that point on. So as soon as you get those bad boys, you just start pumping. It's a huge, 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 massive improvement overall. So just prio that, get through your starting trees as quickly as humanly possible. Get your combat destinies done. Get your first steps done, and then you're good. Does dodging at the right time still not take damage? Dodging was never a true iframe. dodging was always a 0.5 second 100% evasion buff to fizz and magic. And then when you came out of your dodge, it kind of like tapered off. So they changed dodge fundamentally. They took away spring step, which was 50% additional dodge distance. And then they also made it so dodge, unless you have your full dodge tree in the stamina tree, no longer gives multiple instances of the evasion. So if you dodge through a clump, your first dodge, if you're fully spec'd into dodge, if you're at 110 stam, max stam gives you the old dodge evasion where you can dodge through multiple instances of things. However, right now you can only dodge through one singular attack. So dodging down, clank, up, clank. It's like New World stam. No, New World you were still able to dodge through multiple attacks on everything. New World was just a straight iframe window. But they changed it so you no longer dodge multiple instances of damage. It's not a true iframe in the first place. So different from New World there. It's just 100% additive evasion and then accuracy counters evasion. And then from there, it no longer gets you through multiple instances of evasion. You evade one thing and then it strips the evasion. So blocking is really good this patch. Really good. Like really, really good. Grenade. Thank you for the hydrate, dog. I appreciate you. I gotta bring the laundry down real quick. And help Miss Corla with that. One sec, chat. Yeah. Good day. I have returned. Oh. The laundry has been delivered. We've returned. Okay. Just kind of done with MMOs. Why? What's up? Not saying like having communities, but the goal of the community. Missed where it wasn't about min-maxing, more just playing the game. I think Ashes gets back to that. I think Ashes is very good for people that do just want to come in and play an MMO as an MMO and like explore the world. I do agree though, a lot of MMOs have got very far separated from that, where it was previously a point of you know, every player coming in and finding their own route. A lot of MMOs became a matter of play the game the way that we want you to play the game because this is the most optimal way. This is the most on-rails system. And it became just a dopamine factory of different loot boxes from mobs and, you know, different forms of 1 in 10s where you were just basically pressing the button and you were just waiting for something to come out that 1 in 10 time. And it got very disconnected from, hey, just come in and be a part of the world. Whether you want to be a merchant, whether you want to fucking RP, whether you want to PvP, whether you want to be the most feared person. I feel like that's what MMOs used to be about, very heavily. What server cast gonna be on? We have no fucking idea. And even if we said one right now, it would very likely change on launch because everything is going to be so cooked. I know they announced the servers. They announced 2 servers, and there are going to be more servers that open up off that. We're going to have way more than 10k peak players on NA. I can confidently say that 2 servers for NA will be gridlocked. So I can't, like, I'm not even gonna venture into the realm of planning out where any guilds are gonna go. And I think for every guild, it's going to be much more of a game time decision of if we can all get on this guild or on this server with these other guilds, then great. However, every guild's gonna prioritize playing the game with their guild and not fucking their entire community just to get on a specific server, right? Because everything's still gonna wipe. We're still gonna have different servers on launch. Like, it's gonna happen. So I think this is where we will truly see a scenario where planning can only get you so far. In my opinion. I think we will see many communities end up in areas that they did not originally want to end up in. We will see if people do try to force it. A lot of communities that kind of fracture their player base and have many people in one area. And then they have a lot of people in another area, and that second area is the goddamn queue. It's going to be very interesting to see how it all shapes up. But I would expect a lot of those pre-planned server instances to really fall apart quite quickly, if I'm being honest. I don't think it's one of those guaranteed deliverables, no matter how hard you plan it out right now. Saying I might have to play alone. Bro, it's gonna be shambles. I'm gonna be completely honest, and we're gonna try to make whatever decision we can to guarantee that we get the most content as a community with the goal set we have, while also getting our people in without everybody just being full fucked in queues. And there's gonna be a lot of decision making that goes into that. And there's also the element of, at a certain point, would it be better to reroll once servers settle? Like, that's what we always want to avoid. We want to avoid just saying to everybody, hey, all of this first time user grinding you just did, we're re-rolling on a new server. So we're going to be working really hard to try to ensure that we make the right decision with the first decision. And we don't end up in a scenario where we get on a server and then we're just like, oh shit, everything's bad over here. It's all going to shit. This server's econ is fucked up. This server's econ's not going to be sustainable. This server looks like it's going to hemorrhage players for this reason, that reason, whatever it may be. So it's going to be interesting. What's going to be the true test is what happens when Asmongold leaves after a week or 2 to the servers. I mean, you always have that fall off of content creators that come in and then go. And keep in mind, even if Asmon doesn't play, like, Summit's gonna have some pull if he enjoys it. Esfan's gonna have his guild over here, so that's gonna be a huge presence. Esfan just pulls a few thousand players, a few thousand viewers wherever he goes. Like, he's got a huge community. At the end of the day, we're gonna have so many content creators. I mean, Cannon came by yesterday and the day before and was asking questions about the game and said he was gonna play with some of his friends. So, I mean, we got every walk of MMO content creators coming to Ashes. If I'm being completely honest, I think it's far from just the what happens when, you know, the Asmongold size content creators leave, but what happens to the servers when the inevitably 50 to 100, 200 plus viewer content creators come over here with a combined, you know, 20k of their own, right? That's the big what happens at that point for me personally. And that's an inevitable, right? We cannot expect these Omega content creators to come over to stay, to, you know, inherently enjoy Ashes in any capacity. And I expect all of them to leave just as quickly as they've shown up, as I saw so many times before with so many other MMOs. So I'm not really counting on much. I definitely think that there will be a good opportunity to test server merges at some point in time. And I don't think that time will be too far. Although I'm hoping retention is good, but the natural streamer cycle, yes, streamers leave a fucking void. And yet we got nothing special at endgame? My brother, are you on fucking bath salts? Have you not looked at the Harbinger system? The Harbinger system is a PvP area with incentivization where you want to bring multiple raids to actually accomplish the goals out there. And it's the start of the story arcs. And if the people don't work together, it expands and takes over more of the world. The Harbinger system fucks, because it also creates gatherables that are unique to the Harbingers. With those gatherables, there are recipes where you can increase the rarity of them, and then you can also convert the gatherables from corrupted gatherables to non-corrupted gatherables. The Harbingers go crazy. If you think there's nothing special at endgame, I got hopefully positive news in that there is a lot more coming. No, it's okay. It's okay. But there's a lot. I hope that there is enjoyable endgame. There's not necessarily going to be, like you said, arenas right now. Arenas will be coming in later. They will have some instance content coming in. But Steven talked about in the interview I did with him how instance content's never going to be the incentivized content in Ashes. You're always going to be put into the open world for the best stuff to get the most incentivized output. So they're working on it. It's not in the best state that it'll ever be in. Yo, Ione, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. It's not in the best state it'll ever be in. And I'm not going to tell you it is. However, the Harbinger system does represent a lot of replayable content, in my opinion. It's going to be a huge form of incentivization. Let's get out to the Harbingers early on before other people get out there once they activate. So then we can try to control the chests that are in the Harbinger areas. So that way we can get, you know, corruption materials for the conversion from the Harbinger mats to the non-corrupted bats. We can go in after those chests and we can get completed items from the chests. We saw 6 completed items from one of the chests. Also, Sib, what up, my boy? Group duels are as good as placeholder arenas. Yeah, group duels would also be a huge step when the duel system expands there. I don't think we've got group duels right at the 11th, unless they snuck it in without me seeing it. However, once they add group duels in and raid duels in, that's scrims and everything else that we need just instantly accessible. That is a huge point of convenience, brother, 1000%. Also, Asmon's been talking about it on a daily basis, pretty much. There's always a non-guarantee that he plays, right? Or that he doesn't play, right? We don't really know which way it will absolutely lean. But he's been talking about it on stream daily now and has been saying that he is probably going to check out Ashes of Creation every day. So, I wouldn't be shocked if he played it. I would be kind of shocked if he played it on stream, but he could always shock the world and play it on stream. I don't really know what to expect, but from the content creators that I have seen just kind of lurking around the directory, those that have come in and asked questions, those that are speculating about Ashes on their streams, I can only imagine that there's going to be a huge presence. No, Shotty does it on stream based on last time he did it. Right, but what if he reached out to Intrepid and then they put in the Asmongold rule to level 10? And we see Asmon speedruns? What's that? Asmongold getting speedran by his community? I also miss those. The good old days of MMOs. It'd be interesting if the Harbinger thing could allow the possibility for small groups to come in and steal loot. Oh god, you absolutely could. Yeah, you could probably run through the Harbingers with a group of rogues perma-stealthed and then try to get into spots where you're a solo rogue looting those Harbinger chests. And honestly, that's gonna be huge if you can pull it off. If you can stealth while the 1-minute channel for the chest is going off, or you just get to an area where you don't have to worry about people coming through because you're so deep in the Harbinger area. Oh, fuck yeah. Yeah, treasure hunting rogue groups will go absolutely sicko mode. Now, me as a tank, I won't be able to help very much with that. But yeah, rogues are gonna be nuts for that shit. I mean, you'll have rangers going in there too. How do your offhand weapons stats affect overall stats? They scale completely. So you don't have anything that is reduced when one weapon is out versus not out. Even if you're using a shield in your melee slot and then you switch out to your range weapon, you'll still receive the shield bonuses just because it's equipped. So everything in your paper doll stays valid at all times. Ranger stealth isn't great. Yeah, no, it's not. It's not good. However, maybe, depending on how the mob placement's looking in those bad boys, you could find areas to sneak through. I wouldn't recommend walking directly in front of a bunch of mobs, but you could probably kind of like, I don't know, somewhat sneak your way through, but that is intriguing though. I'm wondering if they are going to allow channeling of those chests in stealth. Or like stealthing while channeling. That's an intriguing thought. Because then what if I just make a rogue? What if I just decide that's my ultimate ascension? I stop playing tank and I become DustyWhy chess master. We might be onto something. Like, fuck a Steel Bloom raid. I want 8 rogues running around and just yoinking chests all the time. Should break when we start channeling. I hope so. However, you'll still be able to get out there and you'll still be able to stealth your way over to the chests and then maybe find a cheeky spot to loot where you're not full fucked. This is merely people 1v1ing like their RuneScape duel. Oh, the people 1v1ing in terms of their animations and shit, if those get reduced, it's because they have systems in game when a lot of people are present to kind of cut out FPS of other people to keep your game client running smooth. So you'll see a whole lot of that with this many people around. In terms of the time to kill, people are hitting each other with pool noodles right now. However, that has been changed. This is a little older for the PvP footage. So that is, fortunately a problem of the past. Steelbloom, Carf, and Forge are back. Interesting. So we're supposed to actually see eye level 29 sets again? And what's Steel Bloom giving? Because, I mean, I tested Steel Bloom previously, but Steel Bloom a while back changed, so it was only 26? Well, 26 is only Steel Bloom, right? But Carf and Forge should be 29. Because the 26 from Steel Bloom was the Rosarium Guard shit. And that was previously bugged because it was dropping off of non-level 20 mobs. And then they reduced that, or sorry, they changed that to no longer drop off of 20 mobs, or non-20 mobs, and only drop off of 20 plus. So you were able to get like 18 pluses and get Rosarium shit. I think item drop should be green or gray. Oh yeah, I mean, I think the non-zero chance to find something high rarity should exist. However, I think it should be a very, 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 emphasize very, low chance. I think it should not be common to find anything high rarity through item drops. But the little carrot on a stick of like, hey, I could potentially find this along the way, can also be really solid for people. Fucking hope so. Like, I'm kind of mixed on it. I don't want Steel Bloom and Carf and Forge to be a complete waterfall, because we also have to consider with Forge gear, Forge is a double-edged sword. Because with Forge gear, if it drops in any rarity, you just disassemble it to get the glittering steel ingot from it. Or sorry, you decon it to get the glittering steel ingot from Forge drops. And then you save up your glittering steel ingots, and then you get the rest of the mats that you actually need, and then you craft Forge gear at item level 29, early as fucking high rarity. So you sacrifice some to make better, right? So then you can throw Heroic Plus out like absolute mad with essentially no input. And you can find yourself getting Forge Guard. You can find yourself getting anything, man. Anything. Jesus Christ. So that's what we need to get into very early on this time around. Breaking down those eye level 29 pieces and then getting the most out of it. Going budget gear so I can sell the strands. Yeah, I mean, a big form of econ early is going to be farming up and selling. However, I think with Forge gear, is the most expensive push going to be super early, or is it going to be later? Because I almost feel like with the most expensive push of Forge gear, we're probably going to see that later on in server development instead of earlier. Yo, Lino, what up, my boy? I feel like the average push of people needing those that aren't going to be farming them themselves, it's not going to be like a week 1 thing. Or even possibly like a week 2 thing. I think that'll be a little bit further out before there's an actual demand associated with those. Yo, Hauser, and how are you, my dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day, dog. Hold on. I need to get out of whatever part of the like Spotify algorithm I'm in, because the algorithm is like putting on shit that's trying to put me to sleep, dog. I swear to God. Holy shit. I like the chill background music. However, sometimes it's too chill. When there's a fucking cello, it's a little bit too much. How's it? What you getting up to today, dude? We got less than 2 hours until the PTR goes down. The final testing has begun. The final routes have begun. And let me tell you, having 8 people makes it a lot easier to grind mobs than having 1 person. I appreciate everybody in my group very much at this point in time. I miss all of you. Our advisor out, but really it's over for the caravan. Maybe rethink things. It's rough as a poor boy out there. Yeah, but you should get everything by default. Don't you have too much about the route so people can't steal it and like opt that shit. But you should get enough by default. I don't know if you miss like a quest or something along the way, but once you hit level 5, that's the biggest thing. You just have to try so hard in your first time user experience to hit level 5 as quickly as possible. And then once you do that, you just turn in your destinies, you sell shit, and then you should have enough clams to get it. It was level 5. Yeah, as a solo, that's the hardest part. I feel like getting to level 6 is the hardest part of the anvils. And then I think the next 10 levels, like 6 to 16, will go insanely fast in the anvils. That is my take. However, there could just be places in the Riverlands that are ungodly good as well. Bro, I hate fighting these birds that have the shield. How long is phase supposed to last? Until the game's done, basically. Alpha is gonna go obviously until betas. Betas come in when the game is near feature complete, and then the betas are supposed to be shorter phases that are gonna be measured in weeks instead of a measure of months. So realistically, we're gonna see multiple wipes in between now and the betas, just to set proper expectations. I would say when it hits 3 months, start really looking at the economy. Start trying to figure out if bugs are playing a role, if dupes are playing a role, if things feel sus or seem sus. And from there, start praying it's not broken. Because then we might get longer servers. However, the more broken shit is econ-wise, the more likely we are to have our servers wiped. However, we will be in early access for a very long time. I would say probably 2+ years until we, like, look at a launch, so... Just this phase until the next phase. Oh, like this set of servers? Yeah, I mean, it's unpredictable, honestly. There's no definite answer. And it depends on so many exterior things. They would prefer to not wipe, of course. Like, they would like to keep the live service MMO servers going in a live service state while they implement on top of that. And that's their idea. Minimal wipes. Bring in new content, people play the new content, people complete the new content, you're good to go. You're up tremendous. Then you have the element of what happens when econ breaks. What happens when shit gets fucked? Well, that's where the wipes come in. So we're all just kind of hoping that there are going to be no game-breaking econ things along the way. Which naturally, I don't think it's a matter of if there will be, I think it's a matter of when there will be. And I'm really hoping that they're minimized and that with the new blacklist technology that Intrepid's got in place, hopefully they're able to mitigate some of the effects that these inevitable problems are going to create on the economy. So, saw a lot of people reporting they borked today's update. Have you seen anything? No, what are people saying? My game's been running fine. Bard just got another major buff. They changed something about Bard today. What happened? How long before they take archetypes and split them out for the 64 classes? That'll be throughout next year. You're gonna learn your secondary, so to say, at level 25. So presumably once they expand level cap past level 25, then we'll start to see more implementation of the secondaries. I think that's gonna kind of be batched together. They've always said that tank and cleric are the first 2 secondaries that we're gonna get. Whether that changes or not, I don't fucking know. However, that's what they've told us so far. Besides ability, not interrupting finisher, there's an ability that resets our movement ability. Wait, so you guys can just Omega move now? Wait a minute. Get off the stage, resets flourish. So how do I catch Bard? You shmove, right? You just never stop moving at this point? You don't. Right, that's what I thought. Right. Okay. So we literally just go fuck ourselves. Okay. I like that. That's a really cool concept. Cool class. Good design. You know, to me it's kind of wild how movement is getting cooked so hard on a baseline sense, but then Bard and Rogue get better movement. Like, they're taking away movement, and then they're just like, oh, Bard, Rogue, the two things that are already super fucking annoying to try to lock down. What if we just give them more uninterruptible movement? They also buffed our movement ability by itself. Oh, word. Did they make it so you can't be tripped during your movement ability, too? They made the momentum from it increase? Oh, awesome. Thank you, Intrepid. Love you guys. Appreciate y'all. The classes that are built around movement make sense. But at what point is it too much movement? At what point are you just a hardcore parkour man? Because unstoppable movement is a little bit too much. There needs to be some risk. Might as well just give us a GM client. Like, I did not see a problem with if a rogue took a dumbass grapple getting tripped out of that grapple. What's every step is a flash? Yeah, you gotta have teleports in, then you gotta have recalls back out to get to the spot you were in before the teleport in. Yep, no, absolutely. Abso-fucking-lutely. That's the optimal movement set. Help my employed house out. Any big changes from patch notes? Any hidden changes? What's that fly today? Oh god, I mean, probably a shitload of hidden changes. But patch notes today were mostly focused around, like, tank stuff. Just overall patch notes, though, Jesus fucking Christ. I'm not looking forward to the 11th patch notes. I'm hoping they drop the patch notes tomorrow. And then on the 11th, I just get to play the game and download and install and go from there. Because I really do not want to do a patch note review for 17 hours. There's going to be so much. I do not want to see that patch note list up. It's going to be fucking gross. Tried updating the PTR one last time before it goes down in 2 hours, but it said they don't have enough disk space. Weird. Try washing off your SSD. If I could make a recommendation. 2 days until launch. Yeah, I'm fucking excited. I'm so excited, man. We're going to have so many content creators over here. We're gonna have so many people over here that are leveling. The community is gonna feel so alive. It's nice. I genuinely cannot fucking wait to see how it shapes up. This is someone at 14k HP and healing. HP numbers got tuned a lot since this video was recorded. The PTR, they put in a few different TTK changes along the way for it. And one of them had increased HP by a 4x. And then they realized very quickly that everybody was way too beefy as a result of this dual tourney that they held. So, did you guys do the 4-on-1 interview with Steven already? What? I'm not in the 4-on-1 interview. What do you mean, you guys? My interview's been posted. Exclamation interview for mine. I did mine back on the 4th. The 4-on-1 is Zyback, Lude, Lloyd, Nice, and Vladis. So you might have got me and Vladis confused. Yeah, we, you know, pretty similar vibes out here. Are there any Singapore servers? No, NA and EU exclusively right now. There will be more, though.
Farm him, reaped. Dead.
Sorry, no, it's okay, Yosh. It's okay, I'm just giving you shit. My interview was on the 4th. I was fortunate enough to land myself a solo slot, and I was nervous as fuck. But exclamation interview, if you haven't been able to see mine yet, there are a couple of solid interviews, though, and things that happened this week. So obviously, my interview, I was very excited for that. You've got the you got the council interview, as I'm calling it, with Zybe and Lloyd and the boys. And then you've got the TGFT Artisan Summit that happened earlier this week. And then we've got the 11th. This is, good fucking God, is a lot. Is a lot. And how do you respond to the allegations? Steven did it. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. I blame him for everything. The allegations, I made them. It was yeah, it was either Steven or Fupo. I will update you on which, depending on what set of allegations we're talking about. We're balancing a few. Last question was the best in the interview. Listen, sometimes it's about asking the basics, dog. Sometimes you just gotta get down to the brass tacks of it. You can have all these eloquent responses, but sometimes all you need is truly a yes or a no for the people to base their thoughts off of. Or we broke that. Listen, I grew up broke my whole goddamn life. I heard the words yes after that response many times. I was prepared. I was fully ready to be let down. I was not let down. This is the first time I've ever heard in my life that we're still rich. So, it's a cool experience. I don't know what it's like waking up every day rich, but listen, I can tell you that day, I knew what it was like. I was living through that last question, brother. We're gonna watch the interview together? Yeah, what time is it at? Is it at 7? Because I'm pretty sure it's at 7. I think. Which would correlate really good with the servers going down. However, I can't hang around too late the next 2 days, because Carla and I still have to decorate Christmas stuff. I have to make sure that I don't lose my goddamn voice along the way. And once all those things are achieved, we're good. And then 24-hour stream. 7 p.m. PST. Oh, wait, what? Oh my God. Oh, I might not be able to make it then. I'll probably be, maybe I throw a raid over for it. I'll probably be hopping off stream around that time, because I cannot do, I mean, if I even stay that long, but I'm not gonna be able to do like 10 hours leading up to it and then also do a 24-hour stream without losing my fucking voice. So I'll probably, if I stay around long enough tonight, I'll throw a raid over that way. I'm realistically gonna do a couple of 6s today and tomorrow, so that way I can preserve my voice just a little bit, because I will genuinely lose my fucking voice. 7 PST. Yeah, 7 PST, late as hell. I mean, maybe they tried to get him after his interview so they could get him like long term. Maybe they're metagaming out here and we're just not thinking about the full intricacies of their plans. It may actually be just some next level shit. The world may never know. AI Dusty. Listen. We won't talk about the allegations. There are too many allegations right now. I'm trying to balance them all. But yeah, I'm gonna be cooked on the 24-hour stream. I'm expecting my voice to just be full fucked by the time that's done. It's not looking the best. Making him delirious so he spills the beans. They're hoping he gets into the post-work wine bottle a little bit. Instead of lemonade, if he's drinking something else, the good answers will come out, boys. Just get an AI Dusty voice. Somebody on my last YouTube video, not the interview, but the one before that, said that they thought I was AI until they saw me. So apparently, I do indeed seem like AI. Need a throat coat sponsor. I mean, I wouldn't say no. Listen, sponsorships are sponsorships, Hoofsy. You get on it, you reach out. You send them an email and you be like, I know a perfect candidate. We get the ball rolling and then everything just takes over. Listen, the seeds, the throat coat. Dude, I just got a new box of seeds too for the launch. I'm fucking pumped about that. What interview? I did an interview with Steven on the 4th. And then there is another interview that Steven is doing with a group of content creators tonight at 10 p.m. EST. So that will be later tonight, much later on. However, there are 4 of those lads that'll be interviewing Steven. So there should be a lot of good info that comes out from multiple different perspectives, which is always a good thing. I think anytime they're able to get a lot of questions out and incorporate more of the, the outward player base's thoughts, it's fucking cool. So I'm really excited. Steven's been a busy bee recently between doing the interview that he did with me and then running the interview with these lads and then the dev stream and the 11th. Holy, it's a busy one. Usually go to bed at 8:30. Oh my god, wait, what time do you wake up at?
This is absolutely
Yo,
S
Clam
tier.
Jam, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Much love. Just got off a job interview and time to get some last-minute leveling groups going. Hey, yo. I hope the job interview went well, my dude. I hope it went absolutely swimmingly for you. How do you feel it went, Pigeon? Also, last-minute leveling group. I'd be down, because let me tell you, sitting here soloing a bunch of mobs on a tank with the intent that I had for my group early on, it's a lot harder than having an 8-person group, I'll tell you that much. Mobs hit way harder when I'm not getting perma-healed. Who would have fucking thought? However, we're truly blessed on this fine day because there is a lot of opportunity for groups to pump. Ashes. Why do I call you Ashes so much? Jesus Christ. Ultra. It's when I start reading the name. Ultra, thank you for the hydrate. Are bards still gods? Oh, quite literally all the time, yes. Yeah, bards are fucking insane. Dr. Frankenbaum, good morning, my brother. How are you today? Thank you for the posture check. I'll take that opportunity to stand up and stretch and smoke a Bolski. Are you getting ready for the launch, my good man? Because I am getting ready for the launch, and I am not going to be able to sleep. I laid awake for 2 hours last night before I finally fell asleep. And then, just full disclosure, I think my game just crashed. Huh. I stayed awake for 2 hours before I fell asleep. And then I dreamt about Ashes. I literally... Ultra's Switch name is Ashes Ultraman. Yes. Yes. It literally starts out as Ashes, which is why it always fucking confuses me. I look and I'm like, oh, Ashes. And then I'm like, oh, it's Ultra. So it's like the brain has to process something else. It's like if your name was Tongue Hoofsy, I'd probably call you Tongue instead of Hoofsy. It's my TikTok name too. Oh god, the TikTok. The Tiki-Talkie. Are you hitting all the mad dances over there? Crashes are gonna be rough with that Q. Q protection. So if you do get a crash, once you're in, you have a period of time where you can log back in before you get put back in the queue. So you're hoping that if you do go down, you go down swinging and your PC doesn't blow up and you can just relaunch super fast. What class would you say is underrated right now? They're playing lesser played classes. Fighter. Not that it's underrated, it's just people don't love it. And it deserves that. Does that actually exist? That is something, where did Steven mention it? DevStream, I want to say it was mentioned with the Q protection. I'm pretty sure it was a DevStream. But they mentioned that somewhere along the line. I don't know all of the details of it. However, I know it was mentioned somewhere. Wish I could figure out where. Do you have a leveling guide? The leveling guide is going to be watching me on launch. Because if I released a leveling guide 2 days ago, it would have been different than today's. It's kind of fucked up how fast things move right now, so. If you get kicked from server, you have a time to get back in? Right. Do we know how long that time is? Because that's going to be a big player protection. I just remember hearing about Q protection, but don't know where. Probably Discord, if I had to guess. Probably Discord. Oh, why isn't my tanking working? Or not my tanking, my targeting with the UI. Oh, weird. There it is. Everything's good now. I like seeing people over here that are trying to get on the caravan tech. And I know where people come from based on the directionality that they're traveling. And the caravan tech about to be real hard to hit from that direction with competition. I fear for some people's routes. It's gonna get scary with competition. Very, very scary. I know a lot of people are planning around ideals instead of planning around uncontestables. And I really would encourage everybody to plan around uncontestables instead of ideals. It'll be such a pain saver. 1 minute protection takes 2 to load in. Yo, if it was 1 minute, we'd be cooked. Oh my god. Can't wait to see this shit goes down with people trying to get to Eastern Anvil's Harbor. I don't think it's gonna be that bad. Although Eastern Anvil's gonna be bad. Yeah, I'm on the West queue. Eastern is going to be fucked. Although I've heard that the Hammer Rest side is leaving you a little bit higher level off rip than the Bonfire side. So maybe the run isn't that bad. But yeah, if people are trying to force that early, that's going to be a haul. Both harbors and the anvils are completely fucked. I'm going to be completely honest. Not fucked in a bad way, but like you have to plot out your route to get there. And while I've been running around, I'm looking at all of these sweet summer people that are coming in that have never seen violence before, that have never seen mob comp before. And I'm thinking to myself, you might be grinding that now uncontested, but how are you going to like that when there are 500 people also contesting the 6 mobs that you're sitting on? I can't wait. It won't be as bad as P3. Oh, it won't be as bad as P3. No, won't be nearly as bad as, well, honestly, might be as bad as P3 and worse in the anvils because the anvil's more developed. It won't be as bad as 2.5 where they launched 8.1k out of the fucking Riverlands. But it's still gonna be bad. I think it might unironically be worse than P3 in terms of the comp. I think that's gonna be very, very, very scary. Be afraid of birds. Oh, be very aware of what level area you're running through, because you will find yourself getting fucked by birds, by minotaurs, by you name the spawn in the anvils. There is a reason why I'm such an advocate for people that are going, you know, that are new players. Go to the Riverlands. Do not go to the anvils. The anvils is fucked. They swoop down and fly off with you. Essentially, they'll dive bomb you, they'll hit you and your mount for all of its HP, and then you'll just die to them because you won't be able to outrun them on foot. We're gonna wait and queue over and over. Not with the queue protection. It should hopefully work. Hopefully. If it doesn't, then yes. Just kidding, I don't have to. I'm on the streamer whitelist. So, are you guys ready to wait and queue over and over? Let you think about that while I get water. And then think about the consequences of your actions. I'm making sure you don't get whitelisted. Golly. Alright, be right back. Good day, I've returned. My meds got me dizzy as fuck right now. You sound like a FaZe Clan member, Leon. Jesus Christ. What about did you for 35% of your health? Oh, brother, let me tell you, nothing is harder in Ashes of Creation right now than getting to like level 8. I think the hardest goal to accomplish for people is going to be hitting level 8, getting their gear squared away, because gear's fine once you actually, you know, get your destinies done and shit. The intro gear distribution system has been absolutely unequivocally S+ tier comparatively to what we always used to have. But getting to 8 for a lot of people is going to be so fucking rough. 8? Yeah. Yeah, the rest of it is honestly just time. 10 plus, once you get 10 weapons, you're fine. But the pre-8 push is, in my opinion, the most bottlenecked push in the entire game. You have a lot of people that are going to be contesting you. You have very limited space in terms of the areas where you can grind. You have far fewer options. Things are going to hit you very hard. There is a lot that can fuck you on the way to 8. Now, yo, get off. Hail to you, brother. Also, Pills, what up, dude? That's not to say getting to 8 is genuinely like the mechanically most difficult part of the game. But 8 is going to be unbelievably bottlenecked. 8 is going to be the hardest time, like under 8 is going to be the hardest time to actually traverse the map. Your mount's going to die. You're going to die. When you die, you're going to lose experience. You're going to lose time because you're going to have to run back. You lose a lot if you are not being careful. And that early progression puts you further into a bottleneck. So once you hit 8, the world kind of opens up enough. Xander, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Once you hit 8, the world kind of opens up enough. You can go to 11 grinds. You could go a little bit higher if you wanted to, but you're kind of in that sweet spot where everything just takes off. Riverlands is easier. Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Unequivocally. Riverlands is easier, more consistent, and better. 1,000 million jillion trillion %. Wait, adds Twitch Prime. Oopsie, that's the tech. That's the tech they don't tell you about. Once a month, you get a free sub-a-rooney with that Twitch Prime. My goodness gracious. Oh, it goes fucking crazy. But yeah, no, Bruja, you are absolutely correct, dog. It is unequivocally easier, smoother, more fluid in the Riverlands. You have the follow-up questing hub of Second Sword Outpost, where you can hit Road to Jova. You've got more opportunities for grinds that are well established. Even non-POI grinds in the Riverlands are good. You have more continuity to a smooth 25 in one area. You've got more accessibility to audible into the desert if you want to do minnows in the desert, or if you want to hit like a desert shartling farm. You've got opportunities to go into the Goondark as you get higher level to see if you want to go, maybe once you hit 20, you transition to like Hakribba snakes or some bullshit like that. There are so many options that you will be able to like cognitively decide out of the Riverlands that you're much more restricted in terms of the anvils. Anvils is a north start, and you just have to work your way south regardless. So you're kind of more on rails there. Returning after whenever phase 2.5 started. Oh my god, welcome back. Would you recommend waiting to log in until Friday or Saturday? I think it'll be fine on Thursday. It's gonna be, like, if you played before, it's gonna be bottlenecked as shit. Like, but they've been working a lot on the bottlenecks for the first time user experience. And the early, like, goal of today was to look at the bottlenecking and first time user experiences and find those, report those. They really want to prioritize getting those things worked out for new players coming in. And naturally, you're still going to have jankiness along the way with as many players as they're expecting. A 5K concurrent cap on a server seems like a ton until you realize that that's a whole shitload of people starting all at once. So I would definitely expect congestion. I'd expect some queues. I'd expect bottlenecks. They did announce that there would be 2 servers to start for NA and for EU. However, that accommodates 20K concurrent players. If Steven's estimate of 50K concurrent is accurate, then that's gonna be a lot. They will need many more servers than that. And I think that anybody that's trying to plan out what server they're going, it's gonna be a game time decision, dog. It's gonna be an audible. You are going to have very little control over where you and your community are going unless you are okay with logging in Friday or Saturday once things settle down. But keep in mind, might not settle down Friday and Saturday. There are not a lot of people that are going to take time off of work for Ashes in the grand scheme of it all. However, there will be a whole lot of people that'll check out a new MMO if their favorite streamer's playing it over the course of a weekend when they don't have to work. So, my prediction for player base. Thursday, it is what it is. I think Friday and Saturday we'll see more. Sunday will be a little bit below Saturday. And then weekend 2 will be higher than weekend 1 is my prediction. And then after that, I don't know. It all goes willy-whack at that point. But Peak probably 30K. I've always said 25K, and I'm standing on that business of 25K. I don't think it will be as high as Steven has said at 50K. I think it's potential, though. With the number of content creators that are coming over, that's going to bring a lot of attention. It's just Ashes has such a negative sentiment around it that I think people are going to be very hesitant to hop in. I think it will take a lot of Ashes proving itself to people before people are willing to say, oh, okay, I play Ashes now. I have Friday off, but not Thursday. No, that's so sad. Well, we're going to have a lot of late start groups, which is absolutely a good thing. So that'll be awesome. At least you've got that to fall back on, my boy. Beta people going to be there? Yeah, that's true. I mean, I don't know how many beta keys existed that were originally purchased in older packs. But yeah, there are going to be a lot of people coming in. Now, for perspective, the last figure that Steven gave us in terms of total, like, active users, and that's not concurrent, this is total active users throughout Alpha 2. Steven gave us a figure of, God, I want to say it was like 120K or 150K or something like that. Total active users throughout Alpha 2, which is not that high. I think low-key, the population is going to expand multiplicatively, just naturally, regardless of what the retention is. Our population is going to be at a point in Ashes that I don't think we've seen it yet. This is going to be the most servers that Ashes has had yet. This is going to be the most hype that Ashes has had yet. Clamjam, thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate you. There will be a lot of eyes on Ashes. Will all of the eyes show Ashes in a positive light? Will everybody love Ashes? Fuck no. Fuck no. There'll be a lot of eyes on my stream, too. Is everyone gonna like my stream and like me? Fuck no. No, absolutely not. Frank, thank you for the follow, dude. Everyone's gonna have their own preferences. There will be people that hop in that aren't happy. There will be people that hop in that are happy. There will be people that come in that end up staying and playing until Ashes fully launches and plays every single day that it's possible. And every single day that you're here, you're in chat as well, hanging out, because I'm also here daily. There will be people. There will be retention. Will it be 100%? No. No. No, I'd be delusional if I said it was going to be 100%. However, there will be retention. There will be negative reviews. There will be people that are pissed off. There will be people that say, Ashes isn't where I want it to be. Ashes is a scam. Ashes is this. Ashes is that. Ashes is bad. However, there will also be people that'll be like, damn, this shit kind of cool. And people need to take breaks and not main Ashes. I think you need to fuck yourself. I'm not burnt out. You're fucking burnt out, bitch. Yo, Gargoyle, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. How elaborate is crafting, if at all? It is less elaborate than it will be long term. However, crafting is typically... Yo, Xables, thank you for the prime, dude. I appreciate that. Much love, much love. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Crafting right now is typically supplied by a web of gatherers and processors. So you're not able to level up all of your trade skills out of the 22. Exclamation crafting will get you a little graphic that helps out with that. I actually think I have it pulled up. Hold on. No React streamer, but I'm pausing the video. This one. Haha. It's chaos up in my tabs, but it's organized chaos, I promise. These are all resources. So there are 22 professions in Ashes. All of these professions start as novice, which is level 0 to 9. 5 novice can become apprentice, which is level 10 to 19. 4 apprentice become journeyman, which is 20 to 29. 3 journeyman become master, which is 30 to 39, which we don't have yet. We can go to master, but there's no benefit to it. And then 2 of those become grandmaster or GM, which is going to be level 40 to 50. We don't have any functionality of these 2 things yet. However, you can still go to that point with them. So just depends on how high you want to push it. But more or less, you can have, this is the effective level since we're level 25 cap right now. And you can effectively have 4 at the highest level right now. So what I'm planning to go, just for perspective, on my main character, I'm going to have 4 gathering at the highest effective level. And then 2 will probably push up off of that, right? And then I'm going to have a second character that is specifically for processing and taking those materials and sitting in town and just putting them in a table and processing those shits. And then I'll have all of those materials and I'll give them to a crafter that has the recipes that I need. And then we're good. I have output. I can also econ on the way up, but as a crafter, you're going to be working with multiple different people in the supply chain. You will need processing, you will need gathering, you will need baseline gold. You will need to PvE so you actually get recipe drops from the mobs that potentially drop the item that you're looking to craft. So if I want to get a long sight bow, then I have to go to Carfin to get that bow. Carfin is one of the 2 open world dungeons we have right now. So I go to Carfin, I'm killing mobs there. I will find, maybe if I'm really lucky, a low rarity version of that bow if it drops as a completed item, or more likely, I'll find a recipe for that. That recipe needs to be given to a carpenter that has the appropriate carpentry level, which is going to be journeyman, and then the server itself has to have progressed to the point where it has the appropriate tables for gathering, processing, and crafting of the necessary materials. Not just on the side of wood, but you're also going to need herbs. You're going to need a lot. It's very intertwined right now. I like Dusty because I feel like dude could rage bait someone easy by his voice and the way he talks too casual. I don't know why some people get mad at me sometimes. I don't know, dude. I'm not like, I gotta have a punchable face, but it's like, it's only semi-punchable. There are many more punchable faces in the content industry than mine, I think. Not that I'm gonna like name any names, but like, I don't know. You ever seen Zopstream? I feel like one square in the forehead. Is he here right now? He's somewhere. Oh shit, wait. I meant Strag. Always confuse those two because they're both so handsome. Right in the Zopper. A bopper in the Zopper is crazy. Good God. What server are we going? It's going to be a game time decision. I'm going to be calling audibles and protection schemes at the line like I'm Peyton fucking Manning, baby. I genuinely might have Zombie and I in football helmets with the telecoms back and forth coordinating. It's going to be a fucking bloodbath. We're going to be storming the beaches of Normandy, and all of the mounted machine guns are going to be people trying to get in and spurg with their favorite content creator that's coming in. Let me tell you what, brother, it's going to be fucking bloody. So, I swear to God, if I were to say today we're going this server, tomorrow there might be 4 more NA servers that exist. Can you imagine how many little Asmonglets are going to come over here if their Roach King comes and plays on stream? Brother's going to bring 20k concurrent by himself if he plays. Asmon playing? Asmongold's been talking about playing Ashes of Creation more than I remind people to use their Prime sub. Speaking of which, chat, check your Prime. It avoids ads and helps support the stream. Appreciate y'all. So, Asmon's been talking about it on like a daily basis. He's got 42k right now, not even playing a game. It's a lot of people. Keith, how the fuck are you, my boy? Nell, how are you? Also, Havoc, how are you? We have time for a leveling route. If anybody wants to get an impromptu grind up to 5 or so before these servers go down, I'm still feeling very confident. I'm feeling very confident in our route. I think it is going to be a very solid route up to 16 for us. And then we ball from there. All I want to know is where the ruby's at. You don't need to worry about the rubies, Emu. Do not concern yourself. I say that because I have an entire Rock Eater core. Yo, Final X, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. I have an entire Rock Eater core that is going to be gathering for us. Their job is to find rubies from hitting rocks. And then they will process those rubies and they will deliver them to an alt, which will be in town, which will be processing experience scrolls, or I should say crafting various scrolls for us, and we'll be delivering them to our groups. There will be a supply chain. Yo, Bossing Sayers, there are no rubies in Bossing Say. There are none. There are none. I'll do a leveling run. Word. Your scroll maker should be named Bookstore. It's not gonna be my scroll maker. The fuck you mean? No, I'm the streamer. No, I got the person in my group that's gonna have the scroll maker. So I get priority on scrolls without saying it's streamer loot. Yeah, it just saves me an argument with people. Yeah, it's phenomenal. So my group eats first, and then other groups eat as well. But for other groups to eat, they have to bring more scrolls out to my group too, and also a good weapon. The supply chain. It's so beautiful. Surprised he hasn't made a video about Ashes since he's a streamer daddy of MMOs. What, Asmongold? Asmongold's YouTube isn't for video games anymore. Asmongold's YouTube is for getting people angry. I hope he just gives people a couple hours of, I don't know, peace and quiet. You sound like a twat talking like that. You sound like a dumb bitch coming into somebody's chat and not being able to read the room and realize they're joking. Are you gonna stand 10 toes down, or are you gonna play the victim and now say, oh my god, the streamer's mean to me? Because you sound like a dumbass coming into somebody's stream with a first time chat, not being able to read a joke between people. Your move, Mr. Recklow. My point stands. Alright, fuck it, valid. You don't have to like it, but also don't need to be here if you don't. 07, brother, I appreciate you. I respect that you stood on it, though, I will say. Don't have to like me, but most people won't even stand on that shit. Good for you. Good for you. Now, I will say, my group is still getting first dibs on everything. Yeah, 1000%. I get the streamer loot. I structure the group for the streamer loot. I build the guild for the streamer loot. It's all built around me not actually having to get streamer loot. Now, let me tell you, back in World of Warcraft, I would specifically as a paladin tank not bring a single other plate wearer or melee into my dungeon groups so I could take all of the loot without having to show back it. It was a glorious time. It was a fucking glorious time. No Bankai. So, I don't know, man. Sometimes you just gotta have a plan around it. And sometimes someone will think you're a twat. But let me tell you, that person will have way less prio on loot than I will. As since watching the interview tonight, oh, that's fucking huge. Good for them. I wonder, do you think the foursome reached out and they were like, yo, Daddy S fan. Wait, that's huge. That'll get so much exposure around it. Good for them. It'd be cool if you did like a stream together with them so that way the viewership counted. Let my boys eat ad revenue. Aesthetics, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. Also, final noob to ashes here. May I please ask how we create a guild in this awesome game in 2 days? Get a guild going. You get money. Go to your guild vendor. Get scroll. Create guild. Relatively simple. It's in a stream title.
Oh, really? Oh, really? Wait a minute. Has he done a react to Dusty's interview yet? We should force feed it to him. We should make him consume it. I threw him a raid yesterday. He didn't know who I was. I expected nothing else.
Like, when you raid somebody, you can always tell if they're like familiar with you or not based on like how they greet your raid. And you're just kind of like, who the fuck is this guy? Oh, thanks, dude. This Dusty guy sucks. Listen, if I've learned 2 things from my interview, it's that I'm very expressively listening to people. I nod my head in response, probably way too much. I'm a very like motion-y person, right? So I nod my head too much, and I need to have more words of acknowledgement except absolutely. And say absolutely, yeah. I gotta have a couple more in the repertoire. I always make fun of Asmongold for the yeah, right.
Cat with abs is
right. That makes sense.
S tier.
Yeah, I see that. However, he's got it on a cycle. He doesn't need to say much to say a lot. Yo, Saracen, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Indeedly. I gotta break out the indubitably. I gotta have. May I suggest indubitably? I mean, low-key, we might be synced up there, dog. We genuinely might be synced up on the indubitably. I just gotta. Bro's cooldown managing. He's got the fucking rotation. He's got the builder spender system. He's gonna build an actual response and then he pauses it for a 4-second response and then it goes back into the builder system. He's fucking rage dumping whenever he pauses the video. Jesus Christ. Asmon doesn't need to say anything ever. Asmongold could let his stream run for 24 hours without him doing anything on the stream and average more viewers than I will ever peak at. There is a different level of motion at that point, dude. The Roach King is inevitable. Like him or hate him, that motherfucker is like untouchable at his size. Roach King supremacy. Brother, he could bend over into his microphone and fart and someone would clip it and it would get 17 million views as a tweet. It's unreal. Unreal. I do it and someone goes, you sound like a twat. The fuck am I doing wrong, man? I brushed my teeth this morning before stream. Look, my breath is nice. Like, god damn, fuck. Wondering what GPU you use? Exclamation specs for my spec list. You do sound like a twat? Well, you've got to know one to eat one. Thanks, Socks. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you. As one running out of teeth to brush. Listen, as long as he doesn't have to shot call any raids with his old chippy teeth, then he's fine. He won't pull. Oh, the story about him pulling out his fucking tooth with pliers. It's like just believable enough for me to fucking cringe at it. What res do you play on? I play 1080 and I usually run low to medium settings. I'll have it on cinematic for at least the start of the upcoming servers. Actually, if this crash doesn't go away, I've been crashing like once a day with cinematic on. So I might drop it down because I'm not confident that cinematic's going to be fully not crashing by the time servers start. Do not recommend running the game at 4K. Do you want to cook eggs? Are you trying to fucking hibachi while you quest? What is your goal? What do you have going there? Small girl may be huge, but at least you have Ryan Gosling's looks and none of the talent or charisma. Launch the game, we doing anything? Yeah, I'm remaking a character right now. I got you. And then we can do a push through to like 5 and see how quick we can time that out. I would really like to value our time to 5 over really anything else. It's just such a facilitator. And I think that route down to like second stop is very important. So there are a couple of areas where we could potentially pull off and stop and grab a couple of mobs and then post up prior to. And I think that could be beneficial. Also, if you haven't done a run through today, they changed a couple of the bottlenecks. So the routes now respawn way faster. And they've also added in a few new route spawns themselves. So it's quite solid. Sport fishing in the PTR. Sport fishing is in the PTR, yes, but the PTR goes down in 1 hour. And then it does not come back up until the 11th. Well, then live comes back up. PTR will come up later. But it is 1 hour until the 0 hour of prep. We are about to be locked in entirely to the route that we have chosen. There is no more time to audible. There is no more time to prep. This is legitimately the final run through. Marbles. Yo, chat. Marbles after servers go down for like a Steam key or something. Does it? Wait. Oh my god, you scared me. Oh, I thought I was showing my fucking screen, Kristen. Oh god. Oh, fuck my heart. Oh shit, I got so scared. Oh fuck, I didn't know you were like in game.
Together.
Oh, Be Eclectic, thank you for the 10 months. Oh dude, I thought I was showing the fucking PTR screen. Oh, I almost passed out. You said my character name. Yeah, I have different aliases on the PTR. Dusto the Clown is my testing alias a lot of the time. Oh, I got so scared. I'm literally lightheaded, Kristen. I fucking shit you not. I'm lightheaded. I thought I was about to get banned. Oh, that scared me so much. Oh, that was terrible. Okay, anyways. Yes, Dusto the Clown is my PTR alias. And then also Plan and Donger. We're safe though. Banned 2 days before EA. Oh, bro, can you imagine? And like, it's not like they'd be able to exempt me from it. Like, I'd be fucking cooked. Like, I don't necessarily think if it was just like a quick flash that I'd get Thanos'd. I think I'd probably get a warning. I think most people get a warning, and then if they don't follow through with the warning, then they get banned. But like, holy shit. I'll legit pay someone to break my legs right now. I can't break your legs, but I could crack your back. Wish we had more weapon options in the Destiny box. Oh my god, as they expand the Destinies into higher tiers, I look forward to it. Yeah, they do feel a little restrictive early on, but It's a nice little intro to it too. Yo, Hato, how you doing, dude? Starting with the Steam launch, should I try finding a guild before launch or try finding one in game? It'll always be more beneficial to have one prior to launch, if I'm being honest, just for the organizational structure, the social systems that come with it, being able to sync up with other people in the guild to level. Exclamation Guild is always a good option. We have a lot of late starts that didn't sign up for our static groups that'll just kind of be like pugging within the guild and within the community. So there will be a lot of opportunities for people to just kind of settle into place regardless of what class they play. We have multiple hundreds of people that will be leveling on launch day and throughout the entire phase. We are one of the largest communities in Ashes. I mean, as of right now, before the massive streamers bring theirs in. But I gotta take the claim while we still got it. I'm EU. What if I told you we had an EU branch? And a lot of EU players that are playing over on the NA server? Depending on what your play window is, we have a lot of very active EU players. The full EU branch is kind of meshed into everything else, but there are a lot of EU people that do play on the NA side, so definitely worth checking out. However, the 2 EU servers will probably present much better game feel than the NA servers, but even this phase, with the previous set of servers, EU very much wanted to push for their own standalone servers. And then a few weeks in, they were just like, ah, shit. Can we merge? Yo, Cotton, what up, dude? It's going absolutely wonderfully, man. I'm about to group up with some lads, and we're making a final push to see how smooth we can get through our prog. Oh, wait. Stray, you on the fighter now? We have 1 hour until PTR goes down, and then tomorrow is a dead day with no ashes whatsoever. Who's Quaz? Is that? Who am I missing? Are we missing anybody? Or are we good to go? Want to buy cleric on fighter main? Oh, word. Okay, cool. Are we able to snag a cleric real quick for a 1 to 5? Wait a second. Who's this cleric that's looking at me? Chat, which one of you is this branchler? There's a branchler cleric that just squared the fuck up with me when I said we needed a cleric. I'm just trying out cleric. Is that you? I saw you aggro to me. I saw you aggro to me as soon as I said it. If that's you that I just invited. Okay, cool. We can run through this side. It's pretty simple. We don't have to kill many mobs along the way. We basically kill as few as humanly possible and then try to get out as quickly as we can. And then you'll kind of see like where we're routing down. They push for our own EU server just for it to die instantly and before the NA1 does. Yes. Yes. Now, at the end of the day, I'm still not an advocate for like one mega server regardless of region, because I also feel like region does always predicate game time once everything settles in. Not everybody that is playing is going to be jobless full-time Ashes player or content creator, and eventually people will, even if they take time off work initially, have to go back to work. People will have to sacrifice time played, and you won't be able to have that true global feel forever. That is probably the largest detriment of those global mega servers. At a certain point, you hope that EU has enough sustainability to where EU can play on EU and then have their own time slot. And if it is ever a mega server, what we saw previously was the EU communities played in the morning, and then the NA communities played at night. Eon, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And it kind of became this level of just a couple of ships going by each other, just kind of waving. You had your changing of the guard. You had your night crew and your morning crew. And it just has never really worked. One downside to mega servers, crates don't have a chance to reset DR on turn-ins. Yeah, that's fair. It's alive all the time, but it just ends up being the same thing as any other server would be, except the people that are trying to play from your region and off hours are now fucked, because your region no longer has off hours. So if you're NA, but you play at 4 a.m., 5 a.m., 6 a.m. NA through the early morning, that's going to be dead hours of the server, where you're going to have a small fraction of the competition over pretty much everything that you would normally be competing for at peak time. On a global server, that's going to be getting into EU actually being around for the day and starting their gameplay cycles before it does eventually go into their peak, which is like 2 p.m. EST. So, what are you playing now, PTR? Yes. I'm currently on the PTR. I am hitting one of the meanest starting questing progs that the world has ever seen. It is a struggle bus. However, We're doing it. Sorry, full legendary. Oh, yeah. So the footage is from a little over a week ago from a duel tournament that Intrepid put on. It was a 1v1 tourney, and this was on an older time to kill. They've since lowered the max HP scaling a little bit, brought that down into place, and then from there, they've upped power scaling, made that more valid. So this was from a time where they were giving us boosted gear on the PTR, and then they also had lifted the visual NDA on the PTR. So Arzensky, thank you for the follow, much love. So basically where we're at right now, I am on the PTR currently doing leveling loops, trying to make all of the final tweaks that I would want to make to leveling progression and get all of the last familiarity in that I need to before the servers actually launch. So servers go down now in about 52 minutes. And when they go down, I can't test anything else until servers come up on the 11th. Tomorrow's a dead day. We have no servers whatsoever. And then it's all balls to the wall. It gets fucking chaotic at that point. And I'm put in a lot of loops, but I haven't put in enough loops to the point where I can decisively say through everything else, this is better than anything else on the map. So that's where we're kind of still at a point of, all right, let's get another loop in. Let's get some more familiarity in. Let's see how rough it feels. Let's see how smooth it feels. Let's see how we're coming out of the cave experience and just where we're squaring up. Cause brother, there's a lot of moving pieces with it. Line hold might just be, I mean, line hold is definitely still going to get you to a higher level. However, the opportunity cost with line hold is also going to be much higher. Then we have options later on. Oh, I think the anvils is, if you get to the spots first, I think the anvils has the potential to outdo Lionhold or the Riverlands in terms of a start. Now, the thing that we're missing out on predominantly in the anvils right now is Flare's Flesh Rippers. If we can find a Flesh Ripper spawn in the anvils, then that's going to be absolutely massive. However, any named mobs, once we get into pocket dungeons, will be more than valid. Way more than valid. So, with that in mind, trying to figure out maybe audible to some of those POIs, see which POIs have name mobs, find which name mobs might be worth it. Matter executive call. That's gonna be imperative along the way. But you do definitely have that element. Like Riverlands, you hit level 10, you go get a Flesh Ripper for your melee DPS or your Fizz DPS, and then everybody immediately has a 1600 Fizz power weapon, where we're starting out with fucking 56 Fizz power weapons and we're getting excited about 400. Now, we also don't know what the drop rates are going to be scaling as we go up. For all we know, on live, we could see us hitting level 10, going to our our first post 10 grind spot, and then just shitting out weapon after weapon after weapon after weapon. So, there's a lot of options. I'm still very confident in our start, because again, the Riverlands does still have bottlenecks in the questing line. It's still got name mobs that you have to stop for. It's still got competables. It's effectively a few minute difference on the start, and then it all goes into the mob grind. How contested will the mob grind be? How many mob grinds will you be able to get to yourself? How many people will be contesting every single pull that you're at? We're worried about past 15. Oh, I have a plan for past 15. Oh yeah, no, we're set. We're perfectly set. I would not worry a single bit. Yo, Nasty, thank you for the follow, dog. I appreciate you. Is Flesh Ripper a famous name mob? So, Flare's Flesh Ripper is a level 10 sword. And it is, it's dropped from multiple mobs throughout the Riverlands, but they're specific mobs. It drops relatively routinely. It's not got the lowest drop rate in the game. And it is a very, very, very high scaler. It's got a whole lot of Fizz power to it. So, I think this time I'm going to take my time. I was blasting last time I played. I think I got level 25 in 3 days in phase 2. Yeah, I would absolutely take a little bit more time this time around. I would check out the different forms of prog. You can now level your character solely off of gathering and processing, and it's genuinely not that bad. It's obviously going to be way, 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 way worse, right, than group-based mob grinding is. Especially if you get the, if you get areas contested, if you or if you get areas to yourself, I should say, if you, sorry, I'm getting contested right now. If you don't get areas contested in your group-based mob grinding, you're gonna fly up comparatively to anything gathering, process, and crafting base. However, it's still solid. It's very consistent. It's very replicatable. You don't necessarily have to worry about too much going wrong because there are always gatherables somewhere in the fucking world. Did they add a third objective to this quest that we're doing right now, by the way? Because I still don't have the pole. Is it now the pole, the net, and the tin of fish? Because this is going to get a little rough at this point in time. Definitely gonna be a little rough. Fishing pole quest, yes, they added. Word. Okay, cool. So we now have 3 items. We're gonna need more spawns in that cave. I think we're gonna need a lot more spawns in that cave. So for Fisherman's Loss, even with just my group being in there, we just had to sit there for about 5 minutes with 5 people uncontested, except by a solo. Or just make it 100% drop. Yeah, drop rate at 100%, or you need a whole shitload of kills. They're gonna have to up that like mad. They basically negated the roots. Yep, absolutely. The route changes were great. And then going into that cave, it's gonna be a substantial time spent and a bottleneck associated with it. Which, it's fine. We'll still get past it. We'll get our mob tags. But it's definitely going to be rough, and we're going to have to make sure that every person along the way gets all of the credit. Or we are so fucked. Because it's not a guarantee that everyone's gonna have it on the same drop. I don't think it's a group-wide drop either, which is quite tragic. So, hopefully, we can mitigate time spent in there. But is it 100% already? No, it's not 100% already. And then it is also not a, you know, if I'm in a group and it drops for me, it drops for everybody else. Everybody in the group has to find it independently. You gonna be bitch? A lot of people are probably going to go the Hammer Rest side, if I had to guess, over Bonfire. Hammer Rest still has its own bottlenecks along the way, but I think Hammer Rest at this point in time is a little bit smoother than Bonfire is. You come out of the cave a little bit higher as well, so it may just present some more opportunity. Can you please explain all the PvP shit? What do you mean all the PvP shit? Dog, there's so much PvP shit. What do you mean? It's still easy group grinding zones. I mean, it's easy to PvP over areas. In terms of mob training, which was a huge problem for a lot of people in many phases, I also don't like mob training very much. They have taken some steps. Dumber, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. They've taken some steps to mitigate mob training with like initial aggro being established with the person that pulls the mob, to different, I don't know, just different forms of mob AI that are supposed to help mitigate it. In terms of like PvPing over areas, you'll always see PvP over areas no matter where you go. If you're in a contested part of the world where you're seeing other people and you're both farming in the same place, you're both gathering in the same place, you're both grinding in the same place, it's gonna get messy for you. It's probably going to lead to you and them actively competing, which could then lead to them flagging, you hitting them, cleaving, flagging back up, and then you have PvP out of nowhere. So, the areas are not areas, and flagging and not flagging. Oh, I mean, you can flag anywhere in the world. That can happen literally anywhere. If you go out into the ocean, or you go into one of the rotating lawless battleground areas, then those will flag you up and kind of obligate you for PvP, so to say. If we can get these tags while we come through, we only need 3 of these. So I think we just get 3 tags and then we just move on. Because that's, oh no, it's 4 for the actual completion. That's all we need though. We stop there and then we just push through. Because that's an easy completion. And that's going to be a decent chunk. And then that's also going to get us a crate and a little bit of glint. The crate has a potential to get us a scroll. So that's good. I think we, excuse me. I think we stop and we hit those along the way. Just grab our 3, mount back up. especially if we're here relatively early. We just need to make sure everybody grabs the comms. And then from there, I don't necessarily think we get too into like the wolves or anything. Want to see something? What do you want to see? Because, I mean, could always, actually, depending on what we're able to do here and what we're able to get. Just want to see if wolves are down on this level. I don't think so, but we should be able to loop up. There should be an elevator. Because if we look at second pillar is going to have an elevator up. You got to go around the corner. Or just elevator. And then we can just go up. That's going to save a substantial amount of time as well. This is part of my route. This may be good, especially early on. How about the PvE? How deep is it? It's secondary or just complementing to the PvP? Oh, it's primary. Everything in Ashes is PvE based. Even if you want to PvP constantly, you will have to PvE a lot. You'll have to grind out your initial gear sets. You'll have to level, of course, and then power scale on your way up. And once you get into the best shit, your highest rarity, most worth crafts, you're going to be looking at crafting. So that'll be gathering the mats once the crafters actually have the recipes that come from PvE mob kills. So you kill the mobs, you get the recipes, you give them to your crafter. Once the crafter has it and the server has progressed enough from PvE, then you'll be able to have buildings go down in settlements, also PvE based, and you hope that those settlements don't get sieged and destroyed, PvP based. Once those buildings go up, it starts to support more and higher level gathering, refining, and crafting for the entirety of the server. And then from there, you start crafting. Once the craftables are in place, gathering comes in place because you're going to be able to get high rarity gatherables anywhere in the world. And then you're going to be able to take those high rarity gatherables and you'll be able to craft a high rarity output. So if I am going to mob grind for a specific bow, I have a chance to find that bow in a very low rarity chance. However, I have a guarantee to be able to craft that bow in a much higher rarity if somebody has the recipe for it and the crafting is available. And from there, I also have the mats, and then I give them the mats. So, Dusty ain't gathering for shit. You ain't seen my last phase. I'll have you know, I was multi-journeyman DustyWhy. I had journeyman lumberjacking, lumber milling, hunting, and herbalism. I actually went fucking sicko mode on it, dude. I was slaughtering so many animals that PETA would have got on my stream and given me shit. It was wild. I was trying to craft medium sets, and the medium sets demanded a lot of input. A whole lot of input. Many players will interact with a primary PvP gameplay loop in any real capacity. Also, Havoc, I like that stop a lot. I think that's a really nice stop. If we can hit those two, and then we can scale down off of that, then that'll be fucking huge. Been trying to get you to do that. I just worry about it being contested. Like, I still stand on the business that if it's good, but if it's contested, we're fucked. That is my take on it. And if anybody's behind, then they miss a substantial amount. If peeps are there, we bounce. Yeah, I think we don't fuck with it too heavy. Been going for that row. Right. Because after we hit that, we're going to head down to where we're going right now. We can run through, make sure we run through this part, I think. So we get the Destiny completion. And then once we get the Destiny completion, we just transition down, hit a camp along the way, get our 5. And then once we get our 5, we're good to go. And then everything's in place. And if we turn in destinies that currently exist, how close would I get? How many more would I need? Too many more. Way too many more. Okay, that's not going to be valid. I mean, I need 4K more. And I'll get 200, 504, 200, and 200. So I get like another 1,000. I'm not going to have quite enough. So we still have more mob grind before we're good to go. Once Steam launch is on the 11th of December, so on Thursday, it's gonna be around 1 p.m. EST. Also, Gaudier over on YouTube, what up, dog? New to Ashes of Creation, should I buy it on Steam or on the official launcher? You'll want to buy it on Steam on the 11th. On the 11th, it'll go down to $42.50. I would 1,000% wait there. So, Buddy and I have been looking into the game since first alpha. We saw the fishing that's coming with the Steam EA. We decided on starting a fishing corporation. That's fucking huge. Dude, I love that. So, are you guys gonna immediately go into the sport fishing side of it? Or will you be AFK fishing to start to raise your fishing? Because your fishing trade skill, as you level it, also gives you sport fishing stats like additional power and damage done to the fish, lure retrieval rate so you don't have to rebuy all of your lures as frequently. It's quite nice to have those levels. Now, are you also ready to deal with pirates? Because there will be pirates. Always. I like that. I like that. I'll know who to hit up when I need fish then, because fish are actually an integral part of late game crafting. You have your AFK fishing mode, and then you have your sport fishing mode, right? So with the AFK fishing, you'll be finding bass and those things from just normal bodies of water without chumming in the water with your boys. And then once you have those, you'll break them down into oil, process them once, and then once they're processed, you'll craft high-end bows with those bad boys. It's gonna be worth some good money. So I got a buyer for your fish ahead of time, brother. You already got a contract. Let me tell you what, I got you. I'm sorry for fishing at screenshot heaven. I have never seen somebody or a farm off of screenshots in simple cinematic existence as Ultra. Sport fishing doesn't even exist. Neither does the summoner. Are there any videos of sport fishing? Yeah, they did it in the dev stream, the last dev stream, and then we've done it multiple times on the PTR as well. What's the cost of the fishing boat? Oh my god, what is this? This looks delicious. Thank you, love. Oh my god, delicious little mini sandwiches. Love the sport fishing, but they got to change the fact that you have to drop in the water to get the fish. I think that stems from it being an Arcage clone, though. It's supposed to be very, legally distinct, but similar to the Arcage sport fishing. And from what I've gathered from the Arcage players, this is an incredibly similar concept. Logic. I also will be stealing fish, by the way. Where there's a will, there's a way. Already in the PvP area? Well, sport fishing doesn't have to be in PvP areas, though. Have you done, if not under directed testing conditions? Because I can't find any birds. Wait, are you actually not able to find birds right now? If it seems fucky / bug it, I've only done the test myself. How long have you been looking? For days? No! Wait. Chat, has anybody found birds in the wild for sport fishing other than the tests? Wait, that's actually so tragic. Arcage player here. Jumping in the water to get the fish is how it works in Arcage 2. The point is to open you up to being attacked while doing that. Well, so keep in mind too, even if you catch a fish and it goes directly on your back as a crate, and then you put it in your fish tank, if I don't steal the fish, then I'm just gonna steal it out of your fish tank, because your fish tank is open perms to steal. I can just walk up if you're in a lawless area and yoink that shit. Yo, Odin, I appreciate that, dog. Thank you so much. I have the worst luck with the cave quest. Which one? The fisherman one? Because that shit is ass. That is, that's the biggest bottleneck right now. I have a chance for the line to break. What's that, for sport fishing? Well, that's the whole point of it. If your line gets too much tension, then it does snap and you lose a fish. But it's intended to generate conflict, which everything in Ashes is intended to generate conflict to a certain extent. Nothing is really meant to be, you know, a net gain with nothing on the line. So with the open access to the fish tanks in lawless areas, and then with freshwater sport fishing also existing, and in the freshwater, fish tanks are closed perm access, so I can't rob your fish tanks. In freshwater, now there's still an opportunity for friction, which could then lead to us flagging up, fighting, going into Discord and yelling at each other. There's a freshwater spot by Carve. Okay, any lawless ones? That's good that freshwater exists. But what about lawless ones? That's why I'm torn making a summon remaining rogue. Stealing fish is gonna be so much fun. Rogue is fucking devious. In so many forms. I hate rogue, but it's so funny. Freshwater prices are also supposedly fixed, yes. Well, is half the map missing? Oh, I got teleported. It was because PTR. Private test realm gets, really hairy sometimes. In terms of some bugs. So, just always be aware of that. If you're playing the PTR, you're gonna encounter some wacky shit. However, live typically doesn't have these. Also, that's since been fixed on the PTR. So you don't need to worry about falling through the world there anymore. You also just swim it out. So that's not too shabby. Which, well, at least it functions. But still less than ideal to run into in the first place. As a griefer, I love Rogue. I'm not shocked. I'm not shocked that somebody that enjoys griefing and other people's misery would play a rogue. You project your misery onto other people. And like, I don't agree with it, but I respect it. It is what it is. I don't fault you for being the way that you are. I just kind of like wonder why you are the way that you are. That's my biggest question about it. Have we tested, just out of curiosity, what all of these things sell to the vendor for? That quest hasn't worked for a while, by the way. Yeah, that one's been cooked. Yo, McB, what you getting up to, dude? We have 30 minutes until the server's cooked. All right, so we stop in here and then follow this way. And then we go hit 5 real quick. That's basically an initial stop and pop. However, I would like to be able to... Oh, I need 3 at this point in time. But I think what we do, come where I'm at, Havoc. And we can do it without grinding then coming back. I think that we can just grind on the way down. I think this camp that's up where I'm at right now, we'll be able to grind it out here. Because there are multiple spawns. And right now, we should need not much experience whatsoever. So I think that we scoot up to this height. Just mark this spot. Because we can hit this on the way down, too. And it'll be easy pulls. I'm 86. Yeah, I'm 82.4%. So this should be extremely doable. Especially since everybody will have a few pieces of gear. And at this point, we should be close to getting weapons. We just need people to hit 5 and then weapons are easy. So we'll just need to see what we're getting for collective XP output. And we're also missing... We're missing most of our DPS. So we'll just have to watch XP output and make sure that that's good. And then we ball from there. But there'll be a few levels over. So we just got to be cautious with it. My only worry is that I get nuked early, but we should be able to... pull relatively safely, especially with any form of support coming in. Because with our comp, we're also going to be pretty safe in terms of the single target. And it doesn't seem like it's taking too long for us to kill these mobs. At least not in my opinion. I think this will be a fine place for us to stop. Also, if we can get here super early, I don't think it'll be that con. You know what I mean? And we can walk up on this hill here, and then we can pull to this hill. Because this hill has no spawns. So you guys stay, like, right where the mob is going to be here. Or right where you guys will be here, and then I'll pull the mobs down this way. And then we can just control the mob pulls. Should be nice. Can anyone tell me in chat if I buy now, can I play or should I wait for Steam? Wait for Steam. The private test realm is going down in unironically 30 minutes, and then everything is down until Steam launch anyways. So even if you bought right now, you would get legitimately about 28 minutes of content out of it. And then you'll be waiting for Steam launch. So I would wait for Steam. In the meantime, feel free to ask me literally whatever you're wondering. I'm right now testing all of the first-time user experience routes that we can get our hands on, and trying to put any final touches on my group's route before servers go live. Yo, Volcanic, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. So when servers go up, it is going to be a mad dash for everyone to be able to get ahead of the curve in any way, shape, and form, get themselves squared away with any form of progression.
Together.
And that is exactly what we're working on right now. Yo, Vulcan, thank you so much, dude. I appreciate the prime. Much love, much love. So, as of right now, we're at a little bit of a mob grind to close one of the gaps that we have in early progression, since one of the quests that we were banking on early got taken out. And as a result, we have to adapt. So with this adaptation, I'd say it's going well right now. I think that this is a very good adjustment that we have made here. However, it's also kind of scary. Everything's fine. We're missing multiple people in our group comp, but this is still fine. This is still so nice. And then from here, we're good. It's chill at that point forward. It's just a matter of getting the right mobs so we don't cook our shit before the actual like big XP payout quest. Because once we hit 5, we just go back over to Harbor and then we're set. And then we fall. Tim the Tapman will be playing on the 11th. Tim? Tim? Wait, what do you mean Tim the Tapman is going to be playing on the 11th? Wait, that's so lit. What the fuck? That's so good. Oh, I love Tim. Looks like the inverse Dusty ETF strikes again. Server's gonna be full if so. Dude, don't body shame this man. He's been trying to be better lately. Jesus fucking Christ. Tim the Tapman himself is not enough to fill up a server. You do not be mean to that man. This server has no limits. God. Fucking rude. Poor Tim. Bald 10. Just got home, can't test leveling route. Oh no, if you're just getting home, GG to your leveling route. Can't wait to see Tim die to Tim damage. Oh god, if he spawns in the Riverlands and he jumps off the initial cliff, my prediction, he spawns Riverlands, goes Lionhold side, and then jumps off the cliff near Lionhold, and then dies immediately. Can you recommend any good websites for info on this for classes, etc.? Twitch.tv/DustyWhy. Everything changes very, very, very fast. Most YouTube content is going to be outdated within like a week of going up. Believe you me, it's not a matter of me not having time to post, it's me not wanting to post because YouTube content just goes invalid so fast with ashes. Pigeon, how close to 5 are you? It is truly one of the fastest evolving projects that I've ever seen. From substantial updates coming in routinely to changes to something that we think we may know very well. For literally months and months and months, everybody had a few staples in their first time, like their leveling loop on a new character, that were massive generators of experience and opportunity for people. All right, so now we just need Stray to 4. Oh, right, because Stray also died, huh? So they have changed a couple of these core generators of XP early on and a couple of the core facilitators to hit thresholds, and they no longer exist. So even though a lot of people have run hundreds and hundreds of loops, on the PTR, everything has been evolving on a daily basis. Even if I was comfortable with a loop 3 days ago, brother, my loop's different. My loop today is different than my loop yesterday was. It's evolving. It's evolving very, very, very quickly. Okay, so played him in a guild named Dollar Menu. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. Stray, how close are you to level 5? Because you got a little bit of XP depth, but you shouldn't be that far behind. Because I don't want to get caught, like, too long just trying to push people's 5s up. I'm 84%. Okay. I mean, it should be fast once we actually get a weapon or two out on people and get squared away. Don't think you got the wolf comp. Right. I mean, it'll be faster with the group here as well because we'll just be able to pull multiple mobs at a time. So it's not going to be a big deal. And then as soon as I level, I can also pull more mobs earlier just as a result of being naturally tankier. What's max level going to be on the 11th? 25 still. Is crafting and gathering finally fun in the PTR? Is gathering ever fun? I mean, like, gathering is gathering. I think the most fun part about gathering for me is that it's a very rewarding way of knowing I am definitely going to get meaningful loot from this. I'm going to get progression from this. If you're into crafting and gathering, it's very incentivized. If you're somebody whose fun comes from the system that you want to engage in being very useful. Uh-oh. We just social pulled so many mobs somehow. I don't even know how. If your enjoyment comes from, you know, I want to be useful as a gatherer, as a crafter, as, you know, this trade skill artisan, then Ashes got you. Ashes will be great for you. However, I don't know that I would necessarily call it fun if I had a choice of words. I would probably call it time consuming. Fail? No, we got this. We got this. We got this. I believe in everybody. I believe in everybody. We got this on lock so much. Just be careful of the kill shots. Just don't get kill shot and everything's fine. We never need to bail. I'm going back in. I'm gonna Enas this. Careful of the kill shots. Everything's fine. Kill the raider. And then I'm gonna bring them all together. Everything's fine, man. This is the easiest content that we've ever completed in our lives. Oh, I got hit with a kill shot. That's not good. One kill shot and I am die. We're not dying, though. I believe in me. Oh, fuck. I just got the wombo combo of kill shots. Oh, this is bad. Everything's fine. I believe so much in everybody right now. I wish you guys could see. Holy shit, this is chaotic. I am fighting for my life against early non-elite mobs right now because we have a partial group. And everybody in this group is sweating as a result of one pull. Holy shit. All right, we're stable. Back to normal pulse. Anyways. God fucking damn. Are dropping still rare is the question. I haven't killed many beast mobs. I think more droppings will exist early because people actually have more incentivization to kill beasts. They added a lot of loot tables that previously didn't exist. So like beast mobs dropping completed items. They've done a lot in that regard. So personally, I would expect droppings to exist. I don't necessarily know how common they're going to be from a drop rate percentage, but giving items to non-humanoids is great. Yeah, so this is where I also bring up my original proposition. If they're giving non-humanoids items, why can't we give humanoids a chance to drop shit? Does a man not shit in the woods? I am very concerned about why we cannot find poop from humanoids, but we can find a fucking sword from a wolf. It just seems like if immersion's gonna be partially gone, all immersion should be gone. But who knows? I don't write the rules. I don't make the rules. I just provide feedback on them, dog. I just live in my own little corner. What game / MMO is this game most likely to give an idea what to expect? Arcade. Ashes is very heavily Arcade inspired. Steven loves Arcade. Steven hates pay to win. It will have no pay to win. It will be very socially driven. There is a lot of player politicking and back and forth between players and interactions. It is very, very, very socially driven. So I would definitely say the Arcade side of it is the heaviest inspiration, even as a non-Arcade player. I talk to a lot of Arcade players that come in on a daily basis because Ashes is truly that you know, brainchild, so to say. Steven 80 pay to win is really funny because the dude spent like $20,000 on Arcade. Okay, well the dude also has $100 million plus to make an MMO. So it would make sense that he can spend a lot of money and then also at the same time say, yes, me spending this much money is maybe not the healthiest for the state of affairs. Mayhaps that is entirely possible. So I kind of like that he was super whale. Counterpoint though, adding human poop would be a step towards realism, so we can't have that. Okay, right. So what can we add to humans to balance out the fact that wolves can have weapons now? Because I demand justice for the humans. The whale to defeat them all. The whale must be conquered. Are the minotaurs milkable? Oh god. Oh god. No, I feel like a centaur would be more milkable, but we don't have centaurs yet. I feel like the centaur would be the more milkable of the two. Definitely the more breed. Anyways. Human hides? Oh god. That would be so fucking morbid from a crafting standpoint. Somebody just like skin strips somebody else and then makes a set out of them? Oh fuck. I don't think I would like that very much. I don't, does this game have labor points? What's that, a stamina system? No, there's no like pay to win, no pay for convenience, no pay to prog or anything like that. If that's kind of what you're talking about. The only thing that you can pay for that will give you an advantage is a tier 3 sub to DustyWhy, so you don't get ads during the apps, and you can find out all the information. Is the Underrealm fleshed out yet? Nah, the Underrealm is not fleshed out yet, and the Tolnar are also not in the game yet. So, fortunately, the furries and the scalies and the VTubers have yet to invade. We're still safe. I'm loading ashes up, I'm ready. Are you launching on the PTR? Because I have news for you if you are. If you just download the private test realm, it goes down in actually about 15 minutes. How about VTubers? Oh, the natural evolution of VTuber. Yes, the superior form of VTuber. I would personally love to see a PTuber over here. I think that'd be great. I like anime with VTubers are kind of cringe. Some are. Some are very chill. But there's a very loud part of the VTuber community that just kind of like yaps about a bunch of shit. I don't know. I guess that applies to everything, but you got that with ashes too. Server shut down in 15 minutes. I don't want the servers to go away, man. There's Ashes streamer that just never shuts up. Hey, listen, at least it's good info. At least this is good knowledge. Hiya. I feel like our start's solid. I give it like an 8 out of 10, I would say. It all depends on how good we get into our mob grind. Like how fluidly we can transition into just smacking mobs. And how little people get killed and disrupted along the way. I think right now that's our biggest hiccup. If we're just getting smacked the fuck up along the way and everything goes down bad as a result of that, we're gonna see some issues. However, feeling pretty good about it right now. We get double weapons from this. Oh god, they're spamming the in-game broadcast system. Oh no. What the fuck is happening? What is going on? And then I claim the combat tab. Yeah, I mean, the actual progression from everything is awesome. I am now sitting in a 5-piece set. I've got all of the weapons that I could want. I've got a 5-piece. I've got a 5-piece armor set. I got 2 weapons. I got a necklace. I have some money to spare. I am sitting just about at level 6. You have 2 weapons. Yeah, you want to make sure you're doing your combat destiny tab as well. The combat 8-piece gives you another weapon. So you want to do your first steps and you want to do your combat by the time you're level 5. And if you are not doing both of those, then you're kind of fucked. Are the servers coming back up? Yo, 2x4. Thank you for following. Appreciate you. Servers are coming back up on the 11th. They are down for the remainder of today and then tomorrow. It is full cooked. So this was our last leveling route, route, loop, whatever you want to call it. I called it a roop. And our final chance to just shore things up and figure out what we actually want to run through. And I'm thinking we fortunately made some good decisions along the way. But it's all going to be a test of how much we get actually, like, contested. It's so fucking uncertain, Doc. But I'm really confident. So, Chase, have you played at all? Like, did you actually get to test or no? It's the end of the world? Oh, dude, it is the end of the world. Yes. May I ask how long you played this game? And how do you deal with the reset of all of your in-game work? I've played about 3,000 hours so far. And in terms of dealing with the reset of all my in-game work, I started playing video games when I was 4 years old in a serious manner with Diablo 2. And played Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction a lot. Growing up all through my life. So, you know, ladder wipes and seasonal wipes were something that were natural to me. So now I'm at the point where I'm very fortunate to be a full-time content creator. And anytime there's a wipe, I just show up to work and then I play the game. So I personally would be the last person to ever complain about my progression getting set back because I have the very, you know, fortuitous spot to be in where I have a physically unlimited amount of time to play the game. I am doing a 24-hour stream on the 11th because I can do a 24-hour stream on the 11th and I can get ahead. So for me, I just deal with it by re-rolling and recognizing that we are re-rolling and the wipe is happening because Ashes has developed substantially since the last server set. There is going to be a better early game experience. There are more systems in place to prevent the economy from getting absolutely butchered along the way. More preservations in place. And it's going to be very, very, very hopefully impactful in keeping the server valid for a much longer time. So every time there is a wipe, every time there is a rollback, a fresh start, whatever it may be in the future, it should make Ashes overall proceed in a much better spot, which is always how I try to prepare for it. But I play legitimately 8 to 12 hours of Ashes daily. So for me, I just show up and play. Everyone's starting fresh, December 11th start. Yes, every single person. Everything will wipe beforehand. Yo, Rich, thank you for following myself. Everything will wipe beforehand, so technically the servers have already wiped. We've been playing on the private test realm this entire time from December 2nd to now, and the private test realm dies today. So from 7 p.m. EST, 10 minutes from now, until they bring up the... They extend it just like a... Oh, God, I hope they didn't. God fucking damn it. But yeah, in between now and 1 p.m. EST on the 11th, nothing is playable. It's all cooked. So, we wait very patiently with open arms for our servers to come back up. Do we expect the level cap to be adjusted for Steam release? Not right on Steam release. It'll still be 25 at that point in time. However, early access is going to continue. It's just regular development, right? So eventually it will expand, but I would not expect anything for Steam release. I would say at the earliest, maybe the milestone update, the first one of 2026, where they're talking about potentially bringing in bringing in, God, new rumor started, where they're thinking about bringing in secondary archetypes. That's been when that's discussed in terms of the ideal scenario. We'd be starting with tank and cleric based on what they told us before. So theoretically with that, you pick up your secondary archetype at 25, and then you have to progress through 25 to actually get some impact out of that. If you don't, then you're just gonna kind of be on the baseline. So still be 25, at least for a little bit. What do we do tomorrow? Well, let me tell you a horror story. So as you guys know, I've streamed almost 900 days in a row now. If you didn't know, now you know. For a long time, Ashes of Creation was unplayable on Tuesdays and Wednesdays. I was still here. There were many times where I was the only person in the Ashes of Creation directory whatsoever. I was still here. If Ashes of Creation has 1 million streamers, I will be here. If Ashes of Creation has 1,000 streamers, I will be here. If Ashes of Creation has one streamer, I will be here. If Ashes of Creation has no streamers, somebody has offered me an absolute fucking bag to do sponsored content. And I would absolutely take this. However, nobody's offering me bags to do sponsored content, so you're safe. Zatheus, thank you for following, I appreciate you. Smart test to reset for Steam. I'd imagine a lot of people will be interested in the game, try it out. Oh, and if I took you through some of the econ problems that were present in the set of servers before the reset, It was not a good state of affairs. Like, a cartel-controlled economy would be more sound than the Phase 3 economy that we had due to the rampant bugs, dupes, exploits that were there that they weren't able to immediately shut off. And now for this set of servers, they've got new incoming tech that allows them to blacklist things without actually taking the servers down. And they're able to just roll with it from there. So, say Braidwoods are bugged, and they're generating way too many legendaries. They turn those off. Static gathering an issue currently? No, statics and visual tells are completely gone. So they've reworked how the gatherable spawns happen. So it's basically an RNG spawn, a dice roll to determine what spawns in the node location, and then it's another dice roll upon the time that it's gathered, which will then determine its rarity output and any procs. So it's no longer just it spawns with the rarity pre-assigned to it and all of the qualities pre-assigned. It's going to spawn as something, of course, it has to. But then it's a dice roll. So, good news, I finished all my chores aside from folding the clothes, waiting for the last load to finish. Bad news, no Ashes loop. Yeah, I mean, the loop is simple. And we'll be in VC as well, saying get this, don't get this. As long as you have the Ashes loop of creating your character fast as fuck boy, then we ball. I'm confident. Our loop's super simple as well. Honestly, there's not much to fuck up. You ran it once, you probably ran it enough. What do you mean by they turn them off? Do they vanish or the item just doesn't function? They tested the blacklist and I think things just physically poof out. I'm pretty sure. Now, if you're looking at an item, they can probably have the capability to turn off like items in the drop table. Current items could maybe be, you know, made like disabled. I don't know what the full capabilities of the blacklist are. They tested it once on PTR. And then from there, Steven mentioned it in the interview I did with him. So it's still a little bit of a mysterious server tech, but it's more than they had before, which is nice. It's a very large preserver of the economy, which at the end of the day, if they can respond to the inevitable bugs, dupes, and exploits along the way, then I think that's big. Who's streaming the interview in 5 minutes? Haha, what if I told you it's 3 hours and 5 minutes? Yeah, it's at 10 p.m. EST. Thank you for the answer. Yeah, of course, dude. Let me know if you have any questions. What kind of mouse do you use? I use a Logitech G Pro wireless. I don't like super lights. This is not the Pirate Software mouse. Pirate Software uses a super light because he is a peasant. This is a regular G Pro wireless. This was a limited edition that I got retail against many, many, many bots. I fought hard for this. I secured this bag. Put respect on this bag's name. So, this is the Pirate Software mouse. You can tell because it has this stupid fucking skate design on the bottom. And anybody in this chat that's ever played shooters, tell me who the fuck at Logitech approved this skate design on the Superlight. What is this snowplow of a skate up on the front of this mouse? My brother in Christ, this is silly. Very silly. Does it run away from you if you're dying in a game? Listen, it had no battery. What did you want it to do? Good stream's confused about something. Do you know any video about weapon combinations? Thrill and Griffin, thank you guys for the follows. Appreciate y'all. Weapon combos, for example, winning tank bard, but what's the change between tank bard and tard bay? Jesus Christ. Bard tank. Don't clip that. Bard tank. So, in terms of class combos, you're going to be looking at your primary archetype taking your active abilities. So I'm a tank, I'll always have tank abilities. If I go into tank bard, I would have tank abilities and then I would augment my tank abilities with different elements of a bard. So probably some supporty type shit. If I were a bard first, I would have bard abilities, then I would augment those bard abilities with elements of a tank. You heard nothing. You heard nothing. There are too many thoughts right now and sometimes some mean words come out. Tell you how I feel about that class combo. God damn it. How do you click so many buttons in an MMO? I am what people will call a mechanically gifted gamer. I have a 2-button MMO mouse. I have no foot pedals. I use a 60% keyboard that my very large hand covers the entire face of. I can reach all of my keybinds very, very easily, no matter how you look at it. So, my keyboard sits vertically on my desk like so. My hand sits vertically on my keyboard like so. And then I can hit all of my face buttons very, very easily. And I've never had a problem with binds. However, if you're old, if you're arthritic, if you're geriatric, if you have glasses and very bad depth perception, if your fingers just don't work the way your partner would like them to, might I recommend foot pedals? With foot pedals, you can lower the amount of binds that your brain has to register substantially because you just put your modifiers on your foot pedals. So then you can have no modifier, foot pedal 1 modifier for shift, and foot pedal 2 modifier for control. Or you can bind your foot pedals to something like period and comma that are out of the way, then use shift and control as binds. Foot pedals allow you very easy modifier access, where your dumb little hand here just has to press the same buttons that it knows how to press already. Razer Naga has like 12 binds for the thumb, it's all you need. My thumb binds are for attacking and blocking. Attack, block, attack, block, attack, block. Because sometimes I like to anti-cancel if I need to get an ability off really quickly. I'll be in an attack, I'll want to stop the attack, block out of it, then throw an ability. So there are advantages to it. But I've never been a big MMO mouse enjoyer. My foot binds are consumables. It's not a bad idea. It's not a bad idea. You can do the foot binds for, or the foot pedal binds for like individuals. Or you can do it for the modifiers, either way. I think modifiers just free up face binds on the board and stop your hand from having to process 2 sets of things at once. Where it's like I have to hold shift and do this. Hand, just press 1 button, foot hold down button. 12 buttons on thumb. Yeah, I feel like I would have arthritis in my thumb at that point. I feel like that's solving arthritis in your left hand with arthritis in your right thumb. Long term, I don't know. I'm not like a sports doctor or anything. But I feel like that's not good. I don't want to tell you how to live your life. I don't want to tell you what to do, but it was alt mod primarily the thumb, just alt to spacebar. I can't hit alt with my thumb. My hand's too big. It's uncomfortable. If I put my hand on my keyboard, like this is my keyboard, my hand sits with my thumb at the bottom of my spacebar towards right alt. So I could right alt modifier because I could just hit that with the bottom knuckle of my thumb. But like my thumb dances on like the YHN to PL comma. And then I can hit number binds with my thumb as well. But let me tell you, alt is not a very friendly bind for your boy. That shit causes cramps. Dinger, what up, brother? Had foot pedals. Brain said you're a drummer. Have at it. Then they broke. Did you try to go absolutely crazy on your foot pedals? Yeah, they're not those kinds of foot pedals, Quack. They don't actually have like chains and fucking shock absorbers and shit, brother. Does the game have auto run buttons set up because I don't want to hold W to run all the time? Yeah, it's got a straight line auto run. It doesn't have like an auto path, like automatically bringing you to an area, but there is a straight line auto run. Yep, I have mine to caps lock. So if you ever see me yelling at people in game, it's because I've hit my caps lock, the auto run. Yep. Boys, servers are down until the 11th. Oh my god, they just went down. They just went down. I'm so stressed. I'm so stressed. Servers just went down. What do we do? Ah! All right. Hold on. I'm bringing my plate out real quick. And then we're yapping. Because we've got some speculation, chat. We got a lot of yapping speculation. Because I've received word that Tim the Tapman is going to be playing Ashes with Summit on the 11th. And I am very curious about who else is in that group. Prepare for a crazy day. It's going to be fucking insane. All hell is about to break loose with that.
Oh, yeah. Oh, you fucking know it. Absolutely.
All right, hold on. I'll be right back. 1 sec. 1 sec, and then we yap. I can bring my plate out. We're back. All right. So, let us baselessly speculate. I have ripped just enough Bolski to get very inspirational. I'm gonna draw up a paint. I think this demands a Microsoft Paint. I feel like we need a presentation here, chat. I feel like there's too much to convey right now to simply try to convey it with words. All right. Carla, thank you for the 170-day. We're up tremendous. That is absolutely massive. Leon had his 290. All right.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Swami, thank you for following. Much love. I appreciate that. Who will be playing Ashes? And what is their average viewership? And we'll keep it at viewership. Anyways, let's get a list going, chat. And then we will fill out the list, and then we will find their viewership. Confirms only. Hold on. Esfand. I'm just gonna put their name. Pirate Software. Summit. Tim the Tapman. Cannon. Jonah. I'm gonna put Jonah on there. Who else? Who is large streamer? Cause this is a decent startup. Hoofsy, thank you for the 50-day streak as well, brother. I appreciate you. DustyWhy. I hate y'all. Do not gas me. Asmon? Is Asmongold confirmed? Lazy Peon, but he usually doesn't stream. Right, Peon doesn't stream. But he might. If Lazy Peon streamed, that would be the equivalent of me making a YouTube video. Which, hear me out, hell doth frozen over, I done dropped 2 videos. Lyric maybe. We'll put Lyric on just in case. Asmongold will play it. I asked him in chat. Is he gonna stream it though? On the 11th. Maybe he plays in that Esfand, like maybe it's him, Esfand, Summit, Tim. I'm so excited to have Tim over here. Summit and Tim the Tapman confirmed? Yeah, so I obviously don't talk to them. I have no motion, no clout, no friends. So I heard from chat. Chat's my friends. But I heard that Tim is going to be playing in Summit's group. He'd play with Esfan over the others. I feel like that'd be a cool group to play with though. Saw a clip. Do we have the clip? Was it from the Tim side or was it from the Summit side? Which side are we on? What are you smiling about? What are you smiling about? Why are you being all sus? You don't just put a smile in when we're talking about big streamers that are coming over. What the fuck is this alt Twitch having ass shit? Wait, there's no way Viero got the clip. Yo, Viero is fucking crazy. I love Viero. He is so funny.
Ashes of Creation, the alpha on December 11th, which will be on Steam. Yes.
Wait.
See me planning on trying Ashes of Creation, the alpha on December 11th, which will be on Steam. Yes.
Yes. Okay. Short, sweet, to the point. Dusty, what can I do you for? It's via Hero. Via Hero. I'm gonna call him what I want. We'll work on it. Shroud wants to play, but he wants him to cook more. He may try it out though. Right, Shroud may play. Shroud would be a questionable. Ken is gonna play for 2 to 3 days. He got excited about the new boat stuff that's from Arcade. We gotta get man on a rowboat. Yeah, Ken came through. He came through chat and said he was gonna play. So let's see. Peon could stream SEA times. I wouldn't be shocked to see Peon stream. We'll put Peon on here. Please, Peon. Dusty, what? I'm not putting myself on the fucking list. I have no motion and I'm gonna be here anyways. Like, I'm a drop in this bucket. Does arrow count? Did Arrow say he's gonna stream? Is he done being a dumb pussy and saying that he's actually gonna come over and play Ashes again? Because I know he was like, no, I'm not gonna play Ashes. I'm gonna go shoot arrows in my backyard. Heavies. Is he done? Like, is he good? Because I'd love to see him play. I'll put him on the fucking list. I'll include him. I'd love to see him. Heavies. Jesus Christ, Arrow. Jesus, dog. My fucking God. Yo, Viejo, how are you, dude? Hope you're having a beautiful day. I'll go book him about it. Is he live? Wait, if he's live right now, tell him I said heavies. That's all that I want you to say. That's it. And then ask him if he's playing. Tell him I'm making a list. And also ask him how big his cock is. Anyways. Vero, V, is that somebody? Oh, wait. Okay. That's for the list. I got you. Like he goes on. Steven streaming the launch without God powers would be cool. Literally just Steven Sharif. Fuck, who else? There are so many MMO content creators that will surely come over and check it out. Someone said Force. Is Force gonna actually stream it? Yo, Pendragon, Disciple, thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate y'all. You think Tyler won? I don't think Tyler won thinks. Arrow confirmed. What a dumb bitch. Bro, how many times was he like, I'm not playing Ash, this is a fucking dog shit game. Nah. I swear to fucking God, bro. I swear to Christ. Cannot fucking deal with him sometimes. I don't know how y'all deal with him, but I swear to God. Y'all spoil him. I want you guys to know. Sounds exactly like Arrow. That's what I'm fucking saying. Do I have to use a melee weapon? Yeah, bro. Sling a fucking blade. God damn. At least a couple times. Fuck, I'm using my bow. He's entertaining. I love Arrow. Arrow's one of my boys. But god damn. He's always like, I'm not playing Ashes. I'm not doing it. And then he plays Ashes. My fucking goodness gracious. My goodness gracious. Fucking can't. Tim said he would play, but offline. Oh, wait. Tim said he was only going to play offline. Wait a second. Josh, my face. Very true. No, is he gonna live? Or are we just gonna see this pop up as VOD? Asmongold as well? I don't think Asmongold is gonna play on stream. I am very... I'm very not buying into Asmongold playing on stream, is how I'm gonna put it. Maybe someone will be live when Tim's playing. I mean, if these guys stream, I mean, already, we'll just go through Twitch Tracker real quick. And we'll just roll it with these people's average viewerships, okay? So, Twitch Tracker, and then we'll go through the list. Hiya. Boop. Oh, I can take this down now. Hold on. Boop. Okay, cool. No more disclaimer. Let's see. So, SN TV. He's what? 2,100 average viewers. So, we'll put SFan down at a cool. We'll start it over here. At a cool calm collected 2K. Nice and moderate. So, already starting out with more viewership than we have had in the Ashes directory at any point in time. The largest recent viewership that we've had in the directory, as far as I know. Prior to tonight, this interview is probably going to cook it, especially with Esfan reacting to it if he's in the Ashes directory. My interview had over 1,500 on Twitch and then had about 400 and change on YouTube for peak. So still under 2K. And that's my, like, peak. That's numbers that I did not expect to fucking do whatsoever. So that's already a level that we do not have. So then we'll go to Pirate Software. Pirate Software is coming at a cool calm collected. We'll say another 2K. Just round that out there. Well, the races have perks or passives, something like WoW. You have two different tiers of it. So you have races, which will not give like traditional racials from MMOs. So something like WoW, you're not going to see something along the lines of one of the human races giving sword and mace proficiency, right? But you will see some form of races augmenting some of your active abilities. Whether that is... Oh. Is my net pooping out? I think my net just pooped out. Dumb stream. Ah. All right, we're back. Everything's fine. Ah. All right, we're back. Everything's fine. Everything's fine. I troubleshot it fast as fuck. We're good. Everything's fine. Camera battery died. No, Fubo ate the wrong fucking hamster, bro. God damn. I swear to God, brother ate the wrong hamster. He's done this before. So anyways, Twitch thought I was being racist. That's it on following. No one will notice you. What up, Duffs? We're having a good day, dude. So yes, racials. Racials do not have any bonus right now. They will have in the long term. Carla on mod duty. Okay, so they will augment some of your primary abilities in different ways, whether that is cooldown or mana cost, or maybe a change in, you know, how a Nikuin tanks pulverizes versus a Kalar tanks pulverize. That may be slightly different. However, the traditional racials. Zathrin, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. The traditional racials in other MMOs. Zathrin, for the Prime 2. Dude, I appreciate that so much. Thank you. Racials traditionally will be tied to the background system instead. So the background system is available to every race, and as of right now does absolutely fucking nothing, just for perspective. It doesn't matter what you pick. Your race is just aesthetic. But the background system is available for every race, and then the backgrounds are where you'll have your traditional racial augments. So those will be more of the stronger predicates, and the backgrounds will be available for everyone. Ready to be completely twisted on a leveling route come Thursday? Yo, Clue, give me a 1 to 10 how confident you're feeling about your leveling route, because I'm locking mine in at a solid like 7 3/4. But that makes me feel extremely happy because everybody else is at like a 7 or at like a 4. It's 4. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, my brother. Except they're changing again. I know. See, the only reason I'm confident is because I have minimized so much questing in mine that it's essentially let's get out and let's avoid the bottleneck and then let's hit mobs to get everything. My goal is less than 20 minutes of questing and then grinding. 24-hour stream. If I'm not grinding mobs for 23 hours, I'm a pussy. It's bong rips at the desk, air purifier in the stream room, full sum in this bitch. I'm gonna be hiding my camera. All of it. That's the same thoughts? Yeah, absolutely. I mean, then everything changes as soon as we're contested. Yo, I smoke. What up, dude? I hope you're having a beautiful day. Get out of the starting area in 3 minutes. It's all about getting out. Now, the problem is, can you get out with all the bottlenecks? Stretching? Listen, it's important to stretch, man. It's important to stretch. I try to stretch every like hour and a half to 2 hours. So that way I can keep my legs, my mind, and my lungs all loose. That's the goal. You should probably uninstall the live client and the PTR, by the way. However, part of me is holding out hope. I don't know if there's any chance of this working. But what if I have my stuff installed still, and then the Steam client registers my keybinds and then just goes, oh, really? And then my binds are good to go. Just in theory, what if? That would make me so fucking happy. I don't think it's gonna happen, but there should only be 78,000 people in church. Okay, hold on. Server cap is 5K. Church will realistically only have about 1,000 people going to it before the other 2,000 people that will also be in the Riverland simultaneously break off into other areas. We got over 5K. It's server caps 5K. They're spinning up multiple. That's their aim. Yeah, I don't necessarily know if they're going to go too far above it. Are they cap at 5K? Well, they're going to cap at 10K on full launch. So I don't really think it'll be that bad. They'll just have to spin up more servers, of course. That's why they've already spun up a second server for NA and a second server for EU. So, cap or lock? Like, capacity, like what it stops at. Their concurrent user stop is 5,000 for these servers. Concurrent at one time, and then it goes into a queue. And then, in the long term, their goal with the full game is 10,000 with the full map. So, it's like, it's intended to be hard cap. So, right now, we have less than half of the map. So, everyone's going to be on one server? I don't think everyone's going to be on the server. Do you think they're going to be less than 5,000 people? I think you might be surprised. Like us? Oh. See, that's the thing. I don't even know if that's going to be doable, though, because so many people are going to get cooked from, like, queues and logins. They genuinely may lock a server when it gets to a certain queue and then force people into other ones. You already have 4K with 2 streamers. Well, this is our average viewership. This doesn't necessarily translate to how many people are going to play. I hope not. See, me too. However, realistically speaking, with as large of an influx of players that are coming in, I feel like we very much have to be aware that we could very likely end up on a bunch of different servers to start and then play on the hope that servers die out when content creators eventually filter out and then they allow merges, whatever it may be. I feel as though day one, though, is going to be rough. Is going to be rough. I think there will be a lot of communities. I mean, shit, it could be either of our communities that notice a lot of our people get cooked by queues, and there's another server that's medium pop, and it's like, do we want, do we value cooking our entire community start for a few months where we're still going to play the game, we'd just be playing against different communities? I think that's the big thing. It's an understated part of trying to plan. So, there already says the server merging back in phase 2. Yeah. Server merging works in some capacity. Like, there were issues with it, and I can't remember in what capacity the issues happened. But, Josh confirmed. Someone said Josh. I don't know. I haven't seen a clip, but I'm just writing stuff down. Let the streamer variety trenders come and go, and then it'll settle with real communities. Yeah, I mean, we're definitely going to have more streamers that come through and end up staying as a result of this. This is going to present some long-term repeatable content as well. You lost your bank items? Yes, that one. That wasn't preserved. Right. Steven answered on Discord when someone mentioned merges. This is a month or two from now problem. Right now, it's important to find a community people enjoy playing with. I think PvPers should unanimously say where they're going so other like-minded people can enjoy. I think even if the PvPers say where they're going to go, like I mentioned, with the server capacity and how many people are going to be looking at coming in, even if we hit 30K concurrent, that's going to be double the capacity if it's 10K EU and 20K NA. 30K concurrent is lower than Steven's estimate, higher than mine. And that would require 6 servers to actually house. Nothing been announced till last minute. Oh, everything is going to be up in the air. Yeah, no, absolutely. Every single community is going to be trying to plan it out as much as they can. But at the end of it all, I think it's just going to be a matter of, we've got a lot of people ready to go. We've got our groups going. We stay on this server. Some communities may run into a point of we've got 2 groups into level 10, and then every other group gets cooked, and as a result, they reroll. Oh, dude, it's gonna suck. It's gonna be really tough. It'll be really rough. Is Tim Tapman actually playing? Tim said in a clip that he was going to play. I think he's gonna play with Summit when he does play. But there was a clip of Tim saying that he was going to play. So that's solid. I would expect him, Summit, and I don't know who else. I don't know if they would chill with, like, excuse me. I don't know if they would chill with, like, Esfan Asman. They'd probably be off in their own corner, but how many characters can you have on an account? 5. as of right now. They previously in the past upped it to 10, and then they brought it back down to 5 at times. So where it'll end up in the long term, don't know. Probably 5 is going to be the standard, but got to take all the beta access people into account. Oh, yeah. No, that's also very, very, very valid. There are going to be beta access people coming in. There are going to be the new access people coming in. There are going to be older key holders that are coming in that didn't play through alpha. This is, in my opinion, the largest single content update that we've ever had.
This cold winter air is going to cook my voice on the 24-hour stream. I can't wait. I'm going to sound like a fucking diner waitress by the time I'm done with the 24-hour.
Do you think Ashley will rent out servers down the road? I have no idea. Genuinely, I have no idea. If the server gets locked, should I wait or start on another server hoping for merger and transfers? Mergers and transfers would probably be a month or multiple months down the road. So I think once a guild declares on a server, everybody else is going to have to wait it out, tough it out, and just get the fuck over it. Steven's only answer was that they would happen when needed. Yeah, as everything is. Now, let's go through this list and let's just see what everybody's average live stream viewership on this side of things would be. So, some cool calm collected 13.5k. So that's super peachy. Good for him. So we'll round him down to 10k. We'll give Summit a calm 10,000 viewers. And then we'll bring in Timothy. Should throw Stoops on the list. Remind me when we get to the bottom and I'll put Stoops in. I don't want to have to create another text box right now though. Summit 15 to 20k. Listen, I go off Twitch tracker. He's a 13.6k streamer. No more, no less. So we round him down to 10k because Ashes is dog shit. So, Tim. God, what's Tim's MMO viewership? Tim the Tapman. You know what's crazy? We actually have some referential stuff for this. Games. I don't want that. Games. Can I search his games? Search. Ugh! Why the fuck did he have 43k average viewers when he did his New World sponsored stream? What the fuck? Holy shit.
Absolutely S tier.
Why the fuck? Yo, Tigsy, thank you for the follow. Why, when did he have 43k? Holy shit. Was that a lot more popular than I thought it was? What was this? Was this a New World stream? I'm so confused. Okay, so apparently Tim pulled viewers in New World. Anyways, Asmon said he's checking it out too. Is Asmon gonna play on stream though? That is the question. Bro, had more viewers than players. Well, so this was also the Tea Party. This was when Amazon Games paid hundreds of thousands of dollars for T-Pain, Shroud, Tim, Dr. Lupo, Agent, Duke Dennis, Cardboard Cowboy. Who else? They paid 6 digits when New World came out. No, this was the Tea Party when New World was down bad. This was last year. This was in December. Unless that was different, maybe his... Oh, no, never mind. This is from July. Nope, you're so right. This is when New World first came out. So December, he was 5k. Holy shit, what was the farm there? Oh! Oh my god, you're so smart, Carla. What would I do without you? Holy shit. Wow, look at that. What the fuck? That's a lot of fucking viewers, dog. That's a lot of people. Brody peaked at 60k. Okay, so 5k on December 3rd was what Tim had. That makes more sense. So we go into World of Warcraft, 13k. I'll give Timothy, what's he been at recently? Because he's kind of been like chilling, doing some different stuff. Timothy's a 7k average viewer streamer. So I'm going to say Tim will be at 5k. I'm rounding down. Tim gets more viewers on YouTube though. YouTube chat, plug your ears. Fuck YouTube. For this experiment. Asmon just said he's doing Ashes Friday. He's doing Game Awards Thursday. Is he playing on stream Friday?
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Faded, thank you for the follow. Appreciate you. Is he doing Ashes on stream? It seemed like it. Has he seen my interview yet? He'd make fun of me for saying absolutely too much. But I was also very nervous. Oh, God. Okay. So, yo, Mathematizer, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Exclamation interview if you guys haven't seen my interview, by the way, boys. You have time to watch my interview before the interview tonight. And I have a 24-hour stream coming up on the 11th where we'll be pumping a degenerate amount of experience. Make sure that you guys drop the follow. If you're not dropping the follow, I've streamed almost 900 days in a row. I'm not going anywhere. All right, cool. So I'll throw Asmon at the list, at the bottom of the list. Has the Ashes stream happened yet today? The Ashes stream, like the dev stream? Oh, the interview? The interview is at 10 p.m. 10 p.m. EST. So 2.5 hours. What interview is tonight? This is the Bang Bros interview, or the council, depending on how you want to call it. I feel like Bang Bros is also a banger name for it, but it's Zybe, Lloyd, Nice, and Vladis, and then of course Steven being interviewed. So should be a lot of good information. I hope I didn't snipe any of their questions, but Shroud. Oh God, wait. So is Shroud confirmed playing? Jesus fucking Christ. All right. Hold on. All right, we got research. We got research to conduct. So, Cannon is 1,500. He'll probably get more hype because people on his side will be inquisitive. So, I'm going to say 1,500. So, we'll say 1.5K for Cannon. Jonah. I know Jonah and what he'll pull. He's probably going to pull, I'd say 500 to 600 for Jonah. I'd say on the high end, probably like 600, I think, to start. Love Jonah. Jonah, 20K easy. 100,000 viewers for Jonah. What do we think Jonah will pull? I think Jonah will pull like 600-ish, maybe more. I don't know how many sleepers he has that are waiting on Ashes. 700, 600, 700. I'll throw 700 in. I think that's fair. He has motion. All right, Lyric. Oh, God, the ads on ads are crazy. Good freaking gravy. All right, Lyric, another cool calm collected 13K. I'll just give him 13K. That's fine. Peon live streams are going to be pulling. What's Lazy Peon's Twitch? Is it not just Lazy Peon? No way Jonah will pull 700. I think you'd be surprised. Jonah has motion. The Lazy Peon. Why does it not just search up with Lazy Peon then? Okay, no, I guess I'll literally just go fuck myself in my entire fucking list, Twitch tracker. The _ lazy _ peon. Jesus fucking Christ. When was the last time he streamed? The last time he streamed was the 16th of May. Does he break it out? It'll probably be a YouTube video. However, if he streams, I'm gonna say he pops out to like 1K. Maybe a little more. He's mostly YouTube. Yes, he's predominantly YouTube. Lyric is gonna get frustrated and quit like soda. That's fine. We'll take his viewers when he goes. Anyways, just finish the AOC download. Game's done. Sorry, I don't mean to laugh. So the private test realm went down 34 minutes ago, and now it's all down until the 11th. So on the 11th, around 1 p.m. EST, servers will go up and we'll download through Steam again. So the good news is you were able to parse out your download. You were able to check it out, see what the download process was like beforehand, so you have more of an idea of what to expect. That is awesome. But nope. It's not gonna be available. is lucky. Where's Viero? Viero. You said this. What is the viewership with this? Give me number. I trust you. Or were you just saying random things? Should be deleting Ash's live in PTR prior to getting it on Steam. Yeah, probably. Probably just for his face. 500? I appreciate you, brother. Thank you. All right, let's see. What's Force's Twitch? Is it just Force Gaming? I'm pretty sure it's just Force Gaming, right? He'll pull more than this. He'll pull more than that. I'd say Force will probably get... I'd say 400 in a mean YouTube video. Arrow Lee. What's Arrow been at? Oh, fuck. I closed my text box. God fucking damn it. Oh, I hate this shit. I gotta get a better software. 400. He'll have a little bit boosted viewership. Arrow will probably pull... I'll put Arrow at 750. And I'm gonna say he dies to his first mobs at level 4. Is where I'm locking that in. I'd like that to be my final answer. And then Josh Drive is... What would he pull if he went live? Is he gonna live or is it just gonna be YouTube? I'd say probably YouTube. But in the event that Josh were to come over and stream, what would that be? Probably not that. Oh, not that likely to happen. If I'm being honest. I would guess he'll be recording for YouTube, and A1 he streamed for like 2 days as he was recording. He used to make video. Okay, word. So, we'll put Shroud, the Asmongler, Friday. He's gonna watch my interview still. Is Pirates Guy coming back? Pirate Software? Yeah, he's up here. Stoops as well. Yup, Stoops as well. And Stoops is another 1K. Asmon's playing? Apparently, Asmon's saying he's going to play on Friday. He's doing Game Awards Thursday, and then he's doing Ashes Friday. Which, if he is playing Ashes Friday on stream, it's going to be chaos. Now, the good news is that if he's playing on Friday, brothers, get in Thursday and fucking hold down the fort. They're literally going to open Asmongolia specifically for Asmongold and his Spurgs. They are going to have to open up a super server to contain them. Are all these streamers confirmed? Most. There are a few. I don't know if Josh Strife Hayes is going to come over and actually stream. I don't know if Peon's going to put up a live stream. Other than that, these are all confirms. Asmongold server incoming Friday. Yeah, these are all confirms via clips, via various forms of them typing in their discords for some. Some have, like, Cannon came into my chat and said he was going to be playing. So, can vouch for that one firsthand. I don't know who he's bringing over with him, but that's going to be a large amount of people coming over. So, it's going to be a lot. It's going to be immediately probably the most viewership that Ashes has had at any point in time. So we'll go over on this side now. What are we thinking for Shroud? Merry Christmas. Yeah, big Christmas biffs right now, boys. Absolutely fucking insane. The directory is going to be fucking popping. Baldrion. Baldrion is fucking madness. God damn it. I mean, bro, they might have to have multiple ready to go. What do we think Shroud's pulling over here? MMO Shroud. Do we follow the uninstall guide and link Steam account on website? Is that all I have to do to transfer for Steam? Yeah, so once you link, you'll be good to go for Steam. You'll download through Steam on the 11th at 1 p.m. EST. And then it's chaos. Good luck. But I would uninstall. If you don't have your keybind saved, RIP to your keybinds, dog, you're going to have to rebind everything. So I hope you didn't have too complicated of binds. At minimum, probably 12K. Right. Right. I'm sure some of the players are overlapping. Oh, yeah. I'm just looking at general viewership. Just general, like, they said not to use that file. Wait, they said not to use the saved keybind file? Why? Did they give a reason why other than being fucking haters? It'll probably cause problems. What if it causes problems for all of the idiots that didn't have the foresight to save their binds? What if they don't want us to do it because they know I'll have an advantage? It can cause crashes. Crash these fucking nuts. I want to keep my binds. So, like, I can transfer it, but it can cause crashes. But the transfer will work? I would say compatibility issues. But does it work? Will I need to rebind? Hope you guys got screenshots of your binds. Oh my god, dude, my binds are down to fucking muscle memory at this point. I'll go through them as I'm leveling and just mob grinding. It won't be bad at all to get in my menus once we're comfortable, and I won't have to worry about it much until then. But let me tell you, it is kind of an annoyance. It is very slightly unfortunate. I have so many. All right, yeah, you're cooked. So what do we think the Asmongler is going to pull here?
This is absolutely S tier.
Yo, Katakuri, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. What do we think Asmongler is going to pull over here? Do we think he's dropping a 40-piece McNugget on us? 30K? 30? All right, safe guess 30? 35? 50? That's too optimistic. I don't think he pulls 50. Unless he does. Unless he does. I thought he lost a lot of his followers. I'm pretty sure he's still a 30K viewer, Andy. Oh, wait. Whoops. Yeah, I mean... These numbers are fucking ridiculous. Oh my fucking god. That's crazy. That's crazy. Anyways. Tomorrow's server's blow up for sure. Well, on the 11th, it'll be 20K capacity unless they bring in more servers. I would very much predict more servers coming in. All right, so I'm going to say 35K for the Asmongler. I think with something like Ashes as well, he will just passively generate views. If we are having DPS meters in game, read on their latest article about number crushers and detail fans. They've always said that they're not going to have damage meters or anything like that, but I'll gift a sub if you join the Resna Discord. Why? I'll just have somebody from Cats join it. Brother, I don't check Discord. I don't check Discord. I don't do anything related to like Ashes off stream. I just go outside and shit. I chill. I am the worst person to have join the Discord. And I'm also, unfortunately, the worst person for people to try to shitpost at because I don't really do anything off stream related to gaming. I spend time with Carla. I go see my family. I go for walks. I feed birds every morning. I got a fucking flock of winter birds. Brother, it's sick. It's sick. I got like rare spawn pigeons in this bitch. Thinking about getting the game on the 11th. Is there a decent amount of content? Oh yeah. I think if you're a new player, especially coming in, if you're finding a community to play with that has a similar goal in terms of content that you have, yeah, you'll be a few hundred hours just figuring out systems. Leveling for a new player is very likely going to take over 100 hours. I would say 125 to 150 for most players is going to be your typical leveling route, especially with competition. Once you're caught in the wave, if you're out ahead of the curve, I think you'll level just peachy, just smooth and fine with the new drops as well. But I still think a new player, especially if you're coming in, exploring a little bit, finding pub groups, dying, getting mad at pub groups for dying, it's going to take some time. There's also a lot to do on the way up. You can progress your character through the questing that's available. You can mob grind, of course, the classic. You can also level through gathering, processing, and crafting. So once settlements are actually leveled, you can also go into the settlements, the towns, And then you can get commissions from those towns. They're repeatable quests once the mayor puts them up. Once they're completed a certain amount of times, then you're good to actually have buffs up in the town based off those commissions. So you can get those side quests as well, those commissions, and complete those. So, do you guys make a purge in the guild Discord? Somebody's account got hacked that had perms because they clicked on titty links. So if you guys got nuked from the cat's Discord, make sure you do exclamation guild and get back in. Groups were posted, and we've been trying to reach out to people to make sure that they're all good for their group still. But a lot of people got nuked from the Discord. We unironically lost about 800 people from the Discord because somebody clicked on a titty link. It wasn't me. It wasn't me. Is that why I got booted? You got booted because you're a bitch. Everyone else, though, probably purged because of the titty link. Yes. No, yes, you can join back too. Fun fact, even if you were banned in the cat's Discord, hell yeah, brother.
Cat with abs is absolutely
Oh
yes,
god,
too.
yo, Ragnar, thank you for the follow, dude. I appreciate you. But yeah, if you got booted or if you were previously banned from the cat's Discord, well, guess what? Bans are off of everybody. We literally just mass unbanned everybody. So you guys can all just rejoin discord.gg/catswithabs. We did post leveling groups. We also will have our, our leveling fill groups along the way. We'll need backup players to come in and join groups as people inevitably fall asleep. So keep reban me. Yeah, of course, Penis Rogue. I got you. Also, is your name going to be Penis again next phase? Because I feel like at this point, you might as well just type it out. I don't know how you thought anyone was going to see that as anything other than Penis. But his name was an actual penis. How do you know it was a titty link? I had to research. So when there's a threat, you have to investigate the threat from the inside. If you're fighting a fire, you have to get water directly on the fire. And let me tell you, thanks to my 6-factor authentication and me taking away all my own perms in the Discord prior to, we were good to go. Now, I will say, 5 perms in your Discord, be careful. But cats, we're locked down. We're locked down. The settlement citizenship also apply to alts, or can alts have their own settlement citizenship? Everything citizenship-wise, citizenship-wide, citizenship-wise is account-based. So you cannot vote in multiple elections. I don't think they still have it so alts can be separate. It's evolved recently. You used to be able to have a bunch of different alts in different places, voting in different elections. You could also have a bunch of alts as a citizen of one town. I'm pretty sure citizenship is still character-wide, but you can only vote on an alt. Or you can only vote on one character and not on an alt. Was that P3 change? My average viewership is not 700. Well, no, but you're going to get inflated. It's like if your dick's 3 inches, but you're really excited, then your dick's going to be 4 inches. I think you'll farm viewers over here for the first day. Yeah. So it's like, I think the small MMO content creators that are like, MMO community people are going to go up in viewership. And then in terms of people that are coming in that are larger, I think they'll go down a little bit. Yeah. I'm trying to roundabout guesstimate. But yeah, I also rounded you up. I'll also keep a tab up. I'm thinking there's a lot of potential here. Because I don't know. It's account wide. I thought P2 changed. It's 1 vote per account. Right. I know it's 1 vote per account right now. All characters become citizens once one of them is a citizen. Okay, they have it to all characters now. Okay, thank God. I haven't had an alt until this phase. I'm going to make a processing alt this phase. Other than that, my alts were just fucking around and just doing random shit. None of them were ever even citizens, so we'll have a good month. I mean, at the end of the day, man, I think right now the worst part of the game is going to be 10 to 20 for people. I stand on that business. I think the first-time user experience has its own bottlenecks, but I think this is the best first-time user experience that people will be coming into at any point in Ashes so far. So it's got the best chance at retention. 10 to 20 is going to be the slaughterhouse of players, though. That's going to be where content creators will come on over the course of day 1, and they'll be like, wow, I love exploring and mob grinding. Awesome. And then day 4, they'll be like, wow, I fucking hate mob grinding. I think that's a big thing that we'll see. Smaller streamers won't get as many viewers at first, but when bigger streamers quit, they'll go to the smaller ones. I think smaller, yes, but once you have streamers that are in the few hundred average viewers, you also have the community members that have fell off the wagon along the way that'll also poke their head back in. So with the hype cycle coming up, I, for example, have New World community members that came back in and they're like, Dusty, New World's dead. What do we do? I have a lot of new people that are coming back in, and there is the hype cycle of like, once your favorite X content creator is in that directory again, right? Whether it's Ashes, whether it's somebody going back to WoW, you will have those sleepers within the community that kind of activate again. But I definitely think that trickle down is going to be a big thing. You got one of those bog bags that has all those little holes in it, and then they're just trying to fill it with water. And then we just got to be at the bottom, scooping up all that water as it drops out. A bunch of former MMO players that are waiting in the wings. I think there will be a lot of viewership to go around. I mean, just for example, I'll show you guys my Twitch tracker. You guys can see, because keep in mind, I'm not a massive streamer by any means, right? But just a couple of months ago, I was down, actually just a few weeks ago, we're down under 100 average viewers in this very same directory. Now, recently, we're up above 200 average viewers. It's absolutely fucking ridiculous in terms of the amount of hype that's surrounding Ashes right now. And I'm not even like an influencer level content creator. Like, since I came over to Ashes, this is my last New World peak. And then I came over to Ashes, and this was my first Ashes peak. And then this was P3. And now we're here. So, like, there's going to be a lot of good viewership coming in for a lot of creators that are larger than me. Hell yeah. People that have big communities. Oh my God. Oh, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunity. So just in terms of this, somebody do the math for me, because I don't want to do the math. I have enough people in this community now that somebody will definitely do the math on that side. So I appreciate whoever it is. First one gets virtual head pads. Did they buff mob's health? This time, they felt a little stronger. What do you mean, Zero? Like over on PTR? You mean with like the stutter mid chat? What you talking about with mob health buffs? Did they change mob HP?
I'm not good at math.
No, Pox, that's the actual message. It says, did they buff mob health? Fits time, they felt a little stronger. That is the actual unironic message. Is that the actual number, Jeffrey? Jesus Christ, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, I appreciate you. Headpads. 84,850. Yo, Cuts, what up, dog? Repeating, of course. Chance of success. So, do we think first weekend we could potentially see 100K in the directory? Just in terms of Twitch viewership. That is the question. If all of the stars align with these people and everybody else, is 100K possible? And I'm not talking concurrent players. I'm talking viewership. Asmongold would get 100K easy on his own if he streamed. I have Asmongold at 35K. I'm not here to throw out speculative numbers. I'm here to be a realistic man. I'm here to establish proper expectations. I'm not here to hype you on some fantasy. Easily higher it goes on the browse page, the faster it goes up. So where does that put concurrent player base? Chat, poll time. Poll time. / poll. Everybody get ready to vote. How many viewers weekend one? Less than 50K. 51K to 100K. 100K to 150K. 151. Whoops.
Cat with abs is
plus.
absolutely S.
All right, chat. Poll time. Poll time. Everybody vote up at the top. Click on it up at the top of chat. Vote. How many viewers in the Ashes of Creation directory as a whole? Rodak, thank you for the follow, by the way. Will there be? You're forgetting my 4 viewers. Your 4 viewers count, brother. I fucking got you. And listen, it might be 4 viewers, but it feels like fucking 6, baby. It's all about how you throw that thing in there. Is this peak or average? Peak. This is if the stars align weekend one. if the Aspen Golds and the S fans and the Pirates and the Summits and the Tims and the everybody else are live at the exact same time. Fiendster, thank you for following. Much love. These streamers are confirmed to play. In some way, shape, or form, yes. Through various Clippingtons, through them saying, I will, through potential YouTube stuff. Now, keep in mind, I think there are a few on this list, like Peon. I don't expect Peon to throw up a live stream on Twitch. The last time he streamed was... Oh, cheese puffs. The last time he streamed was May. So I wouldn't be shocked if he threw up a live stream. However, I would also kind of be surprised. Pirate Software's down to 2K. Yes. Yeah, Pirate Software's a 2K average now. He's like 2,300 average, so he used to play like 15K. Yes. He used to be 15,000. He's now down in the like 2 to... Well, I say down. Here I am. He's now in the 2 to 3K range, where he sits like more frequently now. Wasn't my name on the list? You're right, that's my bad. That's my bad. What you toting? Listen, I didn't put myself on the list. I'm just a little splishy splash. Anyone know the Alpha 2 launch numbers? Like which phase? Or like the overall Alpha 2 launch? Yo, Archimage, thank you for following. Much love, dude. Can delete your AOC launcher installs for space anytime you want to. What if I don't want to? What if I want my keybinds to carry over? How's Summoner? Summoner is fine. Summoner is a very... It's like supporty, except it's offensive support instead of a bard being like defensive support, right? So with Summoner, you have a lot of CCs, you have a lot of silences. You've got your fuck you Ray, which just looks at a target and goes, ooh, and then that target can no longer block, dodge, sprint, anything fun. So it's kind of bullshit, I will say. Solid abilities though. A lot of area control. Summoner also probably has the singular best oh shit button in the game. You have just a literal invulnerability button. You just phase out of the world. Nobody can hit you. Nobody can do anything. Steam cost is going to be $42.50 from the 11th to the 25th. And then it goes up to $50 USD on the 26th, where it'll stay. So way more accessible than the $100. If you guys haven't made your account yet on the Intrepid website, I'd recommend doing it. You will need to do it, and you will need to link it up even if you're buying through Steam. !Ashes if you want to do so while supporting the channel. Or you can just go over to the Ashes of Creation website, make your account there. But I'd highly recommend doing it before the 11th, just in case the website crashes. If you guys already have your accounts made, and you already have access, then you can already link. But if you don't have your accounts made, it's going to be trouble. Plus 1 month of free sub. You got it. So you're in until the game launches, no matter how long that goes. And then you also get your first month of game time when the game goes live. That is not early access live. That is full live. So whenever that happens, Ashes will be no box cost, no DLC cost at any point. $15 a month sub. First month included with that pack. So you're essentially paying like $27 and some bullshit, $27.50 for access to Ashes until it launches, which in my guess is going to be latter half of 2028. I'm kind of here for a long time, or at least I'm planning to be. So do we know what server these big streamers are going to? Kind of want to avoid that server. Server capacity is 5K. So I think it's a matter of which servers do they go to. Yo, Master Chief, what up, my boy? Hope you're having a good day, dude. So it's dude, it's gonna be fucked. It's going to be absolute chaos. I feel as though we will very likely see upwards of 10 total servers, maybe. Like Steven's guess of 50K concurrent players, weekend 1, is not seeming that far off. Is that 5K concurrent? Yes, 5K concurrent player cap per server as a hard cap. And if they go 5K plus sizable queues, then they'll look at expanding more servers. So, it is chaos, though. It's absolute fucking chaos. I'll be locked out of the servers. Even with dynamic rating. Yeah, so Steven talked about it and said that it wasn't a matter of like server tech to fit more people in. It's more a matter of content available for people to be able to play fluidly. And their goal for full launch is 10K concurrent on a server, right? That's the full launch of the game. So right now, with having less than half of the map, and in that, about half of that is, you know, no form of finished, it's going to be kind of hard to even have 5K finding all of the available content comparatively to what it'll feel like on launch. So this will kind of be the most organic feel. So when's the Ashes of Creation stream tonight, and which of the Twitch accounts is it? It's at 10 p.m. EST. I have no idea who is streaming it, though. I would assume all 4 of them, because it's 4 of the fine lads. I don't know if Steven will throw it up on his personal as well or not. Asfan will also be watching it. So there'll be a lot of eyes on this dev stream, not the dev stream, the interview. Main channel has it? Oh, really? Asfan, I say things silly sometimes. I'm eating fucking Cheetos. Well, not Cheetos, but cheese puffs. I'm trying to chow and yap brute force. It's tough out here. Other factions like Horde Alliance. No, everything's social systems. So, I mean, no affiliations there. You can flag up on anybody at any time. They're Cheetos, naked Cheetos. Why am I showing naked Cheetos on stream? Am I going to get a 3-day? Do race change stats? No, not right now. They will have some impact on your character in the long term. You'll also see a backgrounds tab that does nothing right now. So there are 2 Ashes of Creation Twitch accounts. Wait, what? 2 Ashes of Creation Twitch accounts. It should just be twitch.tv/Ashes of Creation for their official one. Just have to finally have my friends hop in too. Localized price for international players is also going to be absolutely fucking massive. We're not even considering streamers from like other areas, other regions. Brother, this shit's going to be insane. How many of the previous testers who were taking a break will be returning? I would assume a lot. Obviously, not every guild of all time is coming back. But most guilds that were actively playing recently that went on breaks are coming back in full force. And most of them have more hype now than they had any previous phase. Because there is now an element of repeatable content in the endgame that actually incentivizes PvP and rewards that and gives you something to do with your gear that you're acquiring. Because previously, Ashes was... It was like I could progress, I could get gear, and then once I actually got gear, what'd I do with it? I walked around looking for content, and if there was no content to be found, then there was no content to be had. It was kind of a problem. How many guild members does Cats with Abs have now? We are planning on 2 full capacity guilds to start. Zombie is dad that keeps saying we're not going past 2 guilds. And I'm mom that keeps looking at our numbers saying we're going to have way more than 2 guilds, buddy. And that's planning on 200 capacity. So we got a lot. The ticket makers have been very busy. They've been hard at work. How large is the guild? They start at 50 people. And then as they continue to level, each level will get you 2 different types of guild points for your guild upgrade tree. And in the left tree, you have things like damage done in wars and sieges, luck, gathering, processing, and crafting bonuses, or plus 15 members. And basically every guild in their right mind is going to take plus 15 members. Get an invite for it. Discord.gg/catswithabs.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
Saberful, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. Pop over to the Discord and then there will be a request to join area. You'll post in there and then officers will get you all set up from there. Do we know if characters are server locked? Does it work like BDO? Characters are server locked. Yes, characters are completely server locked. Oh, exclamation guild for the guild Discord. RBN, thank you for the follow. Much love. Who want to miss Aswan Guild? Because it'll be crazy. I've seen us following since WoW, and this will be very interesting. Hope to see you out there. Yo, I appreciate you, Harvey. Thank you. Much love. Aswan Gold, I don't know if he'd come over with a guild. He muttered ashes in the past, and to my knowledge, said that he would play with pirate software if he did come over. Now, I don't know if that's still the plan, but you attending the guild summit tomorrow, or is that a zombie or strike job? What guild summit tomorrow? And are we being compensated for our time? Do we need a ticket if we're currently in Alpha Cats? Yes, and also make sure you're still in the Discord because somebody's Discord account got hacked. And then a lot of people got kicked. So check your Discord invite and make sure you're still in Discord. There are rumors that are already more than 1 million on the Steam wishlist. Guild Summit, Polar gonna whoop you all anyways. Brother, you realize Polar's the one that's coming in asking if I'm gonna be there, right? Are you even in Polar? Are you talking shit on behalf of a guild that you're not even in, poor infantry? Because if you're in Polar and you don't know that Colton is from Polar, then like, I'm in Polar. And you don't realize that Colton is the one going around making sure that people are over there. Brother, Polar's the one that's asking people to get into the summit. Get off your fucking high horse. Fucking Polar bench player. My god. Confirm the interview will be on the main AOC Twitch this evening. I walked so this interview could run, goddammit. Cooking a desert route? Wait, are you? Nah, this is actual cap. I respect that though. That might be the only play. Everything is going to be so fucked. And the desert actually goes hard with the new drop rates. I wouldn't be shocked, but they're going to the tropics. I mean, the thing is, anything is the tropics if you just pull near a shoreline. What's the biggest streamer you've heard of that streams with no mic or camera? Are you a VTuber? Iron Mouse with no camera, but she has a mic. Right, I'm talking like Ultra's wondering like full, no mic, no camera, no interaction. I mean, I've seen a lot of like mic and camera and no interaction streamers. So that's always kind of intriguing to see how they can pull that off. They spend so much money on a microphone. They spend so much money on a beautiful camera. And they're not fucking engaging at all. It's miraculous. Brother Earl does it sometimes. Ultra, you can do it, I believe. You've just got to be the #1 screenshot farmer in Ashes of Creation. New players just won't go to the desert early on when it has fine leveling opportunities. Well, why would they go to the desert when the most popular Ashes of Creation content creator of all time said that the desert is fake? GP, what do you mean? The desert literally doesn't do anything. Why would you go to the desert? The desert's not real. Narc was right all along. They took Narc out so he couldn't spread the good word, dog. He had to be stopped so he didn't transcend everything. It was all gonna crumble. The House of Cards. It's fucking down bad. God damn. So, who else do we think might come over? Or are we rounding the list out here? Because overall, this is a girthy list. Is Narc still alive or is he just baking again? No, Narc's still alive. The friend, 1K viewer, ex Overwatch Pro. Okay, so another K. Word. Team Muggsy the streamer. Banger. Is Asmongler confirmed? Yeah, he said he was going to play on Friday. He said Game Awards Thursday and then Gaming Friday. Colt the 3 viewer Chad. Are you streaming or leveling, Prog? Clip? Chat, somebody get the clip. I don't have a fucking Asmongold clip pulled up like that. I'm torturing Kaiser. I love that. Send it to like Asmongold Spurglings. The neckbeards are coming. No, it's not even neckbeards. It's Spurglings, bro. The Spurglings are different than the neckbeards. Don't forget Nice, Golden Feather, and Jamie Chaos. All together, maybe 2K. Those three?
Together, strong.
I like those three, but they're not gonna pull 2K. 2K is very lofty for those three. Rug, thank you for the 9 months. 2K would be a lot for like every Ashes content creator combined right now. But 2K is a lot. What's Copium Clinic at? I don't think he does lives. But I mean, that's on the YouTube side as well. Colton's trying to stream my level group. I mean, hey, we can get the streamer group going if we need to. I'll take Colt for a phase. Shit, you can have back next wipe. We don't even have to plan out some suitor fuse shit. Rogues like the assassin class. Yeah, Rogue's very, very quick, very nimble, very assassin-y, so. Jimmy's coming back. Word, yeah, I'm sure a lot of people are going to be back. Roachlings. The ultimate Roach moment would be if Asmongold linked up with pirate software. And then the Roaches ran rampant. Alright, Kaiser, what if I get both of you then? And then you both stream the leveling route.
Cat with abs is absolutely S tier.
What if? Yo, Renegade, thank you for the follow. Why are you not on this list? I will be quitting Ashes of Creation after today. I have farmed you all for long enough. I will be pursuing my dream of Hello Kitty Island Adventure. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. There will be no more questions at this time. Primarily because these fucking Cheetos are making my mouth dry as shit and I need water. Feels like I'm chewing on 1,000 little razor blades. Hold on. good day. Sorry, the Cheeto boss conquered me. All right, I've returned. Giga Roach Guild would be content. Oh god, the Giga Roach Guild would be absolutely fucking insane. How many of the streamers are actually playing? At some point, all of these have been confirmed by somebody. Now, whether they're playing on stream, in what capacity, or when, we don't know. I would not expect Peon to throw up a live stream. The last time he streamed was May. However, it's possible. People like Asmon. Asmon said Game Awards Thursday, Ashes Friday. Shroud, how long will Shroud stay? Summit, how long will Summit stay? As fans bringing his guild over, so I would expect that to be more of a longer term, or at least mid-term. Tim, I love Tim Taman. I love Tim. I hope Tim has fun, because Tim's gonna hate the fall damage. So my prediction for Tim is he's gonna spawn in the Riverlands. He's going to go Lionhold side, and he's going to jump off the Lionhold cliff, and he's going to die. Somebody just clip it for reference. It's going to happen. It's gonna happen. So someone may enjoy it in the way you like classic. Summit's already played. So who's gonna hate the fire damage? We gotta bring him to Highwayman Hills. Oh god. Oh no. Oh, what time is servers up tomorrow? They're not. Servers are up on the 11th. So day after tomorrow. They come up at 1 p.m. EST around. So there is an article that our overlords dropped right here. So, glorious adventurers and all that shit. The time has finally arrived on December 11th around. I just want to emphasize. Even they're saying around 10 a.m. Pacific. This should be a full warning that if you are slightly later than 1 p.m. EST, you're probably going to be just fine. They are just hoping. I own a vape store and dispensary. You want a kush shop? Wait, what the fuck are you in Maine? Where the fuck? What? Yeah? What the helly?
Cat with abs is
From where?
S tier.
Yo, keep. Thank you for the follow. Much love. I appreciate that. Word. I mean, shit. Yeah, I mean, hit my Discord. You're from Maine? Yes, sir. Born and raised. Canada. Oh, shit. Canadian Swede, huh? Interesting.
Absolutely S tier.
Very cool. John, thank you for the follow. Much love. I was born in Maine, too. Oh, dude. Isn't it fucking beautiful up here? Oh, I love it. Yo, Wiccan. How are you, my friend? I hope you're having a beautiful one. But yeah, no, it's absolutely beautiful up this way now. It's snowy as shit. It's cold as shit. Up towards where my parents live, it was negative 18 earlier today. So, you know, it's getting brick. But I do love that we have snow. I like that we have 4 distinct seasons. Oh, it's so nice. Fupo, nothing in Maine is gentle. The rain hurts. Everything is bad. It's cold outside. It's not just cold outside. It's the level of cold outside that hurts your fucking face. My fiance and I are planning to move to Maine. Yo, wait, that's awesome. Maine is so fucking cool. I love Maine. How's Carla doing in the cold? Oh, she fucking hates it. Like, she loves the snow. And when she's bundled up and comfy, she's perfectly fine. But she hates the cold, and she already fell on ice once. But also kind of her fault because she only wears, like, these super, like, platformy, like, e-girl shoes. And so she was wearing her e-girl shoes around work one day and then went to go get food or something and then ate shit outside of work. Sorry, I didn't laugh. That wasn't me. I'm sending her a kiss to get over it. But Maine's beautiful. The only problem about it is the ice. If ice didn't exist and it was just snow and snow was like the final frozen form of water, everything would be fine. Need proper boots? Yes, we have since got her proper boots. Yep, she didn't have a winter jacket when she came up here. She has a winter jacket now. So there's no cold in Arizona. I like the cold. I like the cold and I like the snow. I love Maine, dog. It's so nice. And when it's actually snowing, this is part of why whenever somebody comes in and it's winter in Ashes and you just have that like spray painted hairline of snow that's all over the place, I'm like, man, give me my actual snow. I want the crunch beneath my feet. I want to feel the snow compact underneath me. Fuck that. What do you mean, fuck that? Snow goes fucking hard. I love snow. Oh my fucking god. I get enough crunch in my life. You get no crunch and you fucking know it. When was the last time you could log into the Alpha 2 servers? December 1st. And then they came down on December 1st. They did like an end of the servers event. And then on the 2nd, it went to PTR only. And then it's been PTR until now. PTR private test round just came down at 7 p.m. EST, so like an hour and a half ago. And then from there, we're ashless until the 11th. So we're going over to the article now, kind of spitballing some stuff. And then a little bit longer, a little bit later into the night, there's an interview that some of the Ashes content creators are running. So there is still a lot of action. However, there's no Ashes to be had for a couple of days. So thoughts on Summoner? Summoner is basically if you enjoy making other people have no fun without caring if you win or not. Summoner is very, very, very silency, very CC, very just general fuck you. Emmanuel over on YouTube, what up, dude? You have a good amount of silence. You've got single target silences. You've got AoE silences that are just ground targets. So in terms of initiates, we're already seeing health bars bounce up and down a lot in PvP this upcoming meta. So I feel like synced up vines from a ranger into a void from a silencer at the same time, since they're both ground targets, it's just circles that go on the ground. And the longer you keep somebody in the void, the longer they're silenced. It's a problem. It could be very solid. Then you've got trips going out. You've got rogues that are able to jump in, and then they have an AoE trip. Tanks can drop walls behind that. There's a lot that a summoner can kind of play into to just be like a big general fuck you to literally everybody. It's awful. Curious to know which you think is the best design class and which is the worst. I have takes on this because right now I feel like the best design class is the one that is not the best designed, and the worst design class is actually the one that feels like it already has all of the options, because in the future, more options coming in are either going to blend into other archetypes kits or they're going to be meaningless compared to the already established identity. And when I think about progression in the long term, we're level 1 to 25 right now with the level cap being 50 on launch. I want to understand what my archetype is about. However, I want my pinnacle abilities to be given to me in the latter half of leveling towards the pinnacle of leveling. I want those big unlocks throughout, but I also want to feel like there's something to shoot for. So if there's an archetype that already has everything, and it feels like it does damage, and it supports, and it CCs, and it has movement, and it has life play, and it has team ability, and it has single target burst, and it's got a little bit of AoE burst, then I almost worry that they either have to make that class literal god in the future to be able to continue its kit development, or they will need to infringe on other archetypes kits to further develop that one. That's my big worry about some of them. Guessing Bard. I mean, what was the indicator? So, I mean, I think Bard is very strong. I think Rogue is another one where it's like, how do you make Rogue more roguey than the Rogue currently is? It's already got Smoke Cloud. It's already got 2 poisons. It's already got Diddy Darts. It's already got backstabs and bleeds and re-engages, disengages. It's already got stealth in combat. It's already got a vanish mechanic. So what are you going to add to a Rogue or a Bard at this point in time that's going to give them more in the 26 to 50, even on the augment side of things? That's kind of where my concerns are. Things like Ranger or Fighter or Mage probably just come up with more shit. Perma stealth? How about a perma go fuck yourself? God, it's like every time you type, it gets fucking worse throughout the night, Lesh. I swear to fucking God, dude. I just don't understand, man. It's like everything that comes out of your mouth over the course of the night is progressively worse. It's like just an asshole buff that accumulates. Fuck, he's at a soft and rage timer. Permastel, sign me up. Okay, hold on. I'll compromise. Rogues can have perma-stealth, but you engage on a random target out of your stealth and you have no control over where you blink to engage. You break your stealth and you get teleported to a random target out of your stealth, but you can have perma-stealth. That's my trade-off. Mages have said, wah. My shatter damage, wah. My ball lightning. I will give mage a 350% shatter proc and also restore the ball lightning hit frequency of old. However, as a result, ball lightning comes out in a random direction upon cast. I like randomness. I liked using Oculus whenever I ran a Sork. Those that know. I like a little bit of spice in life. Honestly, I like non-permanent stealth. I enjoy the frustration of being within 1 inch too close to something. Yeah, I mean, no, that definitely plays as well. The stealth break predicate being 5% of max HP is also kind of annoying to deal with. Rogue's just got a movement buff too. So Rogue has a grapple where you just kind of like fucking Spider-Man out of an area. And previously, if I hit you while you were grappling away, then you'd get tripped. Dope. I can actually catch you. I can actually deal with that, right? Then whoever brought the fucking ayahuasca to the dev stew decided one day, like, hey man, what if Rogue didn't get tripped anymore after the grapple? And then he puffed that shit and somebody else just like, fuck it, send it through. I swear to God, I don't know what the decision making was there. I don't know who the fuck like actually said Rogue needs more consistent disengage. But holy shit, fuck me upside down like I'm on the casting couch. I feel like that was not necessary. I genuinely have a core problem with all this goddamn movement. Those rats ain't complaining. Yeah, fucking bet you're not complaining. Listen, bro, the only answer is that I have to specifically save my grapple for rogues exclusively. I can't grapple anybody else other than a rogue, and we have to tomahawk you in the back when you first turn, and then we have to grapple you. That's the only scenario. The tank doesn't like stealth and movement. That's so weird. Well, you want to know what's going to happen if they keep buffing rogue? You're going to see me go tank rogue instead of tank fighter. And if I go tank fighter, then I ooga and I booga. And if I go tank rogue, I'm going to have 700 people telling me to off myself every fucking stream. And we're leaning towards the ladder and I'm about to stand on that goddamn business. Because it's going to be too fucking strong the way that it's headed. That's going to be too much, brother. People are already annoyed with the way that I play tank. People already hate it. Ironically, I think their keeping DPS class is low, preparing for augments to shift everything and balancing. I think DPS classes are just bad in 1v1s versus things that have sustain and mitigation and life play and preservation. It's just tanks and clerics and bards and shit are always going to be stronger. Rogues have disengage and set engages where they can re-engage safely. It's tough for a mage and ranger to keep up, you know? And in 1v1s against things like tank, where you would otherwise ignore a tank, now you have to hit me. Is anyone in Maine? No, nobody's in Maine. Nobody's in Maine. Don't worry about it. Nobody's in Maine. Major Ranger needs to keep up on his physical fitness. Major Ranger be fucking belting the commands. Goddamn. I've seen your PvP tank skills. I'm scared. I also get scared when I watch myself play because sometimes I wonder what it would be like if I actually knew what I was doing. Nah, I feel that. It's a horrifying fucking thing. But yes, Major Ranger, man. The most goated military personality of all time. My take is a tank should be changed to something more interesting like Guardian. I mean, I don't think it really matters that much. Tank. Wall, grapple. I don't mind. The long-term classes are going to have more namesake. So like tank, cleric will be paladin and stuff. Also, Emmanuel, will they keep the NDA? Oh yeah, so the PTR will always be NDA'd. That will continue through the remainder of development and through launch. The PTR will exist and that will be visually NDA'd. As far as we know, there's no plan to change that. The 11th will bring the live environment or the production environment back online. Only to spoil it, did you hear about the new Bard tech? Are you talking about you being able to smack a motherfucker with your banjo and get your movement ability back? Because what I'm hearing is Bard is hitting a fucking digidash on people now. Like it fucking needed it. Yeah. No, like, I'll have you know, Bard single-handedly misinformed me about the time to kill when they first changed it, to the point where I was very unhappy about the TTK because I was dueling a 750 power Bard thinking that was just how things felt. And then I was like, God damn, why is everything else so easy? And then it made sense to me that maybe Bard's just fucking wacky right now. Bug causing both flourish to reset. Isn't that so fucking awesome? That they fix tank bugs and make it so I can no longer globally protect somebody. Now, I will say at least people can generate class resources again. So technically the good with the bad. However, I don't have any cool bugs, man. I can't even grapple boats anymore. Like I had a few days where I could grapple caravans and shit. And I kept grappling Colt's caravan off of the bridge, and I would like dump it under the bridge. And that was fun. And then they got taken out. I swear to God, Intrepid just hates tanks. They just don't want to see us succeed. Do they get PTR? Are those coming on the 11th? Yes. People that are hopping in on the 11th will get live access, PTR access, and your first month of subtime when the game fully goes live. That will be probably a couple years down the road. Heard again, buddy. Hop, is that possible still? I will show you the old movement tech, at least from the tank side, in a very gross way. Hold on. There are things that have changed since this clip actually was taken, right? So this was a couple phases back. So this was when B-hopping was really bad, and also there was no fall damage. So basically, we're just pushing up. Don't mind this part of it. We're just smacking people. And then when the turn comes out, don't mind my screen shake. This was an old clip. This was very old clip from old movement system when I was just a young dustlings over here. So here, and then you just bounce and B-hop and you take no fall damage whatsoever. Just none. Not a single instance of fall damage. I think it was capped at 150, which is again nothing. And then you would just carry your momentum. Now, that's changed. How do you do it? No, you don't do it like that anymore. So the predicate for that was a system that they had where there was no friction in the air. So basically, when you were jumping, if the ground is here and your character is going ground in the air and then into ground again, there used to be no deceleration rate in this entire period. And then the only time you would decel was when you came into contact with the ground. So you would hit the ground and then you would toe tap, and then the decel rate wouldn't be quick enough to actually slow you down. And then you would just bounce again, and then you would keep 80 to 90% of your momentum, even more if you were doing it right. So mages could just B-hop forever. Bards were uncatchable. Tanks off of charges were sending themselves fucking miles. I was jumping off of a POI trying to get into a town from the top of the POI. Dude, it was a disgusting amount of movement. And with it being no fall damage, you could also do shit like that where you just jumped off of massive high grounds and fights would just be reset from that, where you'd have people skipping areas in like Befallen Forge with it. You would have fights resetting off of it. It was fucking wild. It was genuinely so crazy. But they've since added air friction. So now while you're in the air through this part, you're also having like wind basically that goes back on your character and slows your character down a little bit. So then when you come into contact with the ground and then jump again and carry momentum, there's also a hard diminishing return where like the line becomes fatter, so to say. So you kind of like weigh more and then you go like that. So you have a couple of actors on it now that stop you from just momentum carrying like crazy. And then you can't really do much else past this. So it's changed pretty substantially. I still think there's plenty of potential for people to outplay in the movement side. I especially think on the side of like bards, rogues. I mean, shit, even tanks have really good movement. Tanks with our sprint impacting our charge speed. If you nerf this, I swear to fucking God. Any intrepid rats out there before I actually talk about this? I'm gonna answer October's question. Yo, October, what up, dude? Does me going armor smith enable me to equip my friends? And if so, what level does it really start getting to craft good, worthwhile gear? It does, however, armor smithing is only going to be heavy armor, which is probably going to be a small percentage of what people are using in total. If you're trying to equip everybody, you know, outwardly with a consistency, I would look at maybe like jewel crafting, making jewelry sets for all of your friends and your whole group, because heavy armor is one of the 3 armor weights in Ashes. Your armor weights don't actually impact anything, movement or anything. It is heavy armor is all fizz mitigation, medium armor is fizz and magic 50-50 split, and then light armor is all magic. Then when you have 5 pieces of the same armor weight equipped, you end up getting more mitigation of that type according to the 5 that you have. So if you have full 5-piece heavy, then you'll have a lot of fizz mitigation. Do not go leatherworker. You never stop hunting for carcass. Yeah. Let me tell you, before the servers were reset, I was hunting to get, let's see, I was doing 3 pieces of Tauren Scout, the Forge medium set. And then I was also doing 2 pieces of Blood Runner because I already had 3 pieces of dropped Blood Runner. I swear to God, I gathered for about 3 weeks nonstop just to find out the servers were resetting, bro. I was pissed. Now, hear me out. At least I know where the good hunting is now. So that's good. I can level my hunting in a few days, boys. I'm fucking set. I'll get ahead of the curve there this time. Painful? Hey, it's knowledge. It's knowledge. Start. Thank you for the follow. Much love. The number of times when I was playing Diablo growing up that I did something wrong at the start of a ladder reset and said, I need to not do this next ladder reset. I learned. So now I understand where I have to go. I understand how early I need to go there. One GMJC table. Don't worry, we're only like 7,000 gold away, dog. So fucking close. Any day now. Why am I pissed they reverted the changes of 3 and 5 per huntable size? Yeah, they said that they looked at the numbers and it was generating too much into the economy because of the conversion rate to carcasses to leathers. So, I mean, shit, I trust them. At the end of the day, I kind of have unlimited time, so I don't mind. But I do think 3 and 5 per also probably would have been a little bit too much. Maybe the best adjustment would be on the size of tweaking how like the carcassy to converted follow through is. So need to change the leather back to hides only, not hides and carcass. Would that make much of a difference? Was that what changed with like the gram output ratio and shit? Like the new change to hide and carcass? When was that converted over? Yeah, okay, that makes sense. Because for my medium set, keep in mind, I just gathered that shit, I didn't refine it. But with the medium set, we're talking about how I wanted to craft, or I wanted to refine some things before the update. Then I wanted to refine some things after the update because the update was going to bring in different ratios of payout for the refines. Before you need like 2 grams for tan and 3 for leather. Right. And it was like a 2.2 ratio or some bullshit like that. I have it written down in my notes somewhere. I actually have a physical notebook that I write things down so people can't hack me and steal my builds. Let's see. Yeah, so in terms of my grems, I needed 372 before the patch.
This is absolutely
And yo,
S tier.
Prez, thank you for the follow. And 449 after the patch. And then for Ravens, I needed 233.2. So, is that Arrow from CSGO? No, Mr. Lee from Guild Wars 2, formerly New World, and also IRL Archery, best known for screaming heavies at the top of his lungs and having incredible calves for a rather short man. And decent quads. So, a familiar face. That's unk as fuck. My notebook? Wait, hold on. So, yo, October.
Together.
Thank you, T1 Dog. I appreciate you. So, hold on. A man having $1 million on a crypto hard wallet. Like, if I held up, you guys, pretend I'm a lot cooler and this is a crypto hard wallet and not an asthma inhaler. This crypto wallet has millions of dollars on it. You think this is cool,
absolutely S tier.
even though it's a USB drive. Hi, Jinx. Thank you for the follow. However, this, even though it has millions of dollars in Ashes of Creation build information, is not cool, and this is unk? The fuck do you mean? Brother, that's a hard wallet. I could put out absolute bullshit. I could say I'm trying to go 4 pieces of Tauren Admin, the caster set, 2 pieces of Rose Thorn, and 2 pieces of Bloom Warden. And some poor soul out in chat would actually build that shit on a tank. Somebody will believe me. That's why I keep it here. It's unhackable. Is it better than Icy Veins? Icy Veins is the newspaper editorial section of gaming where people just kind of write in and say whatever they want to themselves and hope somebody listens. Thank you for coming to my TED Talk. We have a gear score. We do not have a gear score per se. However, there are a few kind of gear scorey systems. Not like gear scorey, but there are different elements of it. So if we go with, I don't know, I'll just search up a general like longbow because it's probably still in my comp. I have the old comps. Now, these are scaling differently now. Keep. We'll go delete. All right. So here you'll see 3 different longbows. The 3 longbows. Oh, wait, nope. I need that Sunfire bow back. Hiya. All right. Here you'll see 3 different longbows. All of these longbows are required level 20 longbows. 20, 20, 20, 20. This is the grade. The grade is Radiant. Basically, your grade is just whether it's level 0, level 10, or level 20 requirement. So, within each grade, you have 3 different tiers. So, Radiant has 3 tiers within it. Item level 23, item level 26, and item level 29. So, as you can see, it goes up in item level. It goes up in all of the attributes. The damage, the main stat, everything, pretty substantially. With that, you also have a change in the material structure of it. Item level 23, the easiest to craft, takes 2 different material inputs, and these are both very readily available materials, with ash being one of the novice trees, just one of the most spawning in the world, and then daffodils being a baseline flower as well. Item level 26, smack dab in the middle. You have ash again. You have Moonbell, which is going to require, these are Journeyman Weaving to actually process. And then I want to say Moonbell's Apprentice. Yeah, Moonbell's Apprentice. And then you need Braidwood. Braidwood is a Journeyman Wood. And then you need to process the Braidwood. And then you go up to item level 29, the highest tier within the grade. It takes 4 material inputs now. More of the more of the dried ash, more of the braid in a more processed form, more of the moon prepared yardages from the eye level 26 side, while also incorporating fish that have to be AFK fished out. So as you go up in tier within the grade, you're going to have a reward for going up. However, it's going to get very expensive. So you kind of have like, it's a gear score-esque system, but it's not gear score. I'm so insanely cold. I don't know what to do. Do you have like a sweatshirt on and stuff? It's not even that cold. It's 71 in here. It's literally 70 degrees in the house right now. What do you mean you're cold? How are you so freezing? It's not. What does the clock say above the bed? Because the clock has a thermostat. Do you lose your gear when you die? No. Unless you're a murderer. If I come up to you and I hit you and you don't hit me back and I kill you, I go from purple, which is flagged up for PvP, to red, which is corrupted. So if I corrupt, I cannot unequip my gear. I can't go into towns. I can't trade other players. People do not have to flag up to hit me. And when I die, I drop pieces of my equipped gear. It's the only time your equipment is at risk. Now, you can always have a friend near you that can grab your gear when you die. If it's someone out of guild, then they can actually kill you and loot your stuff for you and give it back. So there are ways that you can currently get around corruption. I wouldn't necessarily expect that to always be a thing. I don't know why, but I have this feeling in like the pit of my belly that they're probably working on something to stop the corruption workaround of your gear just gets given back to you. And I've always thought it would be kind of cool, especially with the corrupted areas coming in, if somebody corrupts, having to purify that gear in the long term and like cleanse the corruption off of it since you've looted it from a corrupted player and it's like unusable until that corruption is cleansed, could just make the gear have a chance to blow up. Do you mean like the gear breaks, or do you mean the gear actually explodes when the player grabs it, Fupo? Like, are we talking gear destruction or are we talking Samsung? Goes poof on drop. Okay, what if we also made PCs actually explode? New World came close. And I feel like this is a good opportunity, especially with all the large content creators coming in for Ashes, to try to one-up New World in terms of blowing up people's builds. Would you say that's a personal goal? Maybe. Someday for them? Eventually gear destruction will be a thing. Right. And you'll have to repair with repair kits out in the field. That's gonna be cool as fuck. Player-made repair kits and everything being player incentivized. Yes. I would love it though. Somebody corrupts and then you loot their corrupted gear. And then you've got to take it to one of the chironic purifiers that are going to be used to purify corrupted materials. And then you run it through that bad boy. Would that be swaggy? Or would that be swaggy? How do you know these content creators will play? These guys? I have talked to all of them personally. I'm actually bullshitting you. I've talked to some of them personally. Hold on. Is Jonah still in here? Jonah! I don't know if Jonah's still in here. Jonah was in here earlier. He did not directly confirm he was going to play. However, he did say, I'm not going to have 700 viewers. And I said, you will have 700 viewers. Believe in yourself. I think Jonah will play. Cannon was in here yesterday and the day before. Cannon will be playing with a group of friends. Esfen said he will be playing with his community. Pirate will be playing. Summit will be playing. Tim said he will be playing with Summit, however, probably offline, but there's a chance online. Let's see. Lyric is a maybe. Lazy Peon, I would be very surprised if he actually like threw up a stream. He hasn't streamed since May. Let's see. Force and Lucky are maybes. Arrowly said yes. Josh, I don't expect to live stream. Shroud. Do we have a clip for Shroud? A lot of people said Shroud said he was going to check it out, but I don't think I've seen a Shroud clip yet. So, Grenade, thank you for the hydrate. I appreciate you. As Mongler said he would be playing on Friday. Game Awards Thursday. Ashes Friday. And then Stoops. Yes. So... many confirmed, and then there are many more that are not included on this list that are also going to play. So Jonah has Russian haters that occasionally bought him to get him banned. He's going to hit 100k easy. Oh, hold on. There we go. All right, we'll update that. We'll throw that in. We're good to go now. Gear slot breaking would be something I've not seen anywhere before. It could have a whole quest thing you have to do to fix your gear slot. You could so you can equip gear in that slot again. That'd be kind of cool. Like the gear set's actually turned off and disabled as a result of the corruption, and then you have to go to a religious settlement, like one of the divine settlements. Yo, Autonomous, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you, dude. Then you have to like go to a divine settlement, and then you have to work that off through divine quests for the nearest divine settlement. And then once you get the blessing back, then you get your gear slot back. And if you don't, then you have to tier 3 sub to DustyWhy. And you're destined to hours of the apps every day.
Absolutely.
Yo, Fatal, thank you for the follow. Much love. That's how you get people to just stop playing or re-roll new character. I would also argue...
Fucking cook. Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Yo, ni hao, kid. I would also say that letting corruption run too freely rampant throughout the world... also is a good way to get people to stop playing. There are a lot of people in the MMO world that are afraid that, like, full non-consensual PvP is already way more rampant than it is, and that punishment is way less stringent for murdering people than it actually is. And I just sit in a small corner of the internet, right? I by no means speak for your average out there MMO gamer. But I interact personally in my little section of things with a lot of people that are very afraid that there is a lot of open world, just full grief. And I don't necessarily know that modern MMO players are going to want that aspect of, oh shit, someone's going to come up to me and gank me and then benefit from it. Right now, you're going to, at most, if you corrupt on somebody in the first place, get 25% of the materials that they had in their materials pouch, and that's it. No items, no equipment. And then, when you die, you have more severe penalties and material drop.
I'm not good at math. I'm not very smart.
I don't like numbers very much. There's a reason I do this in Paint. It makes it less intimidating. But then when you die, you're also going to drop a lot of those materials, and you're going to retain very few. And I just don't necessarily understand what people think they'll gain from corrupting. The average person will not see someone corrupt on them. Correct. Yes. If you are a just normal average kid, thank you for the 10-day, by the way. If you're a normal average everyday PvPer, or sorry, PvEer, it is very likely that you can avoid PvP in many hundreds to thousands of hours of ashes. There are a few decisions you can make along the way that will help you avoid PvP between being in or out of guilds that are more or less involved in PvP, between being in or out of guilds. Fupo, no snow lasers, please. No snow lasers. Oh gosh. Carla, Fupo's sending snow at us. Carla has to work tomorrow for one more day. Carla gonna be mad at you. I'm just staying inside. But yes, if you are aware of like what guild you're a part of, if you're aware of what settlement you're a citizen of, you can avoid a whole lot of PvP at every point in time. You can avoid guild versus guild decks, avoid settlement versus settlement decks, and even if you're a settlement, or even if you're a citizen, even if you're a settlement, your mom's a settlement, even if you're a citizen of a settlement, there is now a spin-up time to settlement versus settlement wars, and also a small spin-up time to guild versus guild wars. I want to tell them how to make sure they don't accidentally hit peeps within settings. Except I want nobody to know what the settings are, so I can pillage. That is the goal, my brothers. That is the goal. I want nobody to know. The settings check is a powerful, powerful thing. And if we can pull off the settings check, we win. Any updates on the bounty hunting system? I have an update. The update is that it's not in yet. Other than that, nothing too much. It'll probably be associated with like the military settlements. However, we have no hint that those will be in anytime soon. The wiki, when it talks about the next planned settlements, talks about how originally the goal was to have economic settlements, which is an auction-based mayoral process, after the scientific, which is what we currently have. So mayhaps we start to see some prog there at some point, but I haven't heard anything too direct about that. Does that have VoIP? No in-game support for it right now. There will be VoIP in some areas in the long term. Taverns, I think, also are going to have capabilities to have prox chat, but I think it's only going to be in taverns, if I remember correctly. It's rattier than going corrupt. Oh, God. Bro, the rat behavior, it expands very much. Now, I will say, settings check, I don't think settings check is that ratty. I think a good old settings check is a way to keep people on their toes. I think if you've never been settings checked, it's like never having a flat tire. And I am helping you fix your flat tire. I'm showing you how. RP will go crazy in taverns. You put an E at the start of that and you got yourself a deal, buddy.
Cat with abs is absolutely S.
Chasm, thank you for the follow. There will be people sucking E dick in E taverns for E money. Yes. I swear to God, I'm confused. So in taverns, people are going to erotically roleplay, especially once the VTubers come in. You will probably have people doing heinous shit in player-owned taverns. Don't be confused, brother. Be scared. We'll sell kitty pics for 1 gold each. Okay, hear me out, though. I just think, and I stand on this business if we're talking about long-term systems. I think it's unfair that when Tolnar are added, they're essentially going to give VTubers a face scan into the game. Yet we don't get face scan technology. I feel like us flesh tubers are being discriminated against, and I want a Fortnite icon skin immediately. Otherwise, we riot. Rather play something that isn't gimped and can solo well. What's your recommendations? Rogue's good for solo, if I'm being honest. Like, Rogue hits the ground running for solo. You have really good sustain, mana, and health. You also have the option of just resetting like mad if you get in trouble. Bard is a good caster. Very, very good caster for soloing. Again, a lot of sustain, a lot of damage, single target burst out the wazoo. Then you have clerics. Cleric can be just very brain dead. Cleric can just ignore so much damage, pull a bunch of, non-elite mobs, and then just smack it down. If you have a melee weapon, clank and melee weapon it out. If you have a book is great for cleric solo leveling because a book projectile bounces to 3 targets. So it's very nice for a little bit of cleave. But cleric is probably the coziest solo class if you're a newer player, or I'm just going to say it bluntly, if you're bad at video games, cleric is going to be very cozy for you. It offers a lot of forgiveness. It offers a whole hell of a lot of healing. Cleric is not bad by any means. In one of the dev videos, they said Cleric can do good damage. Is that true? Cleric has potentially solid damage, yes. It's just when compared to DPS classes, not really. I would say comparatively to something like a Holy Priest in WoW, it's gonna do fine, but forsake the flesh, become animated. No, I'm a MeTuber and you can't stop me. I'm gonna win MeTuber of the year when everybody else has ascended. Cleric wins, thanks. Yeah, absolutely, dude. Cleric also affords you a lot of availability in groups too. Everyone will always need Cleric as it's gonna be kind of your true healer. It's the only class in the game with a res. So most groups will want to run 2 clerics and then 2 bards, specifically so you can res your other cleric if your first cleric dies. Now, my group will not be running 2 clerics, just because we like to live life on the edge. Is cleric actually fun? I hear that it is from clerics. I play tank because I will never go back to healer dungeon. No, shut up, Rogue. You have terrible taste. That's like asking if eating a salad is good and then a fucking Fent fiend is like, nah, I'd rather eat Fent. I played cleric first. Right, but you're a rogue now, so your brain rotted as shit. In a group, it's a blast. Solo boring as hell. I also think cleric and PvP is going to be very fun this upcoming TTK. I think cleric and bard, like the healing and the sustain brought from those classes, it's pivotal. It's pivotal. We're experienced, so we need Carla to not aggro. No, we'll be fine. Carla's gonna lock in. She's actually like excited for leveling, which is refreshing. I think she might be in it to win it this time because I've motivated her by saying Maine has a thing that's like, it's the coastal Maine botanical gardens. They put out a lot of Christmas lights and shit, and they have a lot of plants and stuff. So when it gets all snowy, it's like a winter wonderland and you walk through it. So I told her if we hit 25 by Sunday, that we go to the botanical gardens to celebrate. So now she has motivation to not, to not fuck off. So 25 before Sunday. And if our group actually like stays together, then our comp is good. Our comp is good. Have they released a server list? They have indeed. However, it is very likely going to change. So, I shall read you this. Hear ye... Nin, shut the fuck up. Spoilers. God fucking damn it. Let me do my presentation. Hear ye, Beatron, fuck! Hear ye! Glorious adventurers! The time has finally arrived. On December 11th, 2025, around. No Tim the Tap Man. Around 10 a.m. Pacific, 1 p.m. EST. Ashes of Creation will officially move to Steam with the launch of its early access. This marks a monumental milestone for our journey, and we couldn't be more excited to welcome new and returning testers into the world of Vera. Whether you're defending the lands from relentless harbinger threats, navigating treacherous waters, and in search of rare sea creatures, or commanding powerful spirit companions into battle, our V1.8 update offers something for every type of adventurer. Below, you'll find everything you need to know to jump into early access, along with highlights of the new features arriving with this update. So it talks about who can join early access. We already watched that. Don't mind Moist Critical in my recommended. How to join and the realm list. Joining early access is simple. Once early access releases on Steam, all players with access will be able to jump into the action via Steam with a fresh install. The following realms are planned to go live around 10 a.m. Pacific on December 11th, 2025. NA, Sholin Resna, EU, Lotharia, and P-Loon. They're planning 2 NA and 2 EU so far. Now, chat, do we think that 2 NA and 2 EU will be enough? Is it not Payloon? I like to say P-Loon. It's probably Payloon, but I'm saying P-Loon. No shot. Yeah, I am predicting maybe 4 NA right off rip. Because keep in mind, I still think population is gonna... Oh, with that streamer list, 25K might get blown out the fucking water. As I was waiting until Friday to get his own server. And bro, Asmongold's gonna need his own fucking region. The fuck do you mean his own server? Brother moves armies.
Ni hao, ni hao, ni hao, ni hao.
Ni hao win. Brother could actually like take over an island in Haiti if he wanted to. He has so many spurgs that will mobilize at a moment's notice for him. Brother, he is the literal fucking Roach King. You think they're going to be able to get him on one server? It's gonna overflow. Any reason they're capping servers at 5K? That seems insanely low for 2025. I don't think so. I mean, granted, New World's not the bar. I don't know what every MMO's running at, but New World launched at fucking 1500 and then went up from there. In terms of their long-term goals, keep in mind that is this a world map? Where's my world map? Oh, there it is. Keep in mind, Jeffrey,
is absolutely
welcome back and thank you for the follow and the hydrate. The entire world, when this is fully developed and Ashes is fully out, is supposed to house 10k concurrent. So it would make sense, in my humble opinion, that with less than half of this out, we have the Riverlands and the Anvils, and then we have the Tropics, the Jundark, or the Goondark, and the Desert. However, most of these areas are far from fleshed out. Far from perfect, far from polished. So with this entire thing, content-wise supporting an ideal 10k concurrent, this supporting 5k with not everything in place actually kind of makes sense to me. On the top of your head, can you think of a good desert spot to level from 12 to 15 to 16? What level are minnows at the top of the river? Minnows top of river are going to be level 12s, right? So you do those up to 12, and then at 12, is there an Ajosh farm? 12 to 16? Maybe shardlings? Maybe like Mira shards? 12 to 16? Like the top right pocket? I don't know how they've changed level banding though. I haven't gone out that way. Honestly, I haven't gone out this way. Check your notebook. Well, I have mental notes of what the level banding used to be, but they've been experimenting with changing level banding throughout the Riverlands and the starting areas, which is basically like how the mob levels are distributed. So I genuinely don't know if anything's changed. I haven't gone over there to decisively say yes or no, it's still that level. So I don't even know if the Minotaurs are at the top of the river, because there's a river that runs across the top of this that has like a fork that goes west or east to west. So prediction for the status of Steam reviews when it launches. Mixed to start, and then I think it will go into a slightly positive over time, and then I think when wipes come around, it will get a big negative push. Not that it'll go like fully negative or anything, but people will be mad again when wipes come around because they'll be like, oh, I thought it was no wipes. And then it'll go back to just being in the normal flow of things. I genuinely think Ashes is far less terrible of an MMO experience than a lot of people are letting on, especially the people that are on the outside looking in. This is the best first-time user experience that Ashes has ever had. This is unbelievable compared to what we've had. Now, 10 to 20 is still going to be a very rough grind, but how much of the map is playable? We have the Riverlands, the Desert, the Goondark, which wraps around here, the Tropics, and then the Anvils. And this strip of the mountains up here is also in, however, it's not like the most put together. So it's more like just filler space. This is the start though. And then you kind of like trickle down this way, and then you start here, and then you kind of like radiate outward from there. So we do have a decent amount of the map already playable. However, not all of the map that's in is also, you know, fully up to par, fully up to snuff, fully fleshed out. We have 2 open world grand dungeons, they're called. Those are both going to be present in the Riverlands. So you're not getting out of the Riverlands for too much at all. So Ashes of Creation Twitch is live. Are they hosting it on the Ashes Twitch? Or are they hosting it on like their individual Twitches? Or are they doing it on all of them together? That's meta as fuck. And then there are going to be streamers watching as well. Ashes? Oh, they're just hosting it on the Ashes one? Clean. Clean. All right, word. So that'll be cool. Already started, but with a countdown timer. Oh shit, hold on. Let me pull up a tab then. Hiya. Hiya. Yeah, the Ashes Twitch is kind of notorious for going live like a million years early. Like a million years early. Says 50 minutes. Yeah. Yeah, they have very long starting soon timers. I always bitch because like their live streams are usually at 2 p.m. EST or around that for the dev streams. And they always start at like 1. And so I got to get on at fucking noon so they don't poach all the viewership, dog. Are there going to be starter zones in the Eastern continents? Yes, there will be. You'll have 2 and 2 from what we've heard. Then you'll have the Underrealm. The Underrealm are unfortunately going to be the home of the Tolnar. And then with the implications of like the Harbinger system. Whoops. In terms of the implications with the Harbinger system on these starting areas, the Harbinger system will not expand into these starting areas. It will be exempt from those. It will only be in your endgame zones. So what I mean by endgame zones, blind and like can't see a clip. Chat, does anyone have that one clip? Those that know will know what I'm thinking of. But there's a clip from a while back where I legitimately had my shirt over my head. Oh, wait. I have the clip. I have the clip. I have everything you need right here, baby. Hold on, I will hide my face cam. Looking for a pull.
Ranger left side, Ranger left side.
I'm turning slightly left.
I'll be your eyes.
Get aggressive on him. Get aggressive on him. Get aggressive on him.
Run
Right,
straight.
I'm gonna walk
Dusty.
up. I'm gonna walk up.
Run straight.
I'm charging in.
Run straight for like 3 seconds.
I got a banner
and then just swing.
somewhere near me. I'm throwing a banner. I'm gonna wall somewhere.
Push the back line.
I'm shitting English. I think I walled their back line. I know what you're saying, but I have an answer to both. And I like this clip.
Walk forward and just cleave.
Yep. I'm cleaving. I got somebody with slam back here.
Right side, right side, right side, right side.
Turning
Heavy,
right.
heavy damage. Heavy.
This is my crowning achievement. I want you to know.
Did he in the middle of this?
And I want you to
Someone guide me,
know.
I'm lost. I'm not getting any hits.
Yeah, you're
A
fine.
blind man
You're
can
not
do
doing
this.
I'm
anything.
holding it down.
You're like the little brother with a controller just
I
plugged in
got
right
you.
now. Yeah, just keep
I'm
playing.
helping, guys.
If I can do a blind, brother, you can do a blind. You can do a blind too. But in terms of coming in without any information, you can most definitely come in without any info. It will just take a long time to learn. It's not like you can't function in the world if you're not on the pinnacle of progression, on the highest level of progression, right? It's definitely going to be punishing if you don't know what you're doing and you're behind in levels and gear and then you want to PvP against the scariest people, but there's plenty of time to learn. You can absolutely interact with other people and communities and learn just about everything that you need to. And you can still progress without knowing things on the highest level, right? You can hit mobs and explore the world and gather trees and refine the trees and craft some basic stuff without really investing thousands of hours, right? However, with Ashes, your knowledge base can expand for thousands of hours and you can keep learning. It's really cool in that sense. Dark Noi, over on YouTube. Hope you're having a beautiful day, dude. How hard is tank to play? Will I be fine never tanking in any other game? Yeah, tank's pretty straightforward in PvE. I'm pretty sure I could teach like a Neuralink patient how to play tank just off of their brain chip right now. It's straightforward. It's probably easier with a Neuralink too, because then you could probably somehow sync it up to your iPhone and then have your iPhone with a timer for every 20 seconds to refresh your grit. So at the end of the day, it's pretty simple. Hardest thing with a tank is going to be holding aggro early. However, I've been talking a lot about my tank build early on and my ability prio for people and what to get. So as a tank, you can get baited by a lot of different abilities early on. I would very much avoid inciting strikes, shit like that. I would, as soon as you can get it, in groups, get taunt. I'm not a huge taunt advocate, but early on, the amount of threat that you're putting out is really high comparatively to people's damage. So, taunt, very helpful. From there, go down here, get Desolate for AoEs. Get Shake It Off for some self-heal. So you go I usually go Desolate.
Abs is absolutely S
Miss, thank you for the follow. I appreciate you. And then I go Tremoring Bellow. Then I go Shake It Off. And then I'll go Taunt. And then I will go Supernatural Grit and Intim Aura. Usually Intim, then Supernatural Grit. But you can also go, if you really want to skip Shake It Off, if you have good support, then you can go here. And then you can go into Intim Aura. Then you can go back for Shake It Off. You can get Fortify. But really, once you have Intim Aura and Taunt, these are going to be your primary threat generators because these base your threat off of your max HP. So with Taunt, it's 2x your max health as threat, and then it also applies Humiliated to the target, which Humiliated is 15% less damage done by the target to anybody other than the taunter. Then Intim Aura. Intim Aura is 8 pulses, all of which do 5% of your max HP as threat every tick. So you're able to just pump out essentially as much threat as you can between those. Intim Aura is going to be such a carry early on for your threat gen as well before people have any form of damage, before you have any damage. You can be hitting for 10. Foxman, Ramon, thank you guys for the follows. I appreciate y'all. You can be hitting for 10 damage, and Intim Aura is still going to be generating off of a percentage of your max HP. It's so invaluable. And then from there, you're just trying to scale up mitigation with the grit, with Fortify. So it's really straightforward. You just have to, I think, be cognizant that things hit very hard in Ashes, and that you will find yourself getting absolutely slap chopped if you pull too much. Even myself, I've played tank pretty exclusively. So why do you play tank? Why do you like it over all the other classes? I'm a melee enjoyer. First things first, I really love melee. And then from there, why I choose tank over, fighter or rogue. Tank is an initiator. Tank is a tempoer. Tank is supporty. Tank is oppressive. Tank has force, but also finesse in how you're playing. And I feel like I can play a tank a million different ways. So even in this, the ability that I use here to gap close over to Plato is called Intercept. Intercept moves me over to the target that I choose and gives me and them a 10% HP shield, 10% of my max HP. Then I have my Shift 6 right above that on my bars, which is Banner. Banner is an AoE shield, 15% of my max HP to everybody in that AoE. I've got Protect that I run for groups, which is 30% damage transfer from one protected target to me. Then I run Aegis, which is 20% AoE damage transfer to all targets to me. So if I want to, I can throw a banner on a target, intercept to the target, give them 25% of my max HP as a shield. Then I protect them once I'm over there. So banner, intercept, protect, pop Aegis, 25% of my max HP as shield, and Dark Noise, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. And on top of that 25% max as shield, you're also having 50% damage transfer from that target to me, effectively doubling their effective HP. Ladyboy, thank you for the follow as well. So you're effectively doubling their effective HP scaling. So I can take any archetype in the game, any player in the game, and I can instantly say in PvP, you are not dying right now. At least not as fast. I extend your health by twice as much simply by transferring damage. Then the shields come in. I can also trip. I can also spike damage a little bit. Sequence, thank you as well for the follow. I can damage spike on targets. I have grapple, which is my Shift T. It is a grapple, pulls targets to me. I have wall. Wall summons a fucking wall that can break LOSs, that can stop movement. So in PvP, a lot of the time what I'll do is I'll grapple somebody and then I'll turn them into my backline, I'll wall behind us so they can't run back into their backline, and then I trip them, my group focuses, and then we all just blow them up immediately. So in terms of tank, you can impact fights from the offensive side. You can impact fights from the picking out somebody that's way too far forward, or rolling forward and risking your positioning to yoink a cleric or a bard from their backline and getting a big early kill before you get got. Tank has so many different ways where it can be good. You can be a tank that's very good at initiating and always finding the grapple trades, and you always seem to get a grapple off on a target without getting yourself grappled, and that alone can put you on a different level compared to so many other tanks that are going to always be getting grappled, which will be missing the grapple trades. And something as simple as that means you're always going to find a good initiate off of that tank. If you're playing Dota or League and you have a good initiate for every one of your team fights, guess what your team's going to be at the very least? Confident. Confidence in PvP is a huge thing. So you've got grapples and walls to instantly snag somebody, to start fights, to start the snowball. Once the snowball starts, a well-placed banner is going to go on every single person in your raid that's running through it. You drop one banner, 40 people go through that bitch. 40 instances of 15% HP to everyone, and it's your max HP. The total HP that you're putting out there is more than a cleric is going to put out in an average healing ability. It's unreal. A well-timed banner can turn a fight. Aegis taking 20% of the damage that every single ally around me is taking. Right to me. You jump in, I jump into your jump in, I throw a trip out, I throw a wall to segment your LOS, and then I'm transferring damage. Changes fights. So on the melee side of the spectrum, I've always felt like tank is the most impactful. I feel like Rogue's great. You're awesome at isolating targets. You, in large scale, will run around as an autonomous group of rogues, like a hit squad. You'll find a target that's out of position. You'll jump that target that's out of position. 8 of you will insta-ass blast them. And then you just stealth up and you look for another target and you re-engage. With Fighter, the Fighter kind of sits on the bench. But when people actually let Fighter play, Fighter tries to go in and cause chaos on the backline, right? However, I can do that as a tank, and I risk a whole hell of a lot less than a fighter does. So, is tank only limited to sword and shield? No. So, in Ashes, every archetype, every class can use every weapon type, and there's also a physical and a magical version for every single weapon. So we can basically put on a two-hander as tanks if we want to. You as a fighter could wear a sword and board combo. The biggest trade-off is that sword and shield will give a passive 15%, well, not sword and shield, but just the shield itself, will give a passive 15%, 1-5, block chance, as well as block mitigation. So, stat-wise, actually, I have triangles to explain this. Funny enough, you guys think that my Microsoft Paint diagrams are only for shitposting? Save streamers. I have actual good Microsoft Paint diagrams as well. Welcome to the Triangle Offensive Ashes of Creation starring DustyWhy. So, I'm going to take you through this. And this is going to make more sense after I explain it. This is my visualization of how power scaling works in any MMO ever of all time, or any build of all time. In any build, you have a three-pronged approach to success. Power scaling, which is all of your offensives, every single one of them grouped into one power. Then you have mitigation, which is coming from your avoidance and your raw mitigation stats, which is going to be your mitigation, your block chance, block rating, and your evasion, as there's no parry in Ashes of Creation. And then you have your health and your mana, your resource side of it. This is raw health, raw mana, regen, sustain, all of that, right? So, with Ashes, your deltas between classes are incredibly low from a stat output. There are a few facilitators for this, but if you're looking at a tank and you're looking at a DPS, the big difference is going to be if I have a two-hander on. If I have a two-hander on, it's going to shift my power and have a delta here that's actually kind of noticeable. That's black, so you can't see that. It's going to, if I put a two-hander on, you'll notice that I have a little bit of power gain right here, right? If I take a two-hander over a shield, then that's going to drop my mitigation side because of my block chance and my block rating going down so substantially. And then from there, my health and mana may change a little bit depending on what the shield and sword options are, if I'm going a more offensive option, but overall, that's not going to be too impacted. So what you're looking at here is a comparison in blue and green between tanks and between DPS. Now, of course, this is layered just to show that there are two triangles here, but they are essentially 98% the same. There is no delta. If a fighter and a tank are in the exact same armor set, weapon set, jewelry set, you do not have any variance in what are called waterfall stats. And the only variance is going to come in gearing choices, which will lead to small deltas and every class feeling a little bit washed out right now. Part of the reasoning for that is because you have different main stats in Ashes. So the build planner, if we go back here, as you look at your main stats, you have strength, dex, con, int, wisdom, and mentality for your main stats. These each give what are called waterfall attributes. Waterfall attributes can be anything from fizz power to fizz crit chance to fizz speed to accuracy to max HP and mitigation options to disable reduction. So waterfall stats are kind of these character sheet stats that you're granted from main stats. Waterfall attributes pay out the exact same for a tank for 1 strength, 1 dex, 1 con, as they do for a fighter or a ranger or a rogue for 1 strength, 1 dex, 1 con. Same thing on the caster side. In wisdom and mentality, all have the same payout of those waterfall attributes. So there's no delta in terms of the base archetype differences themselves. They're all very similar in structure and in alignment. So is the Steven stream today? Yes, the Steven stream is coming up in about half an hour, which is perfect for me because that's when I was planning on getting off stream tonight anyways. So I'll be able to throw a raid over that way towards the end of it all. So we'll stay yapping until they start it up. It's a fucking late one tonight. Holy cannoli. But I've got to prep for my 24 hours. So Carla and I are probably going to take a late night trip over to Wally World and maybe grab some of the emergency items that we need to get. Speaking of, oh, you were asking me questions earlier, right? Then what were you asking previously? Sorry, I missed it. Okay, what? Sorry again, I misclicked. Hold on, one more time. Oh, Grenade, thank you for the hydrate, dude. I appreciate you. Dr. Pepper and Cheetos, is that racist? I feel like that's racist. I don't know why. Seems discriminatory. Poor Nin. I know. I'm sorry, Nin. What? I don't know. I just felt like slinging it out there. I have food and drink. Nin, what do you have for your supply list? PvP tank build is a thing. Oh God, yeah. No, absolutely. Like PvP tanking and sword and boarding is really good. Really good. So I actually have a sleeper prediction. Just for perspective. At the end of this VOD, I show my stats. So, just a screenshot of what sword and board tank is capable of scaling. Now, this is also old stat scaling, prior TTK, but the important thing is mitigation. I am 77.2% Fizz defense, and I am 63% magic defense. On top of that, I have a 36.3% passive Fizz block chance with a Fizz block defense of 70.6%. So, I was doing the math on all this last night, but if you do 1,000 damage to me in a raw hit, right? You're 500 power and it's a 200% damage ability. You're going to immediately have 22.8% of that getting through. So I'll say 23%, which is going to be a total of 230. And then that's going to get mitigated by 70.6%. So you'll have 29.4% coming through. So we'll say 0.29. And you're going to be doing 66.7 damage to me as a total output on a blocked Fizz attack. Which is unironically about 93.5% mitigation total on every blocked attack. On the Fizz side, I'm 63. So you do 1,000 damage to me again, immediately 0.37 is going to be what's getting through. So 370, and then we take that 370, and then we times that by another 0.37. And you're hitting me for 137 off of your 1,000 magical damage on a block. So the power of double scaling mitigation is abundant. This upcoming patch. Now, I will say, this is legendary, the highest rarity, and enchanted to plus 20, which is the highest level of enchanting. This is an unfathomable gear set, which is also focused on doing just enough damage to get by. It's not exactly how it works. Pen is so weird. There's so little pen. Pen also factors into it, but pen is not a lot. And pen is also, by all means and measures that we've been able to discern, an armor pen and not a global pen. So in damage like formulas with an armor pen, armor pen is only going to strip penetration, strip mitigation that's granted from armor itself, and not mitigation that's granted from base mitigation percentage. So typically armor pen, I think I hover and show which percentage, but most of my mitigation is base mitigation. So over, I think it was like 70% of my mitigation is base. So even with pen being armor pen, you wouldn't get through any of that base percent, only the additive from my armor numeric value converted to my mitigation, and pen doesn't do a ton. So thank you, base god. Bitch mob task force. Anyways, pen, even when it was in, was not as sicko mode. So pen needs a buff. So funny enough, that's actually something that I have in my triangles. So I make a note that crit chance is out of fucking control right now. Crit chance very frequently can be seen scaling 40 to 50% on pretty much every archetype with even decent gear. With high-end gear, people are above 50% crit chance. So from that standpoint, I've always been an advocate of taking some out of crit chance and dumping it into pen, because pen physically doesn't exist as a rollable attribute on gear. It doesn't exist as a waterfall attribute, and it's only available through the weapon tree in certain instances and then certain abilities. There are forms of pen in like buffs from weapon trees. You have 15% fizz pen and 15% magic pen available from buffs. Then you have volatile and shaken. Volatile and shaken are less pen and more of a minus mitigation modifier. So with volatile and shaken, those are a global pen because that just removes 15% of their mit. So isn't strength fizz pen, or was it dex? They changed the waterfalls a long time ago. I don't think that they're scaling it anymore, right? Unless it's since been changed back. But there's like no pen acquirable. And the character sheet doesn't even have it. Let me see if Codex has it. Why do you not ask Steven about his feelings on warm Dr. Pepper? Because he clearly loves it. Everybody loves warm Dr. Pepper. I don't know who the fuck wouldn't love Dr. Pepper. I don't quite understand what kind of monster would not enjoy that. I don't even think Codex has pen anymore. And if Codex doesn't have pen anymore, then you know it's fucked. I don't see pen on here anywhere. I don't think Codex even has pen. Base. No, it's just available in weapon trees and stuff. So say I have, we'll go like Storm Current Axe. And then we'll select one of those bad boys. So we have access to the tree. So with Storm Current Axe, this is a one-hand axe. So you have some pen on your weapon combo attacks. However, that's only on your weapon combo attacks. And you have options for it. However, is this... This isn't correct. So Swordmaster's Aura and then Unstoppable. Oh, it just doesn't let me scroll out to the top. Anyways, these are supposed to have two things on top of them. So Swordmaster's has two allocatables up here. And with it, you get 15% base damage and 15% fizz attack speed. And then with Unstoppable, you get 15% base damage and 15% fizz pen. So between these two, you're getting 30% base damage, 2 stacks of 15. And then you're also getting 15% fizz speed, 15% fizz pen. So that's nice. However, there are also certain weapons that will put out something called Shaken. That's just a direct 15% mit strip, which is global and also applies to every single person that's hitting the target instead of just your own personal pen. So there are a few differences. Dr. Pepper's goat. Dr. Pepper is best when it is served slightly above room temperature. And I mean slightly. I don't want it to be hot. Fupo swears by Dr. Pepper tea. I think he's fucking crazy for that. Although I haven't tried it yet. I haven't given it its fair shot. But Dwarf Race is the best. You can front flip. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I will be staying Nakua. Absolutely. 1,000%. Does a combo damage mastery increase the damage of every swing? Yeah, the weapon combo, any weapon combo modifiers will be on all of your weapon combo attacks. Anything otherwise will be specifically denominated as finisher or extended finisher. Those will be predicated by being the second to last with the finisher or the last hit of your combo with the extended finisher. Then within that terminology, you'll see like deadly extended finishers and shit. That's just a prog chance. What's considered a weapon combo attack? Yeah, just basic attacks. Just basic attacks. So for longbow, for instance, it has a 4-hit combo. The first 2 hits are just normal attacks. The third hit is the finisher. The fourth hit is the extended finisher. And then in each of those, you then have a chance. Whoops. In each of those, you then have a chance to proc a deadly finisher, which does more damage and puts out status effects on the target based on what weapon you actually have available. So it goes a few layers. But every weapon tree is going to be different with the status effects and the buffs that you can put out. Some will have wound, which is an anti-heal. So with longbow, that's why you'll see so many people using longbow in PvP. A, it's got the furthest range of any weapon in Ashes at 35 meters. And B, it's got wound, which is 5% anti-heal per stack, up to 10 stacks. Sorry, at 50%. I hate the longbow so much. I hate the fucking rogue. I will give them longbow if you sacrifice rogue. If you say every rogue player just never gets to play a rogue again, I'll sacrifice longbow. Easy swap. Hey, I'm fine with it. I'll go summoner. I'll go shortbow. Fuck it. Actually, nah, I'd go wand, bro. Longbow slaps with enough speed. Yeah, you got to be a little cognizant of the speed scaling and make sure that you're not going too low, especially if you're going longbow and a two-hander, something like a two-handed mace that's not natively going to roll attack speed. If you're longbow greatsword, you'll probably be fine, and a lot of people will probably go glassveil greatsword if I had to guess. But there are also some really solid options along the way. Shortbow's crazy damage, at least level in PTR when me and my friends are playing. Oh, shortbow's great for PvE. The thing with shortbow is you just don't have the anti-heal element of wound for PvP. And then you're also sacrificing a lot of range. So you're putting yourself in a really bad spot. Hey, longbow too, but Bard resonant procs with it are nasty. Bard resonant procs with a fucking potato would be nasty. Ad break? Oh shit. Okay. Hold on. Ads. Quick AFK during the ads for water. 1 sec. Good day, good day. Hiya, B-Tron, my boy.
Coming through with the gifty. I appreciate you, dog. I appreciate you.
Is there a crossbow? There is no crossbow at this point in time. However, they did add in some new weapon skins. And the Dreadwake longbow, as well as the Ancient Dunes and longbow, look very chunky. They look very large. So they are cooking with some of the weapon skin designs. They do also have more weapons planned to implement. It's just when and what. There are staves that are in the game, so like two-hand staves and shit. However, they're not functional right now. So I don't know when we'd expect to see those. Those were in the crafting UI. Those have been existing in the files for a while. They just don't have any like stats or functionality associated with them whatsoever. So Shortbow's great for Rogue if you want quick bleeds and poison stacks. Yeah, Rogue is a pretty honest and good example of not only a fucking rat bitch in life, but also what different weapons and ashes will provide. And a good example of the difference between like time to finisher emphasis versus power scaling and all of those small changes. If you run Shortbow, Dagger, Rogue, that's going to be your fastest and most consistent poison application because Shortbow go pew, 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 and Dagger go instead of like Longbow and Greatsword, which are chunk, 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 chunk. So you'll apply more poison stacks quicker, which will then build the poison, leech the mana, let you sap, whatever you need to do. And it's going to be much more consistent from a small scale aspect. But if you want to play Rogue and you want to build up anti-heal, then you want to go in with big damage chunk and you want your backstabs to hit harder, then you'll Longbow and Greatsword. And then you'll go in with a combo and then you'll just dump on somebody's back and you'll give backshot, 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 backshot with advantage. And then your backstabs are going to hit harder because of that additional power scaling. So Rogue's a good example of what you can have on either side, which is pretty fucking cool. I saw that one bow, it almost looked like he was holding up part of a shield. Yo, that bow is chunky as shit, dog. It is really, really, really big. I'm excited to see what they do with future drops too, because they've always said, Steven has, that the coolest stuff is supposed to be from play to acquire and not pay to acquire. Despite them bringing in the item shop on the 11th, they really want the most incentivized and coolest, like most recognizable skins to come from in-game earned rewards from playing and completing hard content. So I look forward to seeing more grand dungeons, whether it's in the anvils and having some dwarven inspired shit, or we have the desert coming in with some desert theme. Like I can't wait. Different biomes having different thematics makes me also think, what happens when we see like Frostgrave come in? What's going to happen in a permafrost area of the world with the weapon sets? Are we going to be looking at like a fire weapon set that's dropped from a mob inside of a cave? Like, you're gonna watch the interview in 15 minutes. I'm probably gonna raid over there, so that way I don't cook myself before the 24-hour. Carla and I have to go to Walmart and grab some stuff before the stream, and she has to work tomorrow, so she'll have my car. So we got to do a little bit of light shopping, and then we want to do some tidying and some planning. But it'll be a long interview. What the helly? Wait, how long are they going? God damn it. Steven cleared his schedule for that one. I got cooked. RIP my time slot. I should have done it at like midnight. I hope it'll be a fun one. I'm sure they have lots of good questions to ask. And across 4 people, I'm sure you've got so many differences in how questions will be asked in the first place. Differences in play style preferences, differences in ideation, differences in communication, expectations. It's cool to get that multifaceted approach. I also hope that they've all learned from me and control the nodding. I'm a very active listener to people. So even in like conversation IRL, I nod a lot. Yumika, I hope you're having a good day. I nod a lot IRL. Like if you're talking to me IRL, I will literally be saying like doing this while you talk. That's just kind of how I am. I hope they learn to not nod that much. also have some other words than absolutely for follow-up. But other than that, I'm sure they got it. Those were basically the two biggest things that I heard about the interview. It was like nod less, have another word instead of absolutely, and then also turn my camera the other way. So that way, or have Steven on the other monitor. So that way I'm looking into the frame like this instead of out of the frame like this, because he was on this monitor, which was really good feedback. So other than that, people were happy. I just didn't have enough time to press on answers that I wanted to press on. There were a couple of questions where I could have gone much more in depth and had a full conversation off of that. But I had already had to cut out so many questions. There were like 10 questions total that I didn't get to ask because I cut out 5 in the first place, then didn't get to ask 5 or 6 that were on the list still that didn't get cut out. So if I had followed up, I wouldn't have been able to ask if we still had money or not. I would have left the best one on the fucking table. Need a dope ice wyvern area in Frostgrave. Bro, I can't wait to see like something, this big body of water, if it's completely frozen over, seems really intriguing to me. This area here surrounded by mountains with this really glacier-y looking ass mountain right here. I feel like there's going to be a big ass dragon event, like an ice dragon that comes down, and then something's gonna happen here. I don't wanna call it too early, but I feel like something's gonna happen here. Think of the huntables. Oh, the mounts out here. Frostgrave sounds fun. I love the concept of Frostgrave, fellas. Question, the other continent of the map is missing. Yes, this continent is entirely missing right now. And then over on this continent, you still have no Badlands, no whatever the fuck this forest is. This part's not here. This little, oh, behind camera. This area here called the Crucible is not in. However, my prediction is that this is going to be our first guild castle. I hope they ask on this tonight because I didn't get to ask on this during my interview, unfortunately. But I think this is going to be the first guild castle. Guild castles are yet to come in, but there will be 5 on the whole map. So 1 presumably going to be here, 1 going to be here, 1 going to be here. And then on the other side, you'd likely see like 1 in here, 1 over here, because each guild castle is going to have 1/5 coverage of the global map. And then you'll have settlements that pay taxes to the guild castles. And once a week, there'll be automated caravans that go from the settlements out to the guild castles with the tax money that people can actually kill. And people can pillage the tax money from the guild castles. So, my prediction, first guild castle comes in here. Hopefully, sometime soon, TM. I cannot wait for guild castle gameplay. And then that's going to also open up the castle siege testing route. That'll be so nice. Colby, thank you for the follow. Much love. I appreciate that. The siege route for guild castles is going to be insane. But yes, you do still have here, and then this little butthole area missing. And then out of the, out of the majority that is here, you have the Riverlands, which is starting area number 1, and the OG. You have the Anvils, which is starting area number 2, and has received a lot of love lately. That's the new baby. The mountain range is not fully refined yet. And then as it trickles down, the Tropics is still missing a lot, still needs a lot of love. The Jundark is a level 50 area that's artificially downscaled for a playable level for us now. And all of these will be 30 plus areas between the desert, the Gundark, and the Tropics. But each of these also lack a lot of the true endgame content that the Riverlands currently has. So the Riverlands supports everything that we currently have 1 to level 25. You can start in the Riverlands, you can finish, and you can stay in the Riverlands, you can get good gear. It also has the 2 open world dungeons right now, Befallen Forge over on this side, and then Carfin over here. Both of those are going to generate item level 29 pieces of gear, which is the highest craftable level of gear right now. So as those expand more, as we get more world bosses out here and more incentivization to come out here, as maybe the Harbingers bring people out here with more incentivization, we should see these outside areas come a little bit more alive, especially once we get a level cap expansion past 30, because starting areas will be 1 to 30, and then outside areas are going to be 31 to 50. Anvil's worth going since Riverland's going to be zerged. Good luck getting not zerged anywhere is my honest advice, dog. Part of our, Nordic, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. Part of our emphasis with my guild's starting route has been creating space between us and the rest of the clump And we're trying to get as far away as we can, as quickly as we can. Because there are going to be points of congestion and points of crowding and points of fuckery. It's going to be rough. Most people aren't going to efficiency. Yeah, no. So our initial emphasis for my group especially is questing start up to a point where we have a baseline gear set and good enough levels to go mob grind. And then I just want to go fucking hit mobs. I want to take away any aspect of variance. And if I have mobs, I have life. Very simply put. As long as I'm sitting on mobs, I'm pulling consistently. I always have mobs on me and we're always killing and my XP bar is moving in a positive way. Chunk, 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 chunk. That's all we do. That's all we have to do. So I want to create a large gap between my group and the rest of the club. I want us to have a lot of space. And I want us to play off of that space. And I want us to get very far ahead of everybody else. Now, we may fall behind a little bit in the initial level. However, once we get set up, our 6 to 16 is in place. We don't have to travel again. It's right there, all in the same place. And then at that point, I'm into 20 plus content. I go Steel Bloom if that really works out. If I end up getting the ideal scenario where I can 23 hours in the same place, 6 to 16, I'll see you in Steel Bloom day 2.
Apes together strong.
Yo, Ken Pachi. Thank you for the 4 months, dog. I appreciate you. Much love. It would be cool if there were continent wars. I mean, I'm sure there will be cross-continent wars. Now, the big thing will be like sieges and stuff. How will sieges be aligned in the long term? Because if my continent has everything and we have an ecosystem over here, and your continent has a settlement that's run by a guild that we don't like, what if we get everybody on the Western continent to siege your settlement on the Eastern continent? And then it becomes the Eastern continent's economy at risk because we're attacking your big T5 settlement that has 3 of your Grandmaster tables in it that you would get absolutely fucked by if you lost them. I love that. Drake Boar is going to be the common point of conflict between the 2 continents. Bro, it's going to get fucking shelled. That, or it's just going to be a DMZ. Any details on Twitch drops for the 11th release? I do have news on that, actually. I will be allowing every single one of you to drop me many subs on the 11th for release. I'll also be dropping the price of gifted sub bundles of 5 or more by 35% because as a partner, I can just turn that discount on. So I will have a couple sets of drops for you. In terms of actual Twitch drops that give you guys anything, I ain't heard shit. So I'll keep you updated. Exclamation Prime, much love, much love. Shout out to my rock eaters. If there's econ on those middle islands as a trade checkpoint, that'd be awesome. Oh, fuck, a little neutral, like, trade hub? You know what could be really cool? If there's an economic settlement out here, and a server makes a decision to have that economic settlement be a T5, so it gets a superpower, which would give it, as an economic settlement, a player market that expands to vassals. And we've already seen vassals going into the Riverlands, you know, and the June Dark and the desert. There have been vassals that jump across oceans. So Dracoth, if it did potentially have a T5 and it was an economic and the vassal network expanded into T4s and T3s on each continent, then maybe you could see a trade hub out here that would encompass this side of both parts. Because if it does have that settlement superpower, then you could list theoretically anywhere. I want to have more info on it. So they have 3 areas out of 18. They've been working on it for 10 years. No, so they have way more than 3 areas. So they have the Riverlands and the Anvils as well, and they have a good amount of the mountains in too. But in terms of the development, it's gone a while, but the transition from Unreal Engine 4 to Unreal Engine 5 from people who have worked on it back when that happened, shit, like, when was that, 4 or 5 years ago? They, from what we've been able to gather, and I say we, my community, myself, not as a game developer, is that the transition from UE4 to UE5 essentially wiped all of their progress, more or less. And up until then, it was just R&D and just trying to figure out some baseline shit. So with the full aspect of development with Ashes, I think it's also important to keep in mind that Intrepid is a first-time developer. They started with 12 employees on the project. Now they have over 250, which is awesome. But early on, it was a crawl. They had instances where content was pretty much lost from UE4 to UE5 transition. They went through COVID during that time as well. So COVID fucked a lot of stuff up. Not to, say anything that way, but COVID fucked a lot of stuff up. So early on, it was much slower and it was much more around getting the servers to work in the first place, getting it to a point where I make character, I hit mob, my character progress, and all of the areas of the world actually function that were there in a baseline, right? So everything from the server existing to mob AI to econ, like it's all been fleshed out from the start, and they have no background to go off of. So it's not necessarily like a Blizzard where they made games in the past. They assembled more or less like a ragtag group of people that had previous development experience, some more, some less, and started cooking. So it's definitely been a while, but they did show that they were capable of pumping out the new biomes. They gave us a biome a month for multiple months. However, those biomes came in obviously less developed than the Riverlands, which has had the love for the most time. But they're capable of expanding. They have in-house tech. They actually use like a PCG tech, so it's AI assisted, to put in these settlements. So they develop all of the assets themselves, and then they put those assets into the PCG tech. And then once those assets are in the PCG tech, it populates the developed assets into the world, and then they go back in and sculpt everything by hand, by person, and that's how we're getting our new biomes. So as that progresses, they'll also be able to implement much quicker and in a much cleaner way than what they have in the past, right? So there has definitely been points of slower momentum, and as they hash out a lot more of the core, we'll see much more rapid cadence as they continue to go. But it's definitely not for a lack of a lack of content cadence. They're still implementing new systems, bug fixing like mad, dealing with all of the dupes exploits and shit like that come about. So from the inside perspective, I'm actually more of the hoper that they fill out the area we have now before expanding more, because a lot of the world just lacks potential, right? Or, well, it has potential, but it lacks the realized potential. Oh wait, 30 seconds? God damn it. Here. Hiya. Oh yeah, they're pumping. Oh, they're pumping. This bad boy is gonna pull numbers. They're gonna go absolutely sicko mode. The Ashes Twitch itself pulls so many. There were like, we put this up for 5 minutes before my stream. Third King, thank you for the follow, I appreciate you. We put this up for like 5 minutes before my stream by accident. And there are just 500 people that spawn there. Just straight up. It's insane. They had 2,100 earlier. Let's go. Let's go. This is sick. They got the official hype. What's the overlay? Oh, they left room for me.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to our glorious.
Whoa, Steven's doing the intro.
I am joined by some of our awesome.
Oh my God! Wait, Steven's doing the intro.
Nice Gaming, who many of you know, we've done Q&As before. Nice, how you doing, buddy? Welcome.
Good. How are you? Glad to be here.
I'm glad to have you. I know you've been chatting with your.
Did you not know Zybac's bald?
Some of the questions, making sure that we're getting answers that people want to hear.
Zybac's bald as shit.
We're gonna have a fun night tonight. Thank you for joining us.
I love Zyb. Zyb's such a Chad.
We also have Vladis, the glorious Vladis. Vladis, how you
Look
doing,
at
brother?
Lloyd.
Thank you. Inspired
Lloyd,
by,
don't nod too much.
Pretty good person I used to know, or I do know. Thank you.
Used to know. Oh my God. Am I dead already?
No. Great to see everybody. Thank you so much for.
I'm watching everybody's head nods right now.
Always enjoy your content as well, Vladis. Of course, you have
Steven
great
commandeered the
great
ship.
Theory crafting. You're very close to your community, as is nice, of course. So
We should
happy to have you.
AFK stream
And
it.
then we
I don't
have
want to
joining us
content vulture their
Lude
shit.
Lloyd, where did that name come from? Where did Lude Lloyd
No.
come from?
Oh god.
Lloyd is actually like my favorite game character from
Right.
Legend of the Dragoon. He's like the hero.
Is that a weeb show?
Weeb show. Oh no,
So,
Steven.
yeah, you can go with weeb. But yeah,
You're much
then
louder
there's
than there.
Lude.
Yeah,
I
their
like
streams are always
I like
quiet.
watching the anime.
I don't know
I'm
what
a
their
little bit of a
mixer
weeb.
is.
So yeah,
Nice.
you're not
awesome.
too far off actually.
Happy to have you, brother. Always love your videos that you produce. You have great takes, great theory
Steven
crafting,
tried his
positive
best.
attitude. Want to see the success of the game. Happy to have you and your questions today as well.
Thank you.
And Zyback TV, our resident PvP ganking extraordinaire. Zyback, how you doing, brother?
Zyback's never seen an AFK player he didn't like, boys.
I remember the first time I think that we ever met.
Good fucking
You
gravy.
were streaming, I believe it was Crowfall.
Correct. Yep.
And I jumped into your chat because I was looking around. Loved Gordon. Loved J. Todd Coleman.
Yep.
Really.
Chat, did anybody
really
play Crowfall?
Thought that the vision that they had for Crowfall was great.
I've heard that the
And when they did their
execution
launch,
left a
I was
lot to
going
be
around different
desired.
Streams and checking in and see how
A
things
lot
were going.
to
And
be
I
desired.
jumped into your stream, I think I recall, and said, "Hey, how's this
No
game looking?"
chance.
Yeah, you were chatting me up.
Was
for
it
like an hour.
cooked?
Yeah.
Yeah,
I did for
well,
like 10
got Blair
minutes.
I know we do it, but
Yeah.
Blair
no.
is phenomenal.
I
Love
kickstarted it.
Blair. Blair is a
What
great
happened
dude.
with it?
Did
Yo,
an
Clam, what up, dog?
unbelievable job
Are
with
all
the,
realms down to the
fishing
11th? Yes, they are. Yes, they are, my
Probably
boy.
one of our cleanest
We're in the
complex
dark.
feature implementations that we've actually ever had.
It's cooked.
So very excited to have Blair and excited to have you two and your questions. I know you represent a great demographic in the community, having significant interest in PvP.
Steven's like taking over with
excited
it.
to have your takes as well. Well, gentlemen, thank you for joining us. Everyone in the audience, thank you for tuning in. I know that it is a
Interesting.
late night tonight. Obviously, things at the studio are
He's
very
not blinded
hectic
by the sun
right now.
tonight.
We are literally in the final stretch towards our early access launch.
I'm so
on
excited.
Steam.
This is
That's
gonna be
on
good.
December 11th.
I wish I didn't have to go get groceries
which
and
is
shit.
Holy shit! 2 days. Oh, can I say that? Are we mature audience tonight?
You're
I mean,
fine,
it is-
Steven.
Very
Don't be a
it's late.
don't be a
Most people
bitch.
are asleep that are under it.
Don't be a bitch. Everything's
but-
fine.
But it has been a mad dash for us. So I actually didn't know that this
Move
was
down the
scheduled
Dusty
for the
cam.
evening until
If you
literally
click
I was
any
in
of
my
it,
director's
you don't
triage
block out
about
that
an
top
hour
left,
ago,
dude.
and
I
Margaret
don't
was
want to
like,
move my
you know, you
camera.
have
That's so
that,
much work.
that Q&A tonight.
That's
I
so
was
much
like, Oh my
work.
god, I'm gonna need to make a cup.
It's refreshing to have such a hands-on CEO.
Because this.
Oh
this
my
morning
god,
started
dude!
at 5 a.m.
I
But,
think it is
as
unreal.
usual,
After
I am.
nice
as I
as the
told you guys,
Dusty
I am
head
very
nod.
conversational. I know that you guys have
Stop!
questions. I think it's
Stop,
great
bro!
for
The
the
head
audience
nod
if
has
we
haunted me.
converse about some of those
I
questions,
literally,
back and
I'm
forth a little
terrified
bit.
to
So
nod
I
my
have
head
worked
now.
in the Q&A
I
data.
guarantee
You
every
can
one of
hit me
them
and
is
I can
like,
throw out answers, but I
don't
can
head
also
nod
talk
and
about
don't
the
say
answers.
absolutely.
And I think that that's something that the
Don't
community
head
prefers
nod
because
and
they get a
don't
lot of
say
insight, and I'm
absolutely.
happy to have those conversations with you guys. So
Don't do it.
let's get into it. We might go beyond an hour.
Oh goodness, goodness!
Which
I was gonna put you
has
at
your
no,
first question ready?
no.
All right, I will start us off. MMOs, including Ashes of Creation, often have problems, especially in PvP, balancing ranged versus melee. How do you plan to better incentivize melee and melee auto attacks and improve time to kill so large-scale PvP isn't just interactions from a distance?
Movement changes and incentivizing movement.
That is an age-old dilemma, and
It's a mix of giving players movement autonomy while also making movement abilities worth it.
different ways. As a matter of fact, those of you who have been around
Also in
for
different modes,
several years may
objectives
recall
are so
that
important
back in the
to
Alpha
incentivize
1
melee
early
control.
Alpha 1 implementation days, I had the bright idea. Wasn't actually turned out to be a bright idea, but I had the bright idea of setting a minimum distance on the ranged weapons. So if ever a target came within that threshold, you actually could not use your ranged weapon. And that actually had a more negative response from the community. You know,
Right.
there are ways that we can address this that
That's very
relate to, like,
unfluid.
damage fall
Voices are
off,
quiet. They're
like
always
accuracy
quiet.
fall off. You can have power scaling
now breathing
difference
manually.
between, you know,
Absolutely.
ranged weapons and melee weapons. You can apply hit effects on melee weapons, like, you know, disables or hamstringing your target to some degree. You also have cone of effects that apply to our melee weapons right now, which allow
Cleaves.
you to do more of a type of AoE, style to it. How do we plan to better incentivize melee and ranged weapons?
The new
going
dodge
forward?
changes
I know that this is a topic
are a
on
huge
the
point of it.
combat team side. And there's some lively discussion.
The new dodge changes are really good for it, just for perspective. Melee feels much better in this current build.
I don't necessarily have an answer that I can give you right now that's like, we're definitively going to take this path. But I can tell you that what we want to do is we want to try
whose sub count is 1305 out of 1500?
Likely on the PTR
B.
to begin.
This is the Ashes stream on the official. That's my sub count though. And if we hit 1500, then I have to get smelling salts for my 24-hour stream on launch on the 11th.
Probably hone in on an approach there.
Yes, I am the lucky man.
But
yes, happy to claim that one.
Some of those things
That's
that I
like, man, who's got this big old e-donger right now? Yeah, I don't always sit this high in terms of sub count, but
as examples, yeah, I'd love to try.
oh shit, Lloyd's behind me. Wait a second.
Jen says we have concepts.
Maybe the guy in stream. No, we're watching the official Ashes channel, and Lloyd's directly behind me. But no, this is mine. So
time to get the player feedback on which of these types.
Okay, so you're just talking about feedback.
Are preferred.
But yeah, so we hit the 24-hour sub goal. Pushed up past that. I have a bag of spicy gummy bears ready to go, and I also will need to get smelling salts.
I don't think the longbow needs a healing debuff, and that would make it exclusive to melee weapons, the healing debuff.
Yeah.
So I think that is a place to start. I don't think longbow needs any help anyway. It's already like sort of the meta weapon outside of that. And this one is going to be a little controversial, and that is,
or giving wound to others.
Consider not adding the assist target feature into the game whatsoever. The feature where you, like, let's say Steven is targeting somebody, where everybody in the raid can just snap on that target, aimbot, 50 guys all hit the same guy.
I like
instantly.
this guy.
That feature, just don't make it. Just don't make it.
I love watching chat.
Target acquisition is very important.
People are like, ban this guy.
Yeah. But
now you know the
target acquisition is a very big skill ceiling
You have this thought. You're never
that can very much be circumnavigated by just saying everybody have defensive target of target.
Because I think there is a skill in having the battlefield awareness to be able to read that and find
it's a good
your
take.
target and have the people in your group do it, rather than just hitting target assist raid leader and having 50 people aimbot onto poor bastard and he explodes.
I gotta tell you, one of my favorite
things.
Dude,
TTK, that'll be an issue too.
Lineage 2.
They're all nodding. Absolutely.
Coming up against a Hawkeye party, or any archer party.
Yeah, 3-2-1s are fucking deadly in tabs already, dog.
Macro set to aim assist off one dude, and they had their blade dancer, and they had their sword singer, and it literally was just switching targets. It was just tabbing between targets. It was a tab between dead.
That's gonna be our new TTK.
And then
I'm worried that that's gonna be our new TTK.
Like, we need to take that archer team out, but they had max range.
Is that back a streamer? YouTube.
And probably a lot of us have.
I think most of these guys are more active right now on YouTube, but they all stream occasionally.
I was also thinking along the lines of like.
But they're all more active on the YouTube side of
ranged
things.
Attacks having different power as well.
Remember having to type /char player name every time we were doing a 3-2-1.
But it's not enough to.
Oh, that's fucking crazy.
I think it's a problem in your game
I
where
hate
melee
that.
characters are using their ranged weapons even when someone are right in front of them.
It definitely is, and that's why I said there is a lively
The stam
debate
changes,
amongst the combat designers.
the
on how
dodge
to address
changes.
the issue. We're aware of the issue. We see
Steven,
the
it's
issue.
a
front and center
fucking
in our
alley.
minds,
I got
as a balance
the
point
lob
between
up at the
those
rim,
two,
and all Steven needs to do is
itemization choices.
lob it
and I think
and
there
dunk
are a lot
it
of healthy ideas
with the
that
windmill.
Once we get it into the hands of the PTR testers, we're going to get better direction on what is appropriate for the community and for the current design of the game.
Vlad is pretty active. Oh yeah, Vlad has been streaming more lately as well. Yeah, Vlad has been streaming more lately. Yeah.
Testing in PTR. I
Vladis is a dad.
You guys could label like, hey, we're going to try this thing.
I think that's his largest nerf to his active hours. I'm sure if he didn't legally have to sustain life to another human being, he'd probably stream a lot more.
Adding like, hey, we're going to do some A/B testing.
But yeah, he's been active lately.
Combat. Tell us what you like in this patch compared to the future patch that's going to happen.
I think that's a great idea. I wish I had a producer present that could take this as an action item, because that's a great point in how we facilitate the PTR testing. As you said, right now, when you see something on a,
Can confirm
on a change
MDAT.
list, a lot of people lose
Yeah,
sight of the
it's
fact
unfortunate.
that could be temporary.
Put something in
That could
Crockpot
be
for
a
your
test.
24-hour
That
stream.
could be, you know, a balance point that's going to get
Ooh.
rejiggered. We saw that with
That's
some of the
actually
PTK
not a bad
improvements of
idea.
the combat
Can I
stats,
put
like
something
it's
in a
constantly
Crockpot for
ebb and
24
flow
hours
before we
and
find
have it
the
like be
exact
okay
middle in the right place? That's pretty standard.
and
But
just keep it
that's a
hot the
very good
entire
point.
time?
And Adam's gonna take notes for you.
Oh, perfect. Adam, that's an action item. Go for it, buddy.
Done. All right.
All right.
I guess I'll move on to my question.
All right.
With all 8 archetypes finally launching December 11th, how proud are you of the current status of them? And has there been a desire internally to change or rework the archetypes at their base to synergize with the upcoming 64
Crockpot to the
class
rescue.
system?
Okay, so I just gotta keep it hot.
So has there been a desire to internally change or
Interesting.
rework archetypes?
Once finished, keep cooking on simmer for days.
Yes, there's actually a
Days.
initiative that is scheduled
Goddamn.
for next milestone at the start of the new year.
Okay, maybe I'll see what I can find at the
And
store.
what that initiative is taking into account.
I can't get sucked into this
is,
interview,
you know,
dog.
you
I gotta go to the
saw an
store.
Early preview.
I was
of
supposed
the
to raid out.
cleric skill tree
I just didn't want to
rework,
stream
right?
less
I think
than
we
8
showed that
hours.
off back in like maybe October. or
Give me the
September.
ranks, you whore.
It was a little preview in July.
Jesus
Felt like literally
Christ.
yesterday.
Steven
but,
still hasn't given us
but,
the ranks.
In order to
I'm so
complete
sad
that
about
across
it.
all the archetypes, first action item for the team is going to be completing the audit. And the audit is going to go through and
Right.
identify mainly 3 axes. First and foremost is, you know, what is the disposition of DPS skills per archetype versus utility skills versus defensive skills?
Would you say this
versus
is
mobility
triangle?
skills? You know, now that we have the full 8 archetypes in place,
Of
we're going to go
sorts?
through each of them in understanding how they
I
play
think it might
right
be a
now.
triangle.
You know, what's the balance essentially from a group dynamic perspective, and then how do we want to inform either new skill creation to fill the gaps that we identify as part of that audit?
All right.
And then the second axis that we're going to be working on is balance, right? We're talking about numbers, specific damage values, cooldown values, mana cost requirements. That's
right,
going to
boys.
be an important step of the archetype.
I have to go over to the store. So I'm going to raid out. So that way you guys can go over and watch the interview. I will be back tomorrow. We got yaps tomorrow. We got normal content. And I'll have a nice VOD. I'll probably watch the interview back tomorrow. So we can actually like pause and react to it and give some thoughts. I think that's the play. I'll probably watch the interview back. Make burritos. Yo, I made a big ass turkey. I could make turkey burritos, I guess. I would just need like some salsa and shit for it, but that'd be super easy. Food ready around 6 hours, depending on how hot you set it, but it gets better with more time. All right, I like that. Boys, I'm gonna take off. I will run to the store, and I will be back tomorrow for the final day of Yaps. I'll be watching the interview,
I guess kind of.
and I shall return. Y'all, thank you
So there's going to be
for showing up, hanging out, and showing love every single day. For those that are new, make sure you drop the follow on the Twitch side, the sub on the YouTube side, and I shall return tomorrow. Guys, I love y'all. I appreciate y'all.
Asking mostly.
Peace.